Why are you laughing? This is not a funny day.
This is a sad day. A red day.
I've been looking forward to this.
A day of mourning for Halo. For
It's
John
the
Halo, the
weekly
show.
Well,
Halo funeral.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been dead so long. It's hard to feel sad about it.
It really is. It really is the version of stop, he's already dead. And
It
then
is kind
instead
of
Homer,
interesting that the
it's
flood
like
be
3,
kind
4,
of.
3 getting pulled away.
Yeah.
Master Chief, everybody.
Halo has
Yeah.
become the flood. The flood are now meta commentary on the Halo franchise itself.
If this was smart, I would agree with that, but this is just dumb zombies. It's not the flood.
I guess that's actually true. By just calling them the flood, I'm already giving it way
that
too
makes
much
them
credit.
the second faction of zombies in the show because the Covenant, the
That's
first
true.
faction
The first
of
faction of
just
zombies. You're right.
run into incoming fire.
It does feel like though is like it gets battered by the games, and then it's like we could continue to shit on it through other mediums. Like you could not also. You could just not.
But I'm particularly thrilled about the idea of continuing the story that they created in season 1. I guess they had so many ideas for where to take it from there.
And yet, oddly enough, it seems like they pulled back on a lot of them too. It's an odd mix of...
A season they chose to not recap as well. They recapped the events of every episode, but not the events of the first season.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I don't remember like almost anything about the first season. I had watched the whole thing. Like, all right,
Yeah.
I think I remember this chick. I think I remember this bit. Okay, whatever.
You even for a moment forgot Kwan Ha. She's like the best character. What do you mean?
Well, I did remember that she had a dumbass haircut, and now that's better.
Yeah, they
So
tried
good
to
for
fix
her.
that. They realized.
Really,
It's like one improvement there.
They had their priorities right. They fixed their hair.
Yeah, that new showrunner, he really turned it around. He did such a great job improving on what was, a rocky foundation. It was a bit, there was potential there though. There was some ideas that were interesting and compelling,
Absolutely.
Who is John Halo? Who is the man behind the mask? We need to explore the relationship between John Halo and John Halo. John Halo and Master Chief. Yeah.
They're completely.
I thought you were going to
different
say
people.
John Halo and Cortana, but then I was like, but they just
but
just
why
didn't
would I
exist.
even-
So never
why would I
mind.
even
Yeah.
pretend that they have a relationship with each other.
Well, that was never like a part of Halo, like on an almost basal level, is the connection between a human and an artificial intelligence in his head, right?
It's an adaptation, all right. It is an
That's
adaptation.
true. It's an adaptation.
So
They could have made it better. They could have done something different and better. They could
They've
have
adapted the tation.
What does that mean?
It's pretty self-evident, isn't it? I wanted to bring
It's
up
like the Borg.
that it was May 22nd that the re-upload of our stream of the first season happened. And I believe, just to introduce, everyone here, John was part of it. It was big fun. Patrician's sort of recently started to interact with us, but he's been known to dabble in Halo, and hence why bringing him in. And I believe I made good on my threat of the previous stream of Halo with ER. I said I was going to have him watch season 2 and bring him back for this. So I'm a man of my word.
And here we are.
You know what you're getting into. You signed up for EFAP.
I guess.
We've been going for
Did
years.
I?
You know
I
what
don't
this is
remember
about.
doing that.
Did I? Yeah.
But hey, here we are. And much like last time, I will be relinquishing the pilot seat because I'm just not as much of a Halo man as my friend Fringy here is, who I've experienced many conversations of torture listening to him about how Halo's been destroyed. Rags, of course, relatively big into Halo as well.
Boy, I sure do love Halo.
I less so. I'm hyper familiar with 3 and Reach. And when I say hyper, I mean I've forgotten a lot of it, but I played the fuck out of them back in the day. I gotta get around to 1 and 2 at some point.
He gets to enjoy the show just on a fundamental, wow, this is just like an awful piece of television kind of way.
Yeah, the sadness is something that we get to particularly...
I get to just be confused about it regularly. Like, I'm just like...
A regular bad show instead of a bad Halo show.
Distinctly sort of grim experience of watching something that you used to love get consistently destroyed for the last decade. Kind of culminating in this show, really. It does feel like the culmination of a decade-long destruction of what used to be one of the biggest gaming franchises ever.
This thing sold systems. Everyone knew about Halo. Everyone. I mean, Master Chief was... I mean, he still sort of is. But in
Well, yeah, but
particular, he was super
Lara
iconic.
Croft, you know, he's now only like number 7 on that list of the
Oh,
most
yeah.
iconic video game characters. Lara Croft is number 1 above Mario and
Do
Pikachu.
you have the list? It might be worthy of a very short rundown of that list if you have it handy.
yeah.
It's a very
Well,
interesting.
Are we all familiar with that that BAFTA like list of the most iconic video game characters?
I'm familiar with it. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it is a bizarre list.
You can't remember all the placements?
I remember.
Here.
I
Let me
just
get it.
remember the one wrong one.
Well, yeah, there's one distinctly like, wow, really? Like, okay.
What I was happy about is I have not come across anybody in any of the shows I'm a part of that have defended that number 1 slot. Everyone has said that's stupid.
It's insane. For reference, for those who don't know, there was like a list that BAFTA did for like the top, you know, the most iconic video game characters. So ascending from.
Well, here, let's ask. What do you before we do the list? Before we learn the truth.
Chat. Who is the objectively correct answer for the most iconic video game character?
Yes. Who would you?
Only one answer.
Yeah, chat. Go ahead and give us, because one is pretty obvious. Give us your top 3 most iconic video game characters of all time. So give us your top 3. Who you think are the 3 most iconic?
Probably already say even by chat. Like, so Mario's out of the way. Good. Correct.
Yes. Now that we've established the objectively correct answer. That only a fool would say otherwise.
I'm curious about. Who would chat say is next? Because at this point, I think that there are like a few really, really, really like strong but easy answers to that.
I would probably say.
I'd be inclined.
Yeah,
to
Mario.
Pac-Man's totally fair to me.
Mario,
Sonic
Pac-Man.
I'm seeing a startling lack of a very obvious choice which is very interesting.
That's the thing. There's a lot of obvious choices.
What,
you've got a pretty.
I think that's a particularly obvious choice.
The line piece from Tetris.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the paddle from Pong.
Are those guys the same guy? Is it the same actor?
Yeah, it was actually a cameo.
Split personalities. It's a allegory on depression. A24 made it.
It's Fight Club. Fight Club with Pong, where he realizes that the other Pong is him. I've seen a lot of Link, which I think is also another pretty obvious choice. I'm surprised that there wasn't as many people saying Pikachu, since Pokemon is like, I think Pokemon might actually have made more money as a franchise than Mario at this point. I'm not sure.
But Pikachu's not really like a figurehead of each Pokemon game. So
Pikachu is the mascot of Pokemon.
He is the mascot of Pokemon. He goes past video games in a way that's just like cultural phenomenon, shows, trading cards, all that stuff.
It's just that Mario is like kind of like, when you think of video games in the most general sense possible, Mario would be like the first character you'd think of. But I suppose with all those answers out of the way, let's go for number 20.
We are
a good amount of Kratos in there, which is interesting because
Kratos is not a bad one.
Part of a couple generations. He feels like he'd be right at the top of the sort of next tier. And then Gridley, of course.
It's what's interesting to think about is that with, you know, that there'd be like a lot of characters where as soon as you mention them, you'd be like, oh, yeah. Like, you'd
Samus.
Like, yeah. Well, it's interesting that you say that, because I feel like there are certain characters, you know, like from Rockstar Games, right? It's like, look, Grand Theft Auto 5 is like, I think the second best-selling video game ever. I think it would have to be accepted that like maybe Trevor would be like pretty high up on that list, even though you
might be, yeah.
Be the kind of
I would say, I would say that I think Steve from Minecraft is probably
I think that's
really high up there as well. Yeah. Minecraft is the best-selling game of all time, after all.
Part of being iconic, I would imagine, is that if it's multi-generational spanning, if my fucking parents can identify it pretty easily, which they would be able to with Mario, then it's got a lot of power. Pac-Man easily. That's why those two are really, really strong choices. But someone like like a Master Chief or Kratos, like I think my parents' generation aren't going to be able to do either of those.
Younger,
but they'll know Pikachu and Pac-Man, and
they might be able to name Pikachu. I'm not sure.
They probably know Donkey Kong, right?
I think
that's
so.
one.
I want to say that.
That's the really
that's-
awkward part, is that if you think about a list of iconic video game characters, it's going to look a bit
A
like
lot of
Smash
it's
Brothers
Nintendo.
in the
Yeah.
sense
Yeah.
that
Well,
like
there-
Nintendo
Hey,
characters.
Nintendo did the work. They get to cash in.
There was that other tournament that was held where Zelda games just slaughtered everything that they went up against.
What, like in terms
What do you
of
mean?
top, like favorite games?
They
of
did
all
like
time?
a bracketed tourney of not game characters, but the games themselves. And I think in every category where a Zelda game was up, it won the vote.
Hmm.
And it culminated in, I think, Ocarina of Time winning, like,
Ocarina of Time is
all-time
at the
game.
top of all-time game lists a lot of the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very frequently.
Which is why I was
Wow.
surprised that, like, Link wasn't considered number one if Zelda was so consistently a winner in that other bracket.
Well, the interesting thing is that in terms of actual like sales, it's now more recently that Zelda has become like ultra successful. It's always been very successful, but like Breath of the Wild kind of catapulted it into, we're talking like tens and tens of millions of copies sold. It's like the Switch has made it to where basically every Nintendo series is more successful than it's ever been. Which is kind of an interesting phenomenon because it can be seen with basically every series. Metroid Dread is the best-selling Metroid game. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is the best-selling Kirby game. Mario Kart 8, I mean, even down to, you know, the general franchise, like Mario Kart 8 is the best-selling Mario Kart game. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, I think, is the best-selling Super Smash Bros. Game. Yeah, it's just like every single series is getting even more and more successful on Switch, which is why, spoiler, this list is very underrepresentative of our Nintendo characters compared to where they should be sitting.
There's the tournament that before this game's character list was making the round itself for being a bit atrocious.
Well, anyway,
Yeah, I don't know if there's ever going to be a list that will make them happy,
But
look,
but
this
as to the number one most recognizable video game character,
Obviously
yeah.
Mario.
obviously,
I suppose
yeah.
we reveal the list now. Yes. I mean,
Yeah, well, here's what the
Yes.
real list is. Fools that we are. We've been, you know, we've been
Sorry.
prattling on with our delusions, but now we can
It-
check out what the real list is.
an ascending order from like number. Have you got it from like 10 to 1?
I got 1 through 9 on you.
Well, I'll just read
It's
from
top
20
20 on the list, right?
Yeah, so, well, I think it goes even further than that, but 20
the top
is Nathan
20,
Drake, which is like,
Nathan
yeah,
Drake, I
okay,
don't know if he should be
yeah.
on that list, but maybe.
Well, it's,
Maybe.
look, all right, it's recognizable. Uncharted is a very popular series. Number 19 is Ellie. 18
The Last
is
of Us?
yes, that's right.
Okay.
Well, I probably should read out the game as well. 18 is Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza. 17 is Asterion from Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't played it yet, right?
All right. I think
Yeah.
that I haven't
No.
played Baldur's Gate 3, but
No.
there is no way that any Baldur's Gate 3 character should be on the top 20 iconic characters
Oh,
of
wait,
all
are
time
they-
Yeah,
list.
absolutely not.
Are they in
no.
more than just Baldur's Gate 3, but they're citing Baldur's Gate 3, or is it?
No, they're just
there's
in Baldur's
older
Gate 3.
Asterion,
as I
I think,
know.
was in too, but I mean that Baldur's Gate 2 is not an iconic game.
Yeah, I don't think that would
so
even budget. Yeah.
it is. There's a lot of recency bias with Baldur's Gate characters being
I think
on this
that-
list.
Surely part of iconography for a character is that you haven't even played their game and you know some of their characteristics.
I think
I don't know
mean,
any of
I
his
think
characteristics
you
other than he
know,
fucks
like,
a bear.
I know why Shadowheart is on this list. I'm just saying.
Well,
That's
I think that's that's an interesting element of like what does it mean to be iconic, and it does seem like your awareness of them spans like beyond even just like having even played the game. That there's some you're like, yeah, I recognize that character. I've heard of him. I know what games he's been in.
Especially people like us who play games a lot.
Mm-hmm. 16 is Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, which is like, yeah, Final Fantasy VII is like the most popular one. So, 15 is Crash, which is interesting because it's like, man, it has been like a long time since his heyday, but goddamn, during his heyday, what a lad. I think he should be higher, but that's just me.
Fair.
Number
that's fair.
14 is Engagement Bait, the wrong Solid Snake.
Well, yeah, 14 is Solid Snake.
That is
which-
not Solid Snake.
That's
Which one
is
do they
that-
have on there?
That's Big Boss.
It's Big
right?
Boss.
Picture? Yeah. Whoops.
Or sorry,
Should be the snake that
Naked
you know you can
Snake.
program on your calculator.
He's pretty
Yeah.
iconic.
The snake
That's
from
pretty
Snake.
iconic.
Pretty iconic.
The titular
13
snake.
13 is Steve from Minecraft, who should be much higher.
Much higher. He should
yeah,
probably
he
be
should be
top
much higher.
5.
Yeah. Number 12 is Pikachu, who again I think should be much
Another
higher.
top 5.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is Pikachu beaten out by fucking Baldur's Gate 3 character? That doesn't make sense.
Because the people who answered this list are silly.
I think it is just
We're
recency
encountering the
bias.
problematic areas of the list now. Like the seriously big ones.
Well, 11 is Arthur Morgan, which I think is really fair when you
That
think
actually
about how
could turn out to
successful
be the
the game is,
perfect place for him in retrospect. Like
how beloved the character is. Yeah. Number 10 is Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. So already we've encountered like that. There's only one spoiler. The only Mario character is Mario on the list. All right. Like,
And yeah, there's
there's
no way a Baldur's Gate 3 character should be on this list. I'm sure the game is excellent and amazing, but let's be honest.
We mentioned it before, but like Bowser should be on the list. Of,
Bowser
like,
should
most
be on the list.
recognized video game characters. If we're not limited to one per
I'm
series,
surprised if
which
Eggman
we
made it
shouldn't
as
be.
well.
Yeah.
I would
It's
pick
weird
him before
because
a lot of these people.
Shadowheart.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
I would say that Shadowheart isn't even the most recognizable character from her own game.
It's
I would say a lot more
it's
people
the
talked
Dark
about
Urge
Karlach.
because of the porn.
Yeah, there's the Dark Urge.
So,
It's
yeah.
go on.
I was just gonna continue reading with the list stuff.
That's fine. Yeah.
Number 9 is Kratos from good old God of War.
Yeah.
Which again, when you think about it at this point, it's like, yeah, I mean, he is pretty recognizable. He's probably the most recognizable PlayStation character at the moment.
Yeah, he's been around a few generations and
That's
stayed
the
relevant.
big thing about him is he was big for several eras, which is, or at least
Big
more than
then,
one
big
era,
now.
which is always handy.
Number 8 is Master Chief, which is an interesting one because we'll talk about this when we
Oh,
get
yes, we
into the
will.
show.
Yeah.
We'll talk about all
Master
Mr. Chief.
Should be on the list, but what I am curious about now is like what kind of demographic would be what kind of demographic would be most likely to put him really high on the list, and what kind of demographic at this point would be like, oh, I mean, yeah, like I mean, I guess I know who he is, but like he's not been that relevant for a long time, you know. So, like,
Probably
to the point
lost
that
points because
He's
of the
also
show.
pretty insane.
I think we'd have to argue he's a bit diluted now too. He's like all over the place.
Yes. If you made a list in like 2010, I could imagine Master Chief being like quite high. But now it's like, he probably does slide because there's just other characters that are on people's minds a lot more often than he is. I guess it's interesting because if you were to pick another Xbox character, well, it's funny if we think about Xbox ownership, it's like, I wonder how high Banjo-Kazooie, for instance, would end up being. I wonder if you did the list in like 2013 or 2012, how high Marcus Phoenix would have ended up on the list.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about like, where you place it in the timeline, what characters would end up higher. Because like again, if you place it in the PS2 era or like PlayStation 3, it's like I wonder how high you get like Ratchet and Clank, for instance, or like Jack and Daxter. But anyway, number 7 is Link, which again is insane. He should be like top 5, maybe top 3. Yeah, number
maybe
6
top 5.
6 is Pac-Man, which is like, yep, Pac-Man should be pretty high up. Now here's where we start to get into the really like. Number 5 is Sackboy from Little Big Planet.
No,
That's a name I haven't heard in him.
That iconic character.
It's just like I'm fine with him being recognizable to some degree, but like you can't be beating all these other. There's no way. It's not happening.
Look, I like Sackboy. I like the character design. He's fun. But Little Big Planet came out like 15 years ago.
There's gonna be so many people who don't even know who that is, or don't even know what Little Big Planet is, and it's like, oh well, yeah.
It feels like you're speaking to a very specific time when like Little Big Planet was a big thing.
Because something like a Pac-Man, I feel people discover Pac-Man whether or not there's even a new Pac-Man. That's just something everyone finds out about.
Well, kind of like how everybody's heard of Space Invaders and Tetris and Pong. Those are just things that you know about. Number 4 is Sonic, which is it's funny because you'd be like, yeah, I mean that makes about sense. It's like, yeah, but
it won't.
Considered which characters are still to come. Number 3 is Agent 47 from Hitman.
No way.
That's insane.
Silly.
I would be surprised if he was on the top 20 list, period. The fact that he's number 20... Why would they even say that? What? Like, I'm trying to think what got that many people to say Agent 47.
I have no... Like,
what happened?
Hitman 3? That came out, like, a couple of years ago,
There was a movie.
Yeah, but that came out a while ago and nobody liked it.
That's true.
The movie
So,
nobody liked.
remind me again how this list was even procured. Was it like a voting based thing,
4,000
or
players. It was a poll of 4,000 players.
okay?
So bear in
Okay.
mind.
So
Were they
4,000
journalists?
I would say that like Hitman is intergenerational. He's had his ups and downs over the years, but
Sure.
to be number 3 is
Yeah,
a
no
bit
way he
much.
There's
gets
no
3.
way.
No,
He's
Three
in
is,
that like he's in that Kratos solid snake
Yeah.
Master Chief pack of like he's been relevant
He's a
for
little
a long
below
time.
them, I'd say.
I'd say, yeah, he'd be like in the realm of like 20 to 30 would probably be where he'd be slotting in. I reckon maybe a little bit higher, but certainly
Maybe,
not number
yeah.
3. That's crazy. Okay. Number 2 is Mario. Number 2.
Which, if you didn't
number
know what
one-
number 1 was at this point, is you just be like, who is number 1? They beat out
Who-
Mario.
yeah.
Damn.
Who is number 1? We haven't mentioned this person
Number
yet.
one.
We haven't done that, so
Number 1 is Lara
Most-
Croft from Tomb Raider, the most iconic video game character of all time.
Oh, she's from a game? I'd only ever seen her in porn. That's how I recognized her.
I only
Yeah.
ever knew it from the iconic movies with Angelina Jolie.
boy,
I
does she
find
like
this one
wolves.
so interesting because I remember, like, you know, in the early 2000s, it's like, oh, Lara Croft, oh, wow, Lara Croft. But, like, that was a long time ago. And I feel like Tomb Raider, look, right, I feel like Tomb Raider hasn't been that culturally relevant for a long time. I feel like Uncharted
It's been,
eclipsed it, like,
It's come
big
up
time,
recently
you know?
with like cultural war stuff, but
I guess,
certainly not
right,
come up
but-
recently because of an amazing new game or anything.
Well, I mean, the last game came out like 5 years ago, and nobody really talked about it. Like and then there was that movie that came out that nobody watched either.
We got
I watched it in theaters.
the remaster that came out for the original
Why?
3 games, right?
I was curious
There's
about it.
that.
All right.
This is something that it's probably something that's worth adding. Is like like Lara Croft being somewhere on the list. It's like, yeah, she'd be fairly high
she'd
up.
be
but,
in.
like,
She's
she'd
in
be
that
above-
same
yeah,
Agent
She'd be above
47 pack.
Hitman,
Exactly.
yeah.
I-
She would
I
be
think
above
she'd-
Hitman. She'd probably be around Kratos level, a little bit below Kratos, I think. Because she's
I
iconic
wonder-
to a degree,
I wonder
but
how high she would end up on that list if we were being like.
You know what'd be
it's-
interesting
like,
is
the
if
people have heard of the character, sure, but
the 6 of us took this selection of 20 and ordered them in what we believe to be most to least iconic, and see how our lists compare.
I guess the interesting thing is that it's like, what does it mean to be, for lack of a better word, impartial? I guess in terms of like figuring out where the characters sit. Because I mean, I fucking love Crash Bandicoot, and it's like, well, how high do I think you would
I would just probably
actually
go
end
by
up slotting?
What I think is their recognizability within all generations averaged out.
Yeah, I would just say do the
Mm.
parents test. Would your parents
Yeah.
recognize that character? Put them at the top.
I guess that's an interesting one because how many parents would recognize Steve from Minecraft? Yet, how high do we think
Also,
Steve should be?
The two
I think
variables
a
we'd
lot
have to
of
consider are
people-
the parents one, but then the sheer impact they have with the current generation as well. Like, because Steve's would be huge. Potentially more than Sonic's current impact, but Sonic has a huge
Sonic has a
benefit of
legacy
generations.
impact.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Yeah, like Mario, Sonic, Pac-Man. Interesting that Mega Man's not on the list because I feel like even Mega Man would
Mega
have
Man.
Oh
enough,
yeah. What the
enough
fuck?
legacy that he should be, even though it's been a while since. Well, it hasn't been that long since the last game, right? But I'm surprised he's not here somewhere.
what a list!
Anyway,
oh yeah, Mega Man, yeah.
it's a
What a
doozy
list.
of a list.
There was a
It's
time
crazy.
where Arbiter would be on this list. There was a fucking
Mhm.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Halo used
that's
to be
that
that big.
recency bias thing. Like, if this was asked, let's say 15 years ago, Sam Fisher would be on this list.
Ooh,
But
yeah, Sam
Oh,
Fisher.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is interesting to think about how the
Better
ebb and flow of
times.
time.
now he's down into probably the top 50 at this point,
Yeah, probably.
which is still pretty good.
is-
But
yeah,
People think he's in a Cabela's game now.
I get it.
Thank you.
well, that was
Is
a
that
nice
fish
tangent.
noise
to
someone
not-
made? Did
That
someone
was a
make
nice
fish
tangent to not
noise?
talk about the Halo show.
well, yeah,
That was a nice little tangent. Yeah.
It's about time for the misery.
We've been trying to delay it, but there's just nothing we can do.
the misery.
By the time that we're done, we're going to be looking like right. So in the thumbnail, that's good old Arbiter in this show, but I like to call him Mr. Mandibles because I like to give them fun names to differentiate the characters. So we're gonna be looking a bit like that probably by the end. Pretty miserable. But look, all right,
Begging for death.
We'll be
it's
miserable
important.
together, so don't worry.
It's
It'll look
important.
like
This is...
him at the end of the first episode of Smiling Friends.
Oh yes, that's a good one.
We'll look like the All Quiet on the Western Front kid.
What, 1,000-Yard Stare?
Yeah, I forget the name. I've read the book. I forget his name.
So I figured that the easiest way to start is good old like what did everybody think about Halo, the television series, season 2? Why don't we go? Yeah, we'll go left to right. So ER, why don't you tell us what you thought about season 2?
Yeah, clear the minds for the rest of
us. Mainly trash. But I literally couldn't follow most of what was going on. I didn't understand. Like, I legit didn't understand many of the plot threads going on. Why anyone was doing what they were doing.
That's good.
That's
that actually might work to the strengths to the show's advantage.
Yeah, so
not being
The
able
show,
to follow
the
the story.
showrunner is like, oh, thank God he didn't. he couldn't
Ironically,
follow
I
it."
think that might end up
I
being
will
a
say,
boon for the show.
what I'll let you finish, but what we will do is we'll definitely be doing a brief summary of season 1 because I know that most of you in chat don't remember what happened. And this season 2 makes it very confusing. But yeah, continue.
Season 2 doesn't even remember what happened. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, what else is there really to say? Kind of it was expected, but the dude wasn't in his fucking suit for how many episodes?
I think it ended up
8.
being 4 episodes from episode, like about 10 minutes into episode 3 until the very end of episode 7.
Yeah, that was very, very noticeable.
Fun times.
And there was one other big point, but I'm forgetting because this show kind of fried my brain a little bit.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. Terrible. Maybe slightly better than the first one because I remember the first one was so surreal and experience that I just
Look, all right.
better ending at least.
We'll talk
kind of
about that, all
retcon,
right?
but sure we will.
So I hate it. As I really, really dislike it. But I don't know that I would call it an improvement. If I ever did, it would be in the most like marginal, slightest sense possible. But like this season is riddled with problems all of its own making. Aside from the ones that it inherited, and frankly the ones that it created, in part because they wanted to run away from certain aspects of season 1. But on the other hand, they clearly could tell that they couldn't, and it seems like there was a degree to which they thought that some of the ideas in season 1 were actually workable. And so what you end up with is like a season that's comparably messy to season 1. Terrible character writing, horrendous world building, an absolutely insane plot that seems to stem from the writers having like this idea that they need to create these insane like subplots and conflicts in order to keep things interesting rather than just adapting the central conflict that was present in the games. And yeah, of course, continues to be an incredibly unfaithful adaptation of the games. I hate it. That's my piece for now. John.
This was crushingly boring. Lame overall. I had such a hard time paying attention. I have a fidget toy. It helps me with like editing and writing sometimes, and I was mashing things on it like crazy, just trying to get myself to like pay attention to what was happening. I had to rewind it a bunch of times because I was just like, what the fuck happened? What was that? What's going on? There's some filmmaking and editing decisions that are just so fucking jarring, where I'm like, I can't believe they did it like that. So much of the dialogue is flawed. I don't care about any of the characters. When anybody dies, you don't feel anything. It's just like, okay, cool, I guess. Well, not cool. It all sucks. Almost all of it sucks. Like, there's a few action scenes where I was like, that looks kind of cool. There are a couple scenes where the dialogue I did find interesting, but then whenever that happens, it's like only a matter of minutes until it's like, oh, it's dog shit again. Yeah, it was. I wouldn't have even bothered watching this season, honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I knew I was gonna like
Well,
talk
with
about
friends
it.
like
So
us.
I just yeah.
Friends like us.
So I just slogged through it, and just really disappointing. I can't believe it took us this long to get onto the fucking Halo ring, like 2 seasons. Like it should have taken 1 season at most to get
Longest
onto the ring.
prologue of all fucking time.
Yeah. So, yeah, wasn't impressed. It was
Still pretty
lame.
good.
Other than that, it was
Season one.
great.
10 out of
Awesome.
Well,
So thumbs
Mubes,
up?
what do you think?
I was, as mentioned, in a unique position for the most part because this comes across in an abstract way as just another weirdly high-budget sci-fi TV show, and then someone like spilled a bucket of Halo on it, and it was like, oh, he messed that up, and it's like, it's fine, whatever. It's all stuff that you recognize, but it's all just misplaced and randomly thrown in. Not that I would ever be able to tell that fully. But that watching it, it's just like any other really bad TV show. It's the basic cause and effect of everything is so fucking muddled and confusing. The writer's goals are so obvious with almost every scene. Like you'll just have the very forced events happening. But, you know, whether it's character payoffs that are on the way that need to be set up. Your typical stuff. Like one of the funniest ones, and you guys will see this when the Halo episodes come out, is there's an episode that begins with a character who's you know, just like admiring birds, and we were all like, "He's dead." Like it's like look at this guy. He likes his animals. Oh, isn't that sweet? Oh, he's such a nice guy. Well, he's
Bizarrely, they're trying to characterize this character.
yeah.
His time is limited.
That's what Walking Dead used to be known for. Like the memes, it was like, oh, whenever I get a character that gets slightly more attention than usual, it's like, well, they're fucked. And yeah, that goes the same for like everything that's built up. And then, you know, you have that, but then you also have these really wide stretches of time where you fall asleep, wake up, and you've missed nothing. You're like, okay, yeah, I'll just keep going. And of course, you may be like, well, wait, what was, you know, 7x23's, you know, singular pattern file? And then your friend just goes, oh, yeah, left. And you go, right, yeah, I got it. Just making sure just so I can, you know, keep up to date. But every once in a while, they'll throw in a scene that's clearly like, it's just funny, even from my POV, right? It's kind of playing on screen now. You'll see it soon. But these scenes of, you like that, don't you? Yeah. Look at that. They're doing their fights. You remember Halo, you did your little fights. And I feel like more of that was given this season. Not much more, but more enough that they were like, surely people on social media will say they like this. Come on, we've done their thing now. And then once they do it, yeah, once they do it, they're like, now we can have our 3 hours of characters talking with their helmets off, and you're like, no. So yeah, I thought it was absolute shit, but kind of funny. I kind of wish it was funnier, but you know, we take what we get.
Patrician.
I had come into this with a kind of unique perspective as somebody who was very invested into this back during Halo's heyday. I was one of those that read the books and all that. I think the books are good adaptations of the games. They kind of mesh well together. You don't need one to enjoy the other. And but I had missed the first season because I just didn't hear anything positive about it. So why would I expose myself to that? So I got to come into this with a fresh perspective of OG Halo fan, kind of fell off the wagon a while ago and hadn't seen the first season, and they had talked in the marketing about how this was going to be like a correction to the great error that was the first season. And so I thought, well, I'm not going to be negatively biased towards the show if I don't watch the first season. And all of that marketing was a lie. It just seemed to be continuations based on what I heard of things that were wrong with the first season. And my perspective wasn't rewarded because they don't do a recap of the first season. And so Fringy gave like a 5-minute summary, and that was all I had to go on for like half of the plot lines that have nothing to do with the Halo games, where it's just knockoff Expanse show. But the main thing that bothered me was, as somebody who is familiar with the books, it's very unrewarding to watch this show because they do reference a lot of the things from the books, but they change almost everything about it. So they're just saying names that you recognize. Key example being, for example, Onyx. Ghost of Onyx was a really well accepted not show but book, and they use the Spartan 3 program, but it's completely unrecognizable to the Spartan 3 program, so it's just a reference that exists for the sake of having a reference. And so as a Halo fan, I just found myself perpetually disappointed because I can get into this whole like insurrectionist pre finding the ring plotline if they actually did it the way that it had been done well before. But if they're not going to do that, they should just skip to the part that are shown in the fucking games.
So it's I take it that you liked it.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, it was I was
Other
a
than
big
that,
fan.
you
My
liked it,
favorite
so-
scene was John Chief getting beaten to death for acting like a psychopath all season.
That was a good one.
That was cathartic, oddly.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing to be said about season 2, it's that it is oh, God damn it! It is consistent in John Halo's continuing inconsistent insanity. Just as like continuing over into this.
Yeah, they've created
Wow.
a
One of my favorite traits of
fascinatingly
his from the
strange character, whoever this
Mhm.
guy is.
Riggs, what do you think of season 2?
Ooh boy. The other day I saw a picture of Arbiter and Shipmaster Vidum having a gay sex together, and it was really quite good. I really enjoyed it. The dialogue was good. It characterized the two differently. Arbiter was a bit on the shy side, but you know, we all knew what we were there for. Good proportions, great line work. I enjoyed that one image, that one JPEG, more than the entirety of both Halo show seasons. If you squish them all together, put them in a blender, strained them, and took out all the good things, it wasn't as good as that one image. I hate this show. It's not my most hated show, but as someone who really, really enjoys the first 5 Halo games, Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach, they made up a pretty big part of my gaming childhood. I think that Halo on the Xbox was the first person shooter I ever played. I have a lot of memories of playing Halo with my friends at sleepovers, birthday parties, visits, get-togethers. That whole thing. So to see it desecrated like this is legitimately kind of upsetting to me, and I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate what they changed. I hate many of the details about it. I despise so much about this show from top to bottom. The characters, what it's trying to say thematically, the details they brought in for the games, the way that the plot unfolds and the bizarre structure. I hate it pretty much through and through. My compliments to the show would probably not broach anything past the most superficial, that thing looked kind of cool kind of comment. But that's really as far as it goes. The show should not have been made, and if you are a big Halo fan who is just waiting for that big, show/movie adaptation that honestly it kind of deserves, then unfortunately I will have to refer you back to the books or to the excellent graphic novel. But apart from that, thumbs down from me. Thumbs down from me.
Shocking.
So yeah,
Shocking.
it's not a. It seems
so
like
not as good as the
basically
porn.
nobody here particularly enjoyed it, which is kind of interesting to think about because the general It's funny to say the general sentiment since I don't even know that there is one. I feel
Is
like
there-
this season
there
has been distinctly less talked about than season 1, which makes a lot of sense really when you think about it. Like if you come out with a first season that is pretty much unanimously seen as being shit, there's a lot of people who just aren't going to show up next time around. And then there's the fact that, like Halo at this point's at the lowest it's ever been. But I mean the sort of the idea surrounding this season is, well, it's an improvement. It's an improvement on season 1.
Isn't it amazing that we're
which,
at a culture that like allows that to be the commentary for something that costs hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, it was better than
Yeah.
that really, really awful season of television that was also like $100 million.
Like
It's
it's a
just crazy.
child who's doing little crayon drawings, and it's like, that's really good compared to you're even better. Look, last year you did that. This year you did this. That's great.
I suppose what's interesting when you say that is it's like they simultaneously get the benefit of look at how hard all of these people worked on this thing. You can't dislike it because that would be mean. But then
That would be
simultaneously
mean.
get the benefit of like, Well, yeah, but that, like it's not like this is a $100 million. It's not like this show has a budget considerably higher than basically the majority of television shows ever produced throughout all of time, or even the majority of films that have been made throughout all of time. They had so much money. It's crazy.
It is not fair. It's not fair.
Well,
They
yeah,
got so much money to do this to Halo. It just isn't fair. With all the stuff that you could do, with all of the incredible potential that exists in the Halo universe to make a show, it just isn't fair that someone was able to be given a check of this size, and this is what they made.
I mean, in a sense, like getting a set. The thing is, I think the second season got greenlit before the first season came out, so I guess they came into it with a lot of confidence, which is pretty funny. But it is pretty crazy that after season 1 they'd be like, yeah, let's continue with this. It's a good idea to continue with this premise that we've laid for ourselves. Because before we dive into season 2, it's probably worthwhile to go through briefly, not for too long, the general events of season 1, just to get everybody up to speed on essentially how the first season of the show made it to where the idea of a faithful adaptation of Halo, even in subsequent seasons, should have been accepted as being impossible. It is like season 1 is leaves you in a place that is so massively different from the games that there's no point in even clinging to the hope of, whoa, it's going to be faithful. And then of course you've just got the fact that it was a really terrible season of television. What does everybody here generally remember about season 1? Like, what would be the thing that sticks out to your mind as
Master
like
Chief fucking died.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I remember.
But wait,
Smash
how
the
could
Hammer.
that be possible if he was in this? What do you mean?
They explained
know.
it. They fully explained it really quickly.
This was a prequel.
They
right?
put him on a medical table.
Yeah.
Oh, those are good.
That's
Injected
right.
him
And then
with
they cut
life.
to black, and then they jumped ahead 6 months, and he's
They
fine.
squeeze the light. Yeah.
Yes,
that life
for reference,
syringe.
everybody, just
You got
to
more
catch
milk
you
to
up.
squeeze from your man nipples.
At the end of season 1, John Halo, they were having a battle with the Covenant. When they
As
were
you
about
do.
to find Halo using ancient Forerunner artifacts called Keystones, and they were losing. And so John Halo talks to Cortana and says, "Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill myself, and you're going to take over my dead body so that you can save the day." Cool. And then he walks up to a brute who hits him with a gravity hammer and kills him. And then Cortana takes over his dead body and saves the day. That's what happens at the end of season 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing that happened. We're not fucking with you. This isn't a
No,
joke.
we're
That's
not meaning
actually what
It has
happened.
been near
It's
2 years
not-
since we talked about this, so some people may have forgotten. It's
And it's
possible.
not that they were being. It was immensely confusing, but they were very. I'm not even going to say they were pretty clear. They were very clear that he was dead. He died, but he didn't.
That makes no
Somehow,
fucking
Master Chief
sense.
returned.
Like, why would the hammer kill him? Like, why would he think like this is my sacrificial moment? The hammer will hit me, and then I will be dead. And
I mean,
I'll be out of this
like-
show.
I like how you
Yeah,
said
and
that.
he
as
was
if that's, like,
Evidently, it didn't.
the main thing that doesn't make sense, that like the whole plan itself is insane. Yeah, I'm gonna die, and then you can take over my corpse. That makes sense.
yeah,
And so, just to be clear, Cortana and John Halo were friends all through that season, right? Up until that
No,
point where she took him over.
They were aware of one another. They
basically,
met.
What-
The show is like they become friends kind of in episode 9 after having very few conversations with each other.
But why would he let her take over him if they
Because-
like didn't really
Because the
know or
writers think
trust
that
each
they do
other?
have a relationship. That's why. Because the writers think that they created a relationship.
Because the writers
between
have the
them.
audacity to think that they're even marginally prepared to write a television show.
Mhm.
the reason in the show is that they decide they're outnumbered and they need to get the artifact off the planet. So it's like, you take over my body, and then I can operate with like 100% efficiency and just like taking everybody out, and then we
That's
get
the
away
idea.
with
Is
what
there
we
any
want.
stated reason that they couldn't do that while he was still alive?
No, not only because the show sets it up that it was the idea that Cortana was designed to be able to supplant his consciousness, has nothing to do
Yeah,
with
that's
whether or
true.
not
I
he's
know.
dead.
Okay, yeah.
Nothing to do with whether or not he was dead. It doesn't even make sense. If you're dead, your body doesn't work anymore. You
What
can't
the
move.
fuck?
Dead means
I
yeah,
know.
dead means your
Well-
body cannot support the conscious state of the brain. That's what death
do
is.
we
basically.
assume do you think, for instance, you're the expert? Do you feel there was maybe a plan for story that they scrapped?
Yeah, absolutely. So for reference, the season ends with Halsey giving a big speech about all of their brilliant ideas and their really smart themes that you wouldn't know because you played the pew pew shooty game and we're making the high art, and talking about all humanity, it leaps forward and all that shit. And the episode ends, the season ends on John Halo's cracked visor. So I think it was very obvious that the direction they were going in is, yeah, maybe he saved the day, but at what cost to himself? Look at him. He's barely a man. He's a shell. He's a husk. He's just a machine. And we'll see what that looks like in season 2. And then they were like, oh, fuck that, and changed their mind.
Yeah.
It does have like fuck that energy, considering that the second season basically starts with 6 months later, he wakes up, and then we just are doing a different thing. Yeah,
Well,
he's totally fine. Life goes
Think
on.
about the pivot of the season ends with Cortana having supplanted John Halo's consciousness to Cortana has been taken out of John Halo, and they will not reunite until episode 8. The finale of the season. It's obvious
Yeah.
that wasn't where they were going with the story. That's like the,
Yes.
that's the clearest pivot in season 2, which I suppose we'll talk about at a bit more length later. But I still want us to recap the more memorable moments of of the first season. John, what's the thing that you remember most about season 1? Like a moment or a subplot.
The whole wedging McKee in, and it feeling like she's gonna be the replacement for Arbiter basically throughout the whole show, and I feel like they're sort of sticking to that.
Well, good that
From
she
what
was
I've
only a
seen,
season 1
and-
element, right? Because she died.
Yeah.
She
There
got
was
shot.
no way they
remember?
would
She
ever.
died. She
Yeah,
got shot
she
in the
died.
heart by Kite.
Oh yeah, was she
Yeah.
was
She's
she
just
very
back.
explicitly killed, but now she's back?
Well, let's put it this way: if you show somebody with like bleeding out of the middle of their chest, and when they fall to the ground, they've got dead eyes, I assume they're dead. Not that they're going to be up and about next season. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that she was dead, and for some reason, the writers of season 2 thought it would be a good idea to bring her back. McKee's back in season 2, guys. She's
Prominently.
back.
Yeah.
Prominently.
They don't
Well, it
even
was-
attempt
there's
to give
way
an
more than
explanation for
Cortana.
that, do they?
They don't explain it. They don't give a reason. The only thing that they do with it is that she kind of can't use the artifacts so well anymore. That's it. But they don't explain
why?
how she's alive. I think it's because, like, oh, she got shot, so something happened, and now she can't do
To
it
her
anymore.
genes.
I thought it was
Yeah.
she
To her
just had to
genetics.
have a connection with Johnny Boy.
Johnny
Yes,
boy.
and that restarted her connection with the Forerunner stuff, so that's all good. But yeah, she's back, and I agree with you, John. It's like, basically, I think it's safe to conclude that the rationale for them was you can't relate to an alien, so the bad guy's got to be a human. Even
Yeah.
though if we're keeping elements of if we're adapting the fact that the Covenant even exists and are waging a war on humanity, it makes it a little bit odd that the central figure of their religion and the only person who can use the artifacts of their gods, and that it's known that the only person who can do this is Mackie, that she even has a name, Blessed One. Seems
Yeah, this
weird
is
that you would
known.
be
She's
going
not
to
a
war.
secret character.
Yeah. Like it ruins everything. It can't work, and it's stupid. It's stupid, the idea that you need to have a lame human character instead of a cool alien character, either
Yeah.
because you didn't want to do all the animation for it, or because you probably the more likely reason is they're like, well, it can't be an alien. It can't be an alien. We can't have like an alien POV character. It's got to be a human.
I do think it's a bit of that, like worrying that audiences aren't going to connect with an alien character, and also budget reasons. Like anytime
Yeah.
there's an alien on screen, like the VFX budget goes up considerably. So it's just like long term, we would rather have a human character play that role, basically.
You can't have a sex scene with an alien.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can.
It's
They didn't want it.
It's funny you
Cowards.
mentioned, John, like the budget thing, because if you guys recall, in season 1, there were, I think, 3 episodes. It might have been 3 or even 4 episodes where you do not see a single Covenant like alien. You don't see an elite. You don't see a jackal. You don't see a brute. You don't see any Covenant at all. And like I want to say like at least 3 episodes of season 1, maybe 4.
A long
Which,
time. One of our biggest complaints about the first season was how like the aliens are conspicuously not present, and not only are they not present, they seem to be not at all discussed by anybody, to the point where we were legitimately asking if humanity was aware that they were being destroyed by an alien race, or if everyone was taking like amnesia pills. And we get a similar problem in this season, but it is something that they've been consistent with at least, which is humanity doesn't really seem to care that there's a conglomeration, that this massive galactic alien confederation that wants to destroy humanity.
Well, it's a problem that's consistent in both seasons, that that the more prominent antagonistic elements of season 1 and 2 are humans, not the Covenant. In season 1, Halsey was a really prominent like antagonistic character, as well as elements of the UNSC chain of command. And you also had the Quan subplot, where there was like infighting there that really didn't have anything to do with the aliens at all. And season 2 has created like new threads where there's a more prominent antagonist than the Covenant, like at least in terms of the amount of screen time that's dedicated to dealing with those plots. And I think it just does seem to stem from this like idea that the Human Covenant war, from the perspective of the writers, isn't interesting enough to justify the existence of the show, that they need to create intrigue and like drama and and subplots involving like breakdowns in the UNSC and infighting in humanity, which is bizarre
for a Halo show. Yeah, it's strange that ultimately especially the books. The books are essentially military themed books. The characters are basically all members of some branch of the military. It follows the Spartans and other military characters and this massive military conflict, and it goes into a lot of the logistics and command structure elements of it. It isn't like a human drama. It is a military-themed drama at most, is the furthest you can bring it. And it's to the strength of what it is. It is an excellent strength of the books that you get this from a military lens, and that's the perspective of pretty much all the characters in it. It is a book about a war. It's a book about war.
Not to throw us too off topic on that thought, because it's a bit more to do with the kind of change in Halo as a series. Something that I've definitely noticed, especially since 343 has taken over, is like kind of turning like as though Master Chief is like a superhero who did it all by himself. As though there wasn't like a massive amount of people and like aspects of the military that were supporting him and that were there with him the whole time. Like the idea that
they forget about all those Marines on the Gauss cannon in the back seat.
Well, it's just do you guys remember the opening cutscene for Halo 5? Do you guys remember like what that cutscene was?
I don't.
Is that the one where they
far.
surf down a mountain and shoot at Prometheans?
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
yes.
I remember that.
Yes, it's basically the long and short of it is,
that one. Yeah, that was
Team
weird.
Osiris that were the main characters of Halo 5. Basically they jump out of a Pelican and just like fly into this war zone and just blow past a whole bunch of Covenant and Prometheans fighting each other like pretty effortlessly, like superheroes flying around with their jetpacks and everything. And from an animation perspective, it's a really cool cutscene, but like I think that's really bad in terms of like reflecting the change in like what's happened with Spartans. That it used to be that yes, Master Chief was the most powerful person in like any given situation, but that it was a massive military effort, like a big effort involving Marines and involving ODSTs and command, combined arms warfare and everything like that, to this place now where it's like, well, Master Chief, he's like the one guy, the superhero who will like solve all of the problems, and that you can kind of see it reflected here that, like you said, Rags, you don't get the impression that like the military component of the story is particularly prominent, even though so much of the story is focused on the human conflict and like the UNSC and ONI and all of the infighting there, and yet it really doesn't feel like much of a military story at all. And I think a big part of it might just be that it's difficult to see the military component in like the battle situations. It's just John Halo blasting through everything single-handedly for the most part.
It's in between the occasional intermittent terrible fight sequence. You never get that scene where like here are all the commanders and the COs and the people in charge and the higher ranking people, and they're in the forward operating base or on their ship, and they're looking at this big tactical display of what's happening in the battle. They're communicating with this person who tells the soldiers to do this. This person tells this ship to do that. You get no sense of tactics or strategy happening. So there's no... If you go into this show thinking it'll be like the games or books, and there's going to be this like this war component to it that's interesting and tactical and strategic, you're just going to be super disappointed because the people who made this don't have any interest in that or don't know anything about it, or it's not the story they want to tell or have any interest in telling.
I
Which
would
again
say
is kind of an issue if you're adapting a Halo.
I would say that you would also struggle to really care about what's going on in the storyline if you haven't read the books, though, and that's what makes it a bit of a paradox to watch. Is
I
who is
totally
this
agree.
show for?
Yeah.
Totally agree with that. Like the idea that the show is made for people who don't watch Halo. If you didn't know anything about Halo, you would be lost
You still
on the
don't.
most basic of things of like, why is the Covenant even at war with humanity? You would be absolutely lost on those basics.
That is something
Or
that
like, why?
became pretty obvious for me was there's so many moments of just like, oh, I was supposed to know what that is, wasn't I? Like from something
Exactly.
else. Or like,
yeah,
oh,
like,
There
for
is
instance-
there's a non-zero amount of people in the world who will watch this show, and for whatever reason, the show will make them want to play the games, and then they'll kind of experience it in reverse order. Most people will play the games and then watch the show, but there are some people who will watch the show and then play the games, and I can't help but think what a bizarre experience that is going to be for them to go from the show to the games and see like, oh, this is completely different in basically every way.
Yeah, it's got to be strange. Oh, by the way, Mauler, what's the thing that you remember most from season 1? Like, what's the thing that jumps out at you?
Well, I mean, it can't not be that wonderful meme. It pops up on meme faps every once in a while of Maki going to touch the artifact and the guy behind it grabbing it, like, been into ashes. I remember that whole sequence being pretty hilarious. By extension, their wonderful sex scene that was definitely needed. You know, because I was thinking about how like, what is the
They
latest
make Cortana
high budget
watch.
sci-fi person with alien sex scene that we've actually gotten? I was like, oh shit, it was Rebel Moon. I think that's the closest we've gotten. There was that weird tentacle monster that the guy was having sex with. Hopefully,
yes.
we will get the full scene in the extended. Maybe we'll even get it in Rebel Moon 2 coming next week. But you
I
know,
hope so.
who knows?
We'll see the romance blossom. Yeah.
In any case, yeah. There's so many little bits. I remember a distinct memory of him raging with the Iron Man perspective. Like,
Yes, in episode 5. In episode 5, they have a big battle, and John Halo jumps on a Banshee and flies it directly into a Phantom, and it explodes with him at the epicenter, and he's fine. And he just
Good
walks
armor
out
for me.
covered in Covenant blood, and he starts punching the mandibles off of an elite, and he's screaming with the Iron Man POV, and it doesn't even make sense because when they cut to what's actually happening, his head is like moving. So if he was looking at the elite, his like eyes would have to keep moving, but because they don't care, he's just staring straight ahead, screaming, which is one of many of because that's the thing I remember most from season 1 is John Halo screaming. My favorite one is when he screams, "What am I?"
Yeah.
After touching the keystone. I love it. It's
because
so
we know their
funny.
attitude, right?
What
the whole
am I?
having emotion, having a person's face doing emotion. That's art.
Art.
That's storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
you're
like,
like,
he screams,
uh-huh.
"What am I?" Or he lunges at Halsey in an attempt to beat her to death because he's so mad, and then screaming. There's so many-
He can get in line if he wants to punch her to death. Okay.
he's such an unhinged, like that to me sticks out as the most
Are you gonna
prominent-
say loser or lunatic?
I was like, I'm indecisive. I think
Because you started with
Yeah.
Lou and then you just quit, and I was like, which one was it gonna be?
I think that's the main legacy of season 1 is the absolute destruction of Master Chief to the point that he is John Halo or Jimmy Rings or Master Chief. whatever you
Jimmy
wanna call him.
Rings.
I do like Jimmy Rings. It's a fun name. But
It
that's
is
like
fun. John Halo encapsulates it excellently as part of the meta meme of this is John the person. This is person from game. This is game person.
yes, this is him. You recognize him, right? And it's just like this horrible facsimile, just like these bits of his armor clinging together with like bits of flesh and a skeleton, like a big skull at the top. But I mean, it's you think about like what you see in season 1 in terms of the creation of a central character is that they basically like created somebody who is impossible to predict to where the writers can make him do whatever they need him to do to create drama.
That
He's
sounds
unhinged.
useful.
He's insane. He doesn't know what his emotions are. He's discovering them for the first time, and that's making him crazy. So therefore,
Oh.
when he makes a bunch of insane, irrational decisions that allow the plot to move forward, you can't complain because that's just who he is, a lunatic.
For people who
It's
might not
such a useful
remember,
archetype.
throughout the first season, Chief is touching the artifact and it's unearthing memories of him
Mhm.
getting kidnapped by Halsey as a kid and
Yeah, they
being
went to his
put through the
house.
Spartan program and basically tortured through the process. And he's like, I get that he's mad about that, but like I still don't think Chief, like character from the games, even going through that experience, would like go totally unhinged like that and try to punch Halsey or, stomp that alien's face. Like it felt way too jarring. And
Something
it made me
that
kind of not like him. Like, yeah, it's
I'll
just
tell
too
you
extreme.
a bit of a problem that the show has, and by the way, I would say like who the Spartans are, particularly with their emotion suppressing pellets. It's interesting because you've got the scene playing right now. Mauler has been like massively
Fringy,
further
you
confused.
can't just say that and not explain to the people what you mean by emotional suppressing pellets.
Okay, so basically the lore in the show.
You
is
say
that
it so matter-of-factly.
the Spartans have emotion suppress. It's not that the Spartans are naturally stoic as a result of essentially years of training and conditioning. It's not that their past experiences have actually turned them into who they are. It's that they have a pellet in their spine that suppresses their memories and makes them robots. Except it kind of doesn't, because not only is there a lot of like confusing elements in season 1 that make it very unclear, like what exactly does a Spartan look like without their pellet? Because they certainly show emotions in season 1, but like in season 2, you've got this scene where they introduce a new Spartan team we've never seen before called Cobalt, who are aggressive, confrontational, jealous, snarky. Like they have a whole bunch of traits, but they essentially chastising Silver Team, which is the main team of Spartans that includes John Halo, because they have feelings now because they removed their pellets. It's very, very, very confusing, and it helps the writers because it makes it even harder to pin down who exactly John Halo is in season 1 and continuing into season 2, and really all of the Spartans. It creates a confusing aspect of like, who are they actually and what do they actually believe in? And it was on the point that you were talking about, John, in terms of the nature of like this aspect of his history being something that's upsetting to him, something that in season 1 they don't really want to deal with at all. And it feels like it's part of the reason why the Covenant storyline is in the background so frequently, is that you have to pair how he's feeling about all of that with who he is now and the unique position he's in to fight in the Human Covenant War. But it's not something that they pair together to explore, which is really stupid because it's just good drama. That's interesting. Like somebody who's had a really terrible thing happen to them, the consequence of which has now made them a uniquely capable person to save humanity. And how does that make them feel? And how much are they willing to set aside as part of that broader conflict? But instead, they're just like, don't want to deal with that. I suppose, by the way, as you know, to almost like try and tie off the relevant things from season 1, Quan was a major part of season 1, guys. Do you remember
Yeah,
how
Quan was
Quan's
huge.
storyline?
She was like the prominent character of the first fucking episode.
She had a
Of
whole
the whole
episode
show.
that was all her own. Episode 7 was a Quan episode.
In closing on what you were just saying, by the way, because I was just trying to remember the quote. Futurama, it's like being a robot is great, but we don't have emotions, and that makes me sad. Like that would summarize their approach with the Spartans.
Definitely.
I would also just
but-
like to add regarding the pellets that the removal of them was the dumbest shit. Like, because they are
Yeah.
performing self-surgery on themselves with a knife at the
By
base
ear.
of their spines.
They're being
Yeah.
told what to do. Yeah, Master Chief was told what to do verbally by Cortana in his head, and then he performed the surgery that he could not see on his spine and pulled the pellet out.
Well, and also
He
Yeah,
was standing up in
and-
front of a bathroom mirror, naked.
And the instruction that Cortana was giving wasn't even that specific. She was just saying like 10 centimeters or something, but it's like, which direction? You haven't told him. Like,
Now,
you
when I
need to
make
tell.
incision, is that horizontal or vertical?
He's got a blade in his spine. You got to tell him exactly what to do. Otherwise,
will
like, you risk
say-
paralysis.
I think the
Nah.
funniest part of that scene is that John Halo was seriously going to try and do it himself before she told him how to do it. He was actually holding a knife at his back with no idea where exactly it was, because he was actually going to give it a shot without her help.
Yeah.
It's that kind of, take charge attitude that I really like about John Halo. He's just going
Yeah.
for it. You can't be
Mhm.
indecisive. You can't have analysis paralysis. You have to perform surgery and then have actual paralysis.
Yeah, you can't let someone stop you with rules about stabbing yourself in the spine. Fuck that. Red tape.
Are you a man or a mouse?
I feel it is important to explain that Kwan had a major storyline in season 1 because it's important for your context going into season 2. Like Rag said, she was a major POV character. She had a big subplot in Madrigal that also had some connection to the Forerunners as well. And she got a whole episode all her own where she basically like fought a bunch of bad guys and won. And the very clear setup at the end of her story is, look at her go. She's gonna fight for the independence of her home. The first one, yeah. So look,
Could we
right?
could we say she got Rose T code?
Yes, I think it's safe to say that she very much. For reference, guys, Madrigal, the planet she was going to fight for the independence for, was destroyed off screen between seasons.
That's so funny.
Yeah, got destroyed.
I don't know
and
if it's as
destroyed
bad
her
as
plot.
Rostico.
No, to be Rose T code is to be disliked so heavily by the audience that your role is reduced significantly.
Be massively sidelined and have your own storyline cut off. It's so crazy. It's like, guys, to get hit with all of these retcons and like changes and pivots in the story in like 15 minutes is stunning.
It was like, it was whiplash because the show just starts and we're like, no. You can't do this. What about, I watched that first season, god damn it. And now you're just like acting like that doesn't matter. That was my life.
That's right. She even said that this isn't my life while talking about the new storyline they'd given to her. It's funny. I suppose hopefully that gives everybody a general idea of the shenanigans of season 1. Because
I think if you were to do a poll,
was
most people in chat would still have no idea what's happening.
it's impossible to catch
Yeah, I'm
you up
50-50 myself.
in a short amount of time. Look, all right.
Don't worry, we're gonna get to the reset button.
We're
really
trying.
Soon.
We're doing our
Don't
best.
worry about it.
I
The
suppose,
second season will start, and you won't have to worry about it.
before we like dive headfirst into season 2, I think what I find interesting to talk about in
Oh, you
relation
should have said
to
feet first
why?
because of the ODSTs.
Yeah, but it's head first because they're jumping into like
No,
a
they-
shallow end of the
Feet
pool
first
with
into
their
hell.
head first.
Wouldn't it be
Yeah, and
funnier
they
to be
crack
like,
their skull.
as implications of
yeah.
how fucked this is, they would send their ODST into head first.
Yeah,
no
head
protection.
first.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just
No, the
imagine-
ODSTs would be like a naval unit, like a water navy unit. That's how the Halo show would handle ODSTs.
What, like that they drop into the ocean and do deep sea.
Ocean
No, they're
drop
they're just
shock
aquatic
troopers.
units.
Ah.
I thought you were trying to
scuba
say they would
divers.
drop into the ocean,
Yeah.
they just drown.
We'll get that ocean one day.
I
Do we get any stratagems? No.
No stratagems. The only thing that happens is that as your pod slowly sinks into the abyss and you run out of oxygen, we play Halo Season 1 and 2 nonstop as you sink into the darkness. Have fun. What I found interesting, I guess, coming into, because it was 2 years separated between Season 1 and 2, and the looming thing over Season 2 was, we all know that everybody hated Season 1, and you know that they hated Season 1, so what are you going to do about it? Like, did anybody here have any expectation in Season 2 that it was actually going to, like, improve?
More action
Well,
is
and
assumed
how-
what they would want to do. More action. Get more killing of Covenant. That's what
Wasn't
people
there
like.
a writer's strike between the first and second season?
Well, then it should have gotten better, right?
The second season was shot before the writer's strike happened, so...
Okay.
Remember,
Yeah.
season 2 got greenlit before season 1 premiered. I think season 2 began shooting some months after season 1 aired and wrapped up, I think, about a year ago. So it was all more or less set in stone before that happened.
There's also a shift in showrunners. I think initially had 2 showrunners, Stephen Kane and someone else, I can't remember. And then one of them left. And then the other guy left. And then
Yes.
a new guy came on, David
David
Weiner, I
Weiner.
think, for season
Yeah,
2.
David Weiner.
Who I
he's
think
the-
is a Walking Dead guy.
Wiener.
Oh,
um,
okay.
Which I think they might have picked him because of like the flood introduction. I'm not sure about that though.
Yeah, spoilers, guys. I introduced the flood in this season. It's
Well,
gonna
there's
be great.
zombies before
Don't
the
worry,
flood
they're not
show up.
recognizable. Don't worry. If they hadn't told us it was the flood, we would have been like,
We were-
"Oh,
They,
what's this weird thing they made it for the show?"
the Covenant
Well, that
practically
guy grew a
acted as the
tentacle,
flood
that's
until
weird.
then anyway.
That's
Which
true.
Something that is interesting to look at is kind of in terms of like the approach to season 2 was the nature of how, in talking about it before it came out, there were certain like kind of it's interesting to see, I guess, what you would call like the marketing strategies through the kind of quotes that are being given by like actors and executive producers and stuff going into the season, because there was definitely much more of a look, guys, we're going to do more of the things that you like, while also basically admitting that they were still making their own show. Feels like the noteworthy one is Pablo Schreiber saying, you know, like, if you don't like Master Chief taking his helmet off, then like you're just not going to like this show's not for you. Which is pretty
was
funny
right.
considering what
The show
happens in
isn't for
season
It was
anyone.
two.
great marketing, though. Top notch.
And that was after
yeah.
a couple of weeks of them like trying to vigorously show off various posters of them wearing the helmets. So he
Well, and then they pivoted
undid a
to.
lot of the marketing that they had been doing.
It's funny you say that, because they pivoted to a lot more posters of him not wearing the helmet. They had a lot more posters of him not wearing the helmet than wearing it for the promotion
Yeah,
for season 2.
I remember and made fun of the one where he's on the Pelican and not wearing his helmet, but
Do you remember the one of him sitting on a throne?
I don't remember there being a throne.
There
More like
was.
a toilet.
Oh,
There was one
okay.
of him like sitting on a throne.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, that kind of matches the character's ego, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can't come this far in and not mention the strip club scene and how the season just seems
Oh
to be
my
John Halo
God.
getting a harem.
Oh,
Like, there's a
yeah.
lot of weird decisions with John Halo here.
Oh, of
It is.
course.
That's a good way to just describe both of these seasons. The second one, like
Yeah, that's the
Vincent
one I was
says,
talking about.
But
Yeah.
there is a bizarre. There's just a bunch of bizarre decisions that they made creatively for what to do with this show. And then they become
Wow.
even more bizarre when you pile on, like, this is supposed to be like a Halo show about Halo, those games and books. It just makes it even more weird.
I think the clearest way to see the nature of how they wanted to market season 2 is, you can think about in season 1, the marketing never had Master Chief John Halo Man with his helmet off. It was always in his full suit. Other characters had their helmets off, but it was like they had an awareness that that was going to be a big deal, which is funny because they definitely failed in terms of reading what people wanted. But season 2, all of the marketing has been full of Reach. It's all been full of Reach, full of Reach, full of Reach. You guys like Reach. You like Halo Reach. You like the
Mhm.
full of Reach.
But if I liked
Reach.
if I liked the Fall of Reach, why did I only get like 3/4 of an episode about it?
Mm,
And I think it
Yep.
is so thoroughly explained by this arrogance that like you guys don't understand. When you have the face, the actor, because the actor and the
You're
director
right,
would
Mahler. I
probably
don't understand.
discuss it regularly about how much better their decision is. They probably had scenes where he finishes acting, they say cut, and it's like, good God. Can you imagine how much we would have lost had you had your fucking silly helmet on? You'd be like, I know, it's crazy. They're gonna so realize how wrong they were. As if,
Yes,
but they've never looked to understand the argument. They've always just been like, no, helmet covers
Well,
face.
For those who hadn't seen it, in season 2, they write in a reason why John has to be separated from the armor, which is that Oni abandoned Reach in the middle of the night and took the armor with them, but left the Spartans behind so that they could say that the Spartans died.
Yeah, we will talk about that extensively, but that point
Good.
about how they tried to create a reason to remove his armor so that they could be like, look, guys, the reason why he's not wearing his helmet is not because he's choosing not to. He can't.
I'm
That's why
looking
he's got
forward to
an
talking
armor.
about a particular character during the events of the Fall of Reach. One guy with his little grenade
They-
launcher.
They really doubled down.
An unfortunate victim of Black History Month.
They really doubled down on the no helmet thing, and that really it came off as so arrogant.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because
They
I
were
think
definitely
that-
spiteful.
Yeah.
I would say that, like, I basically believe completely that they have the attitude of, we're making like our art while you guys just want to have like your little shooter game where you shoot the aliens, and that's fine and that's fun that you can do that. But we're running with our really like great lore that we're creating this really riveting story that's asking, what does it mean to be a human and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I definitely get the sense that they think they made something better, which is what I find really funny to think about. Because to jump really far ahead, they do go to Halo in episode 8, and I was struck while watching that of how less impactful it was with all of the visual effects that they had of this like massively detailed vista of Halo, that was way less impactful than in Halo Combat Evolved, walking off of the escape pod dropship, looking up at Halo in all of its original Xbox glory. That was far more impactful than the consequence of 2 seasons of build-up and all of the visual effects you needed to realize it exactly how you wanted it in high detail. It's crazy just how much better and more valuable the games are as art than this fucking show. It's one of the things that makes me angry thinking about this show, is just like you had all of the resources and you created something that without Halo, nobody would care. This would never last. You wouldn't even get a second season. It'd be done. Nobody would talk about it. Nobody would remember. It'd be of no value to anybody.
It's always felt so
the
strange
Halo game
when there's a blueprint right there, like the easiest
Yeah.
thing. And not only that, if you copied it 1-to-1, people would be happy and you can take credit. That's just how it works. You can be like, yeah, I adapted it well, so give me praise.
I mean, it is pretty obvious. Oh, sorry, go for it, John.
Well, I was just gonna say that. I mean, if you look at just the Halo game cutscenes, particularly the Blur remasters for the for Halo 2, and I can't remember if there's another one, but like, there's more emotion in the High Charity cutscene of Halo 2 than there has been in the entire 2 seasons of the show so far, which is like a fucking joke. And he never takes his helmet off. And it doesn't matter, because like you can tell what he's feeling because of the way it's shot, like the way he kind of moves his head, like it's all there,
Well, that might be
all they had to
one
do
of
is
the
look at it.
annoying misconceptions that they are trying to spawn that can't work. Is that John, like the idea that like John Halo is the way that you have to do it when like Master Chief is very much emotive at the moments that he needs to be throughout the games, through animation and like you said, through cinematography, through music supporting like whatever's happening in that scene. It's insane. Like just for somebody who would say that, be like, just watch Wall-E. Like, can you watch Wall-E and understand like how wrong you are in your attitude? There is like a necessary amount of aspects of a character that need to be visible in order for them to be relatable and emotive. Like Wall-E doesn't even have like he doesn't have a mouth, like he barely even has eyebrows. And it's like, look at how expressive that character is. And he is dramatically and massively more expressive than John Halo without his helmet, like, ever could even be. Doesn't even come close.
Well, what's interesting is, like, I had to step up for just a second. I assume you're talking about the insistence that he take his helmet off all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
But if you hadn't mentioned it before, I assume you did. But yeah, playing the games, both Master Chief and because a lot of Cortana's lines come delivered as just a voice. She does not have any sort of digital manifestation that you see. She doesn't have a face. She doesn't have any, any posing. It is literally just the voice. And there are many moments in the games where Cortana in particular you can tell exactly what she's feeling just based on the delivery of voice lines. What she says to Marines, what she says about Marines, what she says to Chief and the situation that they're in, what they have to do. You sense the sarcasm, you sense the sadness, you sense these emotions that Cortana has when, if anything, she has even more of a restriction overall than Chief does. Because Chief is always at least being able to emote and look around, and he's got emote in the sense of he has like a body that he's using. And Cortana doesn't have that. And through the vast majority of her lines, she's just a voice in your head, and yet you can still pick up very clearly her personality. So the games were able to do this with multiple characters.
Think about the line delivery consistently from John Halo as well when you think about the nature of voice acting. Because, like, seriously, I feel like the only way that the lines are ever delivered is, what happened to Cobalt? Why aren't you? It's Oni. They're doing it. The Covenant are here. Like, it's always the same, like, gravelly delivery every single time.
Oh, you've just reminded me of him raging at the man who changes the little wooden blocks on the news update thing. That shit was so funny.
The only reason they were wooden blocks is so a guy could show up to do that for him to get yelled at.
We just didn't have it in the budget for a regular screen, so we had to have the wood block
To
system.
help you guys understand.
I know, there's fucking monitors and screens everywhere else, but here they have to have like a fucking 1950s baseball scoreboard thing
where they like what a fucking waste of like staff power. Yeah.
To change the
To help-
blocks. I
to
don't
help you
know,
all
man.
understand what was happening in that scene, we mentioned before there's a new Spartan team called Cobalt, and they get sent on a mission that John Halo believes is suspicious for crazy reasons that we'll talk about later. And he's just standing in a room talking to his fellow Spartan Kai, and there's just this intern changing like a
Is that episode
placard
2?
on episode 2. It's like right before the intro.
I will try and
he's
find
just
it.
changing a little placard that says Cobalt is on standby, and John Halo's like, wait, what? Why'd you change it? What happened? Cobalt are on standby. What happened to Cobalt? And the dude's just like, I changed the board. They tell me to change it, and I change it.
I don't.
I'm
make
just doing my
decisions.
job, sir.
I'm not the general. I'm just the guy who changes the plaques.
And then
This is my contribution to the war
He
effort.
stomps out of the room after demanding that he change it back to go yell at Ackerson, who's this new character that in the first episode, he grabbed his arm when he was trying to leave. So that, like, because again, John Halo is a nice, unhinged guy. That's not even the most unhinged thing he does this season in terms of just general demeanor. There's one instance where he just like stalks a woman to her apartment to confront her. Like, it's crazy. He's a crazy
What strikes
guy,
me about
right?
the guy changing the ball, it is like a janitor clearing out a locker, and then he's like, "This person's not dead. Why are you doing that?" And the janitor's like,
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I was told to, why are you... The guy's fucking face. It's such a funny scene, but it's totally not intended that way at all.
It's meant to be a dramatic
A
scene.
lot of
It's
the
meant to be,
scenes.
oh my god, what happened to Cobalt? Oh my goodness. By the way, the answers as to what happened to Cobalt are so insane that I don't even think the writers could explain it to us coherently.
The
I
answers
suppose,
are as insane as Master Chief looks throughout this season.
The last thing I'd like to touch on before we just dive straight into the plot is it feels like in the time since season 1 came out that the video game adaptation landscape has really like changed a lot. There's been like a lot more adaptations have been coming. Fallout just came out. But also that there's been like massive success for a lot of them as well. The Last of Us was incredibly successful for HBO. Mario was one of the most successful films of the year. Like, I think Sonic 2 came out and was really successful as well. And that there's generally been like a clear shift that we've entered into. I'd say we've entered into an era where, at the very least, video game adaptations are gonna look like the game. And in better instances, they'll try to actually like capture the spirit of the game in a more like apparent sense, or just do like direct adaptation, or you get stuff like Arcane, where it's like you've created something that, you know, if you just looked at League of Legends, it's like hard to tell that they would be belonging to the same thing, but at the same time, there's a lot of like references and nods, and it's clearly from a place of love. And then Halo Season 2 comes along, and it's just like kind of fascinating to think about it being like kind of a relic of a time when these adaptations were particularly embarrassed
Or like
to be adapted to video
ashamed.
games.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because this adaptation, more than honestly many adaptations, feels like it's just like spite driven against the thing it's adapting. Like, you get the feeling that the people who made this, who wrote this in particular, actually really dislike Halo, and maybe even the people who like Halo.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's such a waste, because the idea of like a super soldier in armor with an AI who's like a woman who like banters with him, but who's also like this super sophisticated AI, is such a brilliant concept. And I mean, it definitely worked for the games, but here
Yeah,
it's
it's the
like,
the stoic man and the, you know, the charismatic woman as a pair. You know, the
going on
duo
in
that's working
an
together.
alien war that gets
yeah,
massively turned on its head by the discovery of an ancient alien construct that houses an ancient evil that is unleashed and throws everything into it's Halo Combat Evolved is an awesome game. It has a great campaign, and like down to its core, it's a really cool premise.
yeah.
That if you watch the show, you would be pretty lost on like seeing
You'd
how
be
it
bi-
could be connected,
Yeah,
other than most surface level stuff possible, basically.
it's like the people who watch the show and then want to get into the games to check them out. Halo Combat Evolved is gonna like shock them. They'll be like, "What? This is what it was?" I'm like, "Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
totally different, completely different."
Well, I think that's probably enough preamble, I think the first plot point that has to be talked about is the most prominent part of the marketing, yet, as I think Patricia mentioned earlier, is startlingly short in terms of the amount of time that it actually lasts for, which is the fall of Reach. That was like a huge part of the marketing, and in a sense, you could describe it as being the main plot of the first 4 episodes, but the fall of Reach itself takes place over the course of 1 episode of runtime. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's all
episode 4
condensed
is
into
the
one
fall of
shitty
Reach.
episode. Yeah.
And,
And then
and
by the yep,
John Halo sleeps through like half of it too.
it does. That's right. In episode 5, they are leaving Reach basically after the first 10 minutes, and it's over. Reach has fallen. It's done.
To remind everybody, an entire video game was made dedicated to Reach. And it was called Halo Reach, and it was
Halo 3 Reach.
it was
right.
Halo 3 Reach Revengeance.
That's the one.
Reloaded.
And Awakening.
It was
And it
many
was-
hours of diversely seeing the different parts of Reach that were getting destroyed, not just this one city that. Do they ever say the name of this city?
Reach City. It's Reach City. It is
In the
called
show,
Reach
it
City.
is
I am not
Reach
memeing.
City.
I'm not joking. I'm not,
Well, yeah,
I'm not
it's
pulling
it's
it.
it's the street of Reach in the town of Reach in the city of Reach.
The Reach
There's a
Bridge.
place they call the planet Reach.
He
I'm on
wakes up in
Reach
the
Street. I
Reach
need
house.
backup.
Reach Street, which one's that? Oh shit.
I'm
I'll
not
send up a
joking,
flare
but
like last time.
I want to emphasize, chat. I'm not memeing. I'm not being sarcastic. It is called Reach City. That's
We
what
don't
it's called.
have do we have an Earth City here? Is there a place called Earth City?
Maybe they would make one really far into the future when we've got like alien intergalactic relations or something. They would have like a
I think what-
designated Earth city or something.
Oh,
but-
like Chinatown in
yeah,
San
maybe,
Fran, maybe.
maybe, but you know, obviously,
That would
there's
be
nothing
cool.
like that in this. The Reach has absolutely no world building to the point where
No
you don't even know
character.
how important it is. You don't really know what the fuck's even going on or where, how much of a significant loss for the human side it is to lose Reach. You don't know.
There is an Earth City. It's in St. Louis.
Oh, it would be.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's fine. They're fine people. One of the things as well is that in the first mission of Halo Reach, you have like George has to like be the interpreter for them in the group because Reach is like it's another planet of humans. It has ethnic diversity in different cultures. It's not just one.
Yeah,
It's not just space. It's not just space land. There's
They have,
actually like cultures there.
they have like Hungarians there, isn't it? I think that's
I
that
forget
one
the
family that George talks
specifics.
to.
Yeah,
But-
it's been a while. I forget the specifics, but when you go from there to the more like that rural area that they were in, and then you go into the city and you see all the more city style stuff. You know, the vending
a
machines
variety
with
of
Moa
different,
burgers and stuff. The
variety of
architecture is
different-
different. Yeah,
like biomes as well, because Reach is a planet.
It's
so
a
it has
planet,
variety of different
yes.
biomes. The point
it's not a
would be
Star
that,
Wars
like,
planet. It's a planet. It has many
Reach-
different biomes.
Halo Reach depicts a broad military campaign spanning, I think it's about 2 months in terms of like the total amount of time that passes, going to a variety of different locations on like a big battle that's constantly changing and evolving, and the stakes are like going up and down, the stakes are high all the time, but rather like the dynamics of the battle are constantly changing. And then you compare that to the Fall of Reach as depicted in the show, where it's like one episode of one battle in one city, and then it's over. It's done. Reach
Well,
has
yeah, that was
fallen.
Reach City.
Yes,
part of the
that's right.
part of the Battle of Reach is John Halo hanging out in like an antique shop so that they can show off all their like
Oh my God, you're right.
19 their
that
20th
was
century items.
ultra- they had a little Xbox there, which when we were
Mhm.
watching it was particularly like that's just like annoying. The idea that you would have like an original Xbox in there, like, look, we're having fun. It's like a game that you remember, and you're like, fuck you.
No one remembers this game. No
Like-
one remembers this game. No one's played this game.
Oh, it's
Well, it's like
more
someone
just
punching you over and over again, and then they hand you a chocolate bar. You're like, what are you doing?
You like
Thanks,
chocolate,
yeah.
don't you?
Thanks.
He's like, are you mocking me?
Yeah.
Well,
feels
yeah,
that
because
way.
that's something to emphasize as well is that even though the Fall of Reach has an episode dedicated to it, there are like significant portions of time that are dedicated to weird non sequiturs. I'm not even talking because one of the things I really enjoy about my favorite moments in Reach are generally the quiet moments, like the scene where Noble Six is sitting in the Falcon. The Falcon Hornets were in hell. The Falcon
That's
is
right.
flying
It's Falcon in
over,
Reach, yeah.
New Alexandria as the city's burning in the background, like at nighttime as he's about to like link back up and talk to Carter and then go on his mission, just silently looking over the destruction of this city, but like still heading into the battle anyway to try and save as many people as he can. It's like a particularly powerful moment. Or after Kat dies and they step out into the ruins of New Alexandria after it's been glassed. Or like the ending of the game of him standing at the shipyard as all of the Covenant are about to close in on him. Like a lot of the quiet moments in the midst of this massive military campaign are particularly memorable. But the quiet moments in episode 4,
the music serves it well as too. A lot of good
absolutely.
music.
I love the soundtrack.
Well,
the soundtrack in the show is really lame, by the way. But
I
Reach
forgot
is-
this plot point that the Reach people didn't know they were being invaded,
Yeah.
and the
Reachers.
characters are like trying to
Yeah.
tell them that there's an invasion going on.
and John Halo specifically
The
tells,
Covenant are known for their subtlety.
I guess the idea with all of that being that there are quiet moments in this episode, but they're like weird.
The
Like
weird
there's a
distraction, waste timey,
part
things.
where they're standing on like a bridge ready to, and they, by the way, they call it like that they're doing Thermopylae because the writers are really clever. They're Spartans, so it's like Thermopylae, you get it. They're like standing on a bridge and they're about to fight a bunch of elites that are like charging down there, and there's all this gunfire, and it just hard cuts to Keys, Halsey, and Soren standing in an elevator having like a little awkward conversation with each other. It's insane. I don't understand like the rationale behind these weird cuts.
Yeah.
This one take. We got to talk about this one that you're showing on screen.
I saw someone in chat mention is like, so any reference to Noble Team is like,
No.
be thankful that there
Thank
isn't.
God, no.
There's
Yeah.
references to places from Halo Reach, Visegrad Station and Sword Base, but that's about it.
Oh yeah, Sword Base was just a narrow, dark concrete hallway.
And that's because they
It was
apparently
a shitty,
start the
slimy
Spartan-
concrete, box.
In this setting, they didn't start the Spartan 3 program until after the fall of Reach. That's
Well,
the TV show lore.
Bear in mind, Patrician, it's
So they're-
worse than that. The Spartan 3 program hinges on the necessary destruction of Reach and the Spartan 2s as orchestrated by Oni.
So there can't be
Yeah.
a Noble Team because the Spartan 3s don't exist in the show's continuity yet.
I feel like
I
I
just
just threw
love
that
this
out
scene.
there, and everybody would be like, wait, what do you mean, like, they deliberately, necessarily sabotage the defensive Reach?
It's just like any,
Yeah, that's
you know,
madness for
it happens
me.
in
You're
militaries. You have to make
obviously-
sacrifices. Get rid of
Mhm.
Reach, and you can get some Spartan 3s or something. That makes sense.
You
Well,
need
yeah,
to take
I guess-
your medicine. What are you talking about? This is madness.
The briefest way to summarize it so that everybody has a general understanding of what's happening is John Halo concludes after the big battle he has in episode 1 on this planet called Sanctuary that the modus operandi of the Covenant is go to a place, take down a comms relay, invade, and that they were doing practice to prepare for Reach. And then there's a big subplot about Cobalt Team having gone missing on some mission. The logistics of it don't make any sense at all, but long story short is they got killed by the Covenant. Oni now knows that the Covenant is on Reach. Oni are now prominent players in this season. And they basically conclude that they have a plan in place. And their plan is to abandon Reach, not tell any of the civilians that Reach is about to be invaded, not tell huge portions of the UNSC that they're about to be invaded, to take some of their assets off-world, including the Spartan armor, so that...
But not
Reach
the
will
Spartans.
fall. Not the Spartans, because that is part of their plan, is that Reach will fall, John Halo and the Spartans will all die, so that they can recruit people into the Spartan 3 program for a Hail Mary throw thousands of people at the problem mission of just throwing these undertrained, under-equipped Spartan 3s that are basically worse than ODSTs on a Hail Mary mission to destroy the Covenant and find Halo. That's
They're
the
worse
plan.
than the guy you bumped into on the street earlier today. Whoever that was, these guys are worse than that guy. They suck.
Like it's to say that they abandoned Reach is actually putting it lightly. They were
Yeah.
actively sort of aiming for its total destruction.
Yeah, they
as part of their
planned
plan.
for it to be
Yeah.
destroyed.
Rags, on that note,
Reach was an inside job.
if they hired that random guy off the
Legitimately.
street, and the random guy off the street said, "Okay, first things first, I guess I'll play the game," and they all look at him like, "The fuck is wrong with you?
What?
What?
This guy is crazy.
You okay, bud?" And he's like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that."
It is truly unhinged, like the way that the fall of Reach. like the idea that essentially a huge part of why it happened is because the UNSC and ONI looked at Reach and were like, yeah, this is acceptable loss. We can deal with it. Not only can we accept losing this, but it's going to be beneficial for us creating the Spartan 3 program. That not only do we lose Reach and all of the civilians and much of the military that we've left behind on there, but also necessarily the Spartans, who up until this point have widely been regarded as the most valuable asset that the UNSC has. Oh, and another aspect of their plan as well is leaving Cortana behind so that she can be captured by the Covenant, so that she can relay information to the UNSC so that they can find Halo. The only reason that that's able to happen is because she builds enough trust with McKee to be able to leverage a Covenant ship's communication abilities to communicate with them on Onyx. And she finds the location of Halo because when Mackie touches the keystone, it transports her consciousness to Halo with John Halo, and she is able to use her being there to triangulate Halo's position in the stars so that they can find it.
Fringy,
Well,
wake
this-
up!
this
Wake
was
up,
after
Fringy!
the-
Fringy, wake up!
This was after the miracle of Maki convincing the Arbiter to not continue flying to High Charity. So Cortana was
Yeah.
almost just captured, basically.
Yeah,
Now
absolutely.
we can get into the 1768 issues that arise as a result of that plan. For instance, you might think, well, if you're familiar with the source material,
I thought you were just going to say
means
reality.
anything, but if you're familiar with the laws of logic and human reason, then you might think, wait, I thought that having an AI fall into the hands of the Covenant is like basically we lose the war, right? Because then they'll find out the location of Earth and all of our planets or assets, things of that nature. So the idea of us engineering specifically the idea that this one hyper advanced, super smart AI is basically given over to the enemy, that's obviously profoundly retarded. That's biblically accurate retardation. There's no way that we would do that, right? Well, you'd
they
be
did.
wrong, of course.
Well,
You might also think, well, this is an alien civilization that, in terms of technology, is way ahead of our own. So the sheer hubris that you must have to think that, oh no, we'll give them a piece of our technology, they won't figure it out. They don't know how it works. We'll out technologicalize this hyper advanced alien civilization that's trying to destroy us, right? The element of the flaw of any plan is that you assume you know more than your enemy does. It's like, man, you are putting a lot of eggs into this ridiculously misshapen basket.
But that'll help
And
them get to Halo that they know is going to be
Halo, I've
important
heard
for
that
some
word.
reason.
I feel on that in terms of like fighting Halo, this is a good example of not only the writers like ignoring what came before, but like the writers actually forgetting major plot points from the first season. Something that happens in season 1 is that John Halo, he holds onto the keystone and he does a big flume face, and he and Mackie get transported, like their consciousness gets projected to Halo. That's the way that they describe it in season 2, is that their consciousness is projected there. And so they're standing, on a projection
Why?
of Halo looking around. But like that as a piece of information doesn't help them. And in their view, they need the two keystones together. There's like a smaller one and a bigger one. And at this point, the Covenant has one and humanity has one. But if you bring those two together, it will reveal a map of Halo, like to how you can find it, among other things. That's how you're going to find Halo, with the map. But in season 2, Cortana says, well, no, if you get transported there, your consciousness, I can figure it out by looking at the stars. I was like, well, wait a minute. In season 1, you were in Master John Halo's brain when he got projected there. So you know where Halo is because you got projected there. Or like at the very least, the information will be as translatable to you because you were in his brain and you're not in Mackie's brain, which raises a question of how could you figure out where Halo was if Mackie, whose brain you're not in, was transported to Halo? You'd have no information. So it's like a twofold problem. They've forgotten that this actually breaks season 1. It means that they had already found the location of Halo and should already be on their way there. But at the same time, she can't get that information now.
I think if the writers were in this call, they would be like, "What are you talking about? What
Halo?
events?" Like, I
They
don't
go
follow.
like, Mackie, who is that? What is Halo?
No, I seriously, I don't think they realize what they've done. They've like created a massive breach in the first season, while the logic that is presented in the second season doesn't even make any sense on its face. It's insane, but it's necessary. Without this information, they don't get to Halo, which means that the basically the final episodes of season 2 and all of season 3, if it ever happens, can't. Like it relies on insane plot holes, just outright plot holes, completely to the core.
So correct
That
me if I'm wrong. Like the actual main plan of the Indian lady is not to actually get the halos, to use her little spike to get everybody all grouped together and then get everybody fucking blown up. They don't care about the halo, or she doesn't care about the halo. She just cares about blowing everybody up.
It's I think the way they're presenting it is she's like using military tactics. She has a contingency plan, and the idea
The
is
winter contingency.
if John Halo can get to Halo, then that's cool. But if he can't, or anything else goes wrong, then she has a contingency, which, to help people understand when we're talking about Spartan 3s, basically the plan that Oni has for the Spartan 3s, the thing that they were willing to hedge Reach, just allow Reach and all of the Spartans, the original Spartans, to die for, was that she would just throw Spartan 3s at a big Covenant fleet in like World War I wave tactics, throw them on, hope that they can get aboard a Covenant ship, hope that they can fight their way to the bridge of a Covenant ship, and plant a weapon on the bridge that will create like a massive explosion that will wipe out everything within that solar system.
Covenant ships are very
Plan was
powerful.
also to maybe, hopefully get to the Halo with John, who was intended to die in
But why
her
would
original plan.
Because they are because in this show they are convinced that Halo is a weapon that they could use against the Covenant,
Based on
and they
knowing
think this
existence.
because
Nothing. No one. There is nothing to conclude this. There's actually no references. There are none. The only references in the video games that we are adapting very unfaithfully.
we
Halo is a
eventually
weapon, and we all
discover that.
find that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and remember
they don't have
in
any reason to believe they can even get to the Halo without the person that they intentionally try to kill.
They
Mhm.
take something from the game that you don't even start knowing, that has to be discovered by Cortana. Essentially, how do they discover it in the game? Did Cortana find it out from Gilsey Spark?
She learned it from being in the assault on the control room while John had his flood adventure for 2 levels.
No. So what it is
intercepted
that
Covenant communications talking about it?
In Truth and Reconciliation, she finds out like through Covenant communications that they believe that it's very powerful, and from that
starts
like
the great journey, right? And that has to, I think we just assume this has to be bad. We have to stop them.
Well, what it is that they do conclude that it's a weapon, but they conclude it's a weapon that can be used against the Covenant, that it can be used like discriminately. And then when Cortana gets put into the control room, then it's like, okay, Flood, you gotta deal with that right now.
Yeah,
And then
I'll deal
they
with
find out that it's a weapon that kills not the Flood, but Master Chief's conclusion that it's a weapon that can help them is fueled by Guilty Spark, basically saying, yeah, we can use Halo to like stop the Flood, and it's like, okay, cool. And then they find out, kills sentient life. Okay, that's not good. But you talk about the nature of like pulling things from adaptations, but like changing everything to make it weird. Bear in mind, what is the twist of Halo? It's like, well, you could point to a few things. The Flood is obviously a pretty big twist, but I think the bigger twist is that Halo is a weapon that you can't use. It's the mission is called Gun Pointed at the Head of the Universe. It's like Halo is a weapon, but its use entails your destruction. That means that Halo is really bad as like a thing that exists in the world. It's just this like continual potential danger. And it's something that continues to be a problem throughout all of the games, and it's like a really cool Chekhov's gun that finally in Halo 3 is like the one time that it can actually be used in a way that's gonna be beneficial. It's really bad, and that's like a cool idea as a twist. But in the show, throughout season 1 and 2, they've built up a lot of like almost like mystical space magic, like fanfare for the idea that
Don't
it's
say
a
magic,
prophecy.
Fringy. We'll have to start talking about fucking magic, okay?
The magic that's going on screen right now. If we want to space out the stupid, we should mention the blind.
I'm very ready to
guy
talk about that.
using
Yes.
using the grenade launcher to kill a wraith.
Well, just to quickly wrap up this thought before we can talk about Blind Man.
Yeah.
The point would be that in the show, you would be left to conclude that there's like a grand prophecy that's leading John Halo to go to Halo, and it's like, well, think about it if they actually adapted Halo as a weapon that kills sentient life. It's like, okay, so we get to conclude that the Forerunners deliberately created a set of events that would lead to John Halo coming to Halo to use a weapon that would kill himself
Halo 2.
and everybody. Doesn't make sense, does it? It's like doesn't follow. That's really weird. That doesn't seem to comport with the established lore at all. And it's
Well,
just like,
this
wow,
reminds me actually of a
yeah.
patrician line from, I believe it was your Skyrim part. Was it part 1? I think you were talking about the College of Winterhold.
Yes.
And you were saying that you had an aside about a good writing doesn't entail you just claiming that a group or civilization is smart. That's not enough. You have to actually show them doing smart things to convince me that they're a smart faction.
Yes.
And this show does not do a good job at convincing me that really anyone's smart anywhere in the universe. It's basically like Star Wars, the Star Wars galaxy where everyone's a moron.
We were rooting for Team Flood in this.
I was rooting
Oh,
for
yeah.
Team Flood. Yes, by the end of the show, we were unironically Team Flood. Team Halo, turn it on, activate it, wipe the galaxy, let Evolution give us another try. We'll see what happens. Re-roll the dice on it.
At least until they pulled the Flood is female with Quan in
The
season
Flood
3.
is female.
Yeah, do you want to talk
Floors.
about Blind Man and his grenade launcher?
Well,
Yeah.
So, like in the previous
There's a-
episode, I forget when he's introduced, but it's just a blind guy who I guess got injured in some previous.
Spartan,
Yeah.
Spartan program.
And,
blind because of the organs.
And so he just helps out in the armory, I think. And
Yeah, they go and have dinner with him and his husband, and
it's
That's
not
fine.
a short. Well, because it's
He-
like with
was
shows
it the
like
husband that had the magic healing powers?
Yes.
Okay,
the
so they
They weren't
introduced
actually
the
magic.
Yeah, the super magic chiropractor or whatever.
yeah,
the fuck.
he like magically touches her back, and she like comes to some realization.
it's really funny. I
It's-
don't know how best
it-
to describe it to make sure
mysticism,
everyone
it-
understands how funny it is.
it is actually sold as if it's mysticism.
Yeah, no, there is magic in this show. Like,
Yeah,
Well, we
Oh.
see it in season 1. There were desert mystics in Madrigal who like turned fire into water and sent Quan on a spirit journey. So there is definitely magic in the Halo world, which is very weird.
and
it is very
the-
weird.
There's 2 magic users, and they're in a relationship with each other, and the other one has I guess ultra hearing or something. He can use a gun even though he's blind.
This
He's like
image.
Daredevil, basically.
I got it on repeat. This is pretty much capturing how fucking. This isn't even the only instance. It's just a good example. He is blind. This is a blind man.
He can't see. He cannot see.
That is a grenade
It's-
launcher that he's holding. That's
And
the
he is
funniest shit,
effectively
man.
fighting Covenant. He
That is
just like
so
hears
fucking
them and
funny.
shoots the
'Cause
grenade
you-
at them, and they blow up.
It's the most dangerous weapon you could give a blind person.
It's done for the sole specific sort of thing of like, you know what, everyone's doing their part, and this is courageous. This is just good on him. They even give him a
And I
huge
know what
sacrificial
Party's
death.
doing.
Huh?
The party's doing is friendly fire.
Well, that's
what
the
he's
thing.
doing.
It is so hilarious because that is the stupidest fucking thing you could ever do in the middle of a war is give your blind compatriot a fucking grenade
Well,
launcher.
And to emphasize, the way they handled this in the lore was that those who failed the augmentation process in the Spartan program were still highly valuable and used as like military commanders and strategic minds. They weren't just
Yeah,
like
logistics and all
shuttled
the
off
stuff that wins
into-
wars.
Well, yeah,
civilian
because this
life.
he's basically just a personal trainer. That's like what he is.
Yeah, so
and
like
now
even
is
if he was blind, they would still find a use for him in the UNSC. Like,
now
Oh, someone in
instead
chat
he's
just pointed out, look at her Disney face. It's like, oh my god, true. Look at her. She's like, oh, isn't he cute? Look
Yeah.
at him go, the little blind man. With his...
You
It's like,
gotta
what the
show-
fuck?
you gotta show
Reach,
the,
Reach is getting
God.
obliterated. You're lolling at your blind friend with the grenade launchers.
you gotta show. The
He's a
part
pretty
where
good
he
shot for a
blows up-
blind guy, isn't he?
You gotta show him blowing up the 3 elites.
Yeah,
It
okay,
looks
that'll
so
be the-
awful. Come on, you gotta. Some great visual effects, as you can see in the Fall of Reach. Really good compositing, really great animation. It's really impressive, actually.
Most
on a
of the
technical
time.
standpoint.
there's the one shot where they forgot to add muzzle flares on the guns.
Oh,
so it's
the
just,
muzzle.
yeah, it's just
the
the light
muzzle
ups on
flashes
the
are a
barrel.
PNG. There are some where it's just like a simple PNG image of a muzzle flash. It's unbelievable how bad it looks at times. And I mean, I didn't talk about it before, but there was a one take at the beginning of this episode where like John Halo does hand to hand with an elite, and there were like some shockingly bad transitions. There's like one shot where I think it actually transitions like between visual effects vendors.
Sorry to pause you.
Because it's like a
This is
slightly different model.
just let
Yeah,
chat
there you go.
appreciate
Look at it.
this. That he is blind. This is insane.
Yeah. He's blind.
Oh, and it's one of the few times where the elites are actually using their guns. That's interesting.
Yeah, most
Well,
of the time
this'll
they're
show 'em.
just running at.
Imagine
They learned their lesson.
Imagine the cover was just a bit higher than he thought, and it just hit the top of it. They all blow up, and he's like, "Oh fuck! Well, sorry guys. I guess we're all dead."
Well,
It's,
and the shrapnel coming off it anyways is coming back at him. So.
Yeah. Oh, and you got to show what is his demise. So what happens is
Yes.
his husband is in the battle with him, and he gets killed. And when he finds out that he's died, Blind Man grabs some like the grenades off of his belt and just slowly walks towards a wraith and blows it up.
It's awful.
The Wraith doesn't have a self-preservation, I guess.
No,
it's kind of like
gun-
the rest of the
no,
Covenant. They're
turret
just dumb
gunner.
zombies.
They don't have
Yeah,
the turret gunner
no
to
turret.
dissuade boarding.
And none of the people. But the thing is, you see plasma
Or
flying out,
reverse
and if one
gear.
of- imagine if one of those hit him before he got up to it. Look at him.
Yeah, I'm
Look
trying to
at
get
Yeah,
him
that
go.
wraith is some distance away, and he's just kind of waddling his way
Just-
over there, like
yeah.
taking his time.
This image is so fucking offensive. It's like, what are you doing? It's so stupid. It's like, no, haven't you seen stories? This is the courage moment. This
He
is
should
standing up to.
You know
it's
what
like,
he
ugh.
should be doing? If this was a good scene, he would be like their radio operator or something, like something that he could contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
he's
This
not.
is the stupid kind
yeah,
of
a
like
radio
trying
operator
to.
would be good because he's used to. Yeah.
It's so dumb to give him a grenade launcher. It's so funny because the conversations on set were like, "Isn't that wonderful that you can overcome any kind of restriction, any kind of disability that life puts on you? You can overcome it. There's nothing stopping you."
Mhm.
And it's like, no, this is the Doctor Who thing where you gave a person in a wheelchair a rocket launcher. That shit is so fucking funny. What are you doing?
Well, it's
Combat
just-
wheelchair
this
has stats.
Combat
This is a
wheelchair.
really
Yeah. It's
This is a
actually pretty
really
good. Even if
stupid
you
image.
have legs, you should use the combat wheelchair. 'Cause of how
Yeah, the
powerful it
combat
is.
wheelchair is actually overpowered. Being having a disability is typically like not good. Like it's a depowering.
You can use it to knock
But-
people down pretty easily and like traverse gaps and stuff because it can levitate across gaps. It's
Oh, yeah,
really
the combat
powerful.
wheelchair is
Well,
if
you
read
have,
if you read about
like
it.
Oracle or Professor X, just these characters that are universally considered awesome in all these different IPs. And nowadays, it's like, nah, you gotta give anybody without legs a rocket launcher. It's like, it's
Yeah.
gotta make- what the fuck are you doing?
have the blind guy use a
Listen,
grenade
this
launcher.
the
Block
people
away.
who made this show, they have a problem getting people who can see to watch this show. All right.
Mhm.
Dude, look at how bad the compositing is in all these shots. It looks so fake. It
So,
looks
we'll talking about like the compositing and how the show looks and everything, we'll just say it again. This show should have been animated. If you are
Yes.
going to make a TV show about Halo, it needs to be animated so that you can
Have-
animate all of the sci-fi alien battle stuff. It needs to be animated.
Half the shots make the background look so blurry that it was actually hard to look at.
yeah, it's because
We
they're
noticed
trying
that
to
in,
hide-
like,
yeah.
they're
in
trying to hide
Halsey's
how bad it
prison.
looks. Yep.
But yes,
Well, I actually.
the
Can you,
blind gay man
because
is now
it'll be-
dead. I'm so sorry, everybody.
It'll be in the same episode. You want to show the one take fight at the beginning of the episode
Sure.
in the under city? It looks so bad. And it's by the way, this is the scene that was being talked about earlier, where there's a character called Perez who the actress like is distinctly better than most of the people in the show. She's like actually quite expressive and emotive.
Yeah, she
she's
should have been
paired with
Master
John
Chief.
Halo, which
Yeah.
is not good for him. Yeah, and so she's trying to warn people after her family had just been like killed by an explosion that they need to run away, and John Halo's like, "Nah, we gotta go. Don't let him know." And then he just fights which is really good for him as a hero. And he just fights this. Look at how bad this looks. Look at how
Because they don't
bad this-
frame it like he's making a really tough decision. Like, I know you want to tell them, but like, there's nothing we can do for him. We have to go. We have to get to
Yeah.
the forward operating base. We
Look at
have
this
to get to this
transition.
whatever location. Like
Look at
he,
that.
like a switch is flicked on, and he goes into like battle mode. This is what we have to do if we want to have a chance at winning or surviving.
Look at how bad these shots are. Look at how terrible the transition is. Look at how fake the elite looks in this fight. Looks awful. I can't believe that.
What a shame.
It's a good point about making it an animated show, because, like, I mean, if you're gonna do a Halo show right, half of it would be animated anyway, like to do the whole
Yeah.
alien side of it. And then
Mhm.
whenever you have the Spartans in full armor, they tend to animate all that anyway
yeah.
as well, because it's like the new Spider-Man Marvel movies, where like anytime he's in the full suit, Usually it's like CGI. You can tell it's CGI. It's all a little bit bouncy and stuff. And
Yeah, it
um,
is a great deal is lost when you know that you have to spend a lot of money on the alien half of the story, which, I mean, let's be frank. Starting in Halo 2, the Arbiter's perspective and the alien side of the story is really big and it's prominent, and you can't have like the Halo story without it. The idea of essentially having that entire segment of the Halo story be super gimped because of time and money constraints is a bizarre limitation that you should just not accept. It is something that
Well-
gives Halo such incredible flavor and uniqueness, is that the Covenant side and the Arbiter's journey and story and how he meets with Master Chief. It's like, it's just a central component. It's almost as necessary, I would feel, as Master Chief and Cortana's relationship is the whole Covenant Civil War Arbiter involvement. It is there's a reason why it was such a huge element and a ballsy move, quite frankly, for them to do that in Halo 2. And thank God they
Something-
did.
I would add
Mhm.
on in terms of the benefits of animation is you would completely avoid any of the bullshit about taking his helmet off if it was an animated show. Nobody would
Right.
complain about it. There would be no motivation to do it. Everybody would just accept Master Chief being in every scene in his full
Or-
body armor.
Just
And
find a
another great
voice
point,
actor
yeah.
who's like 6'5" and doesn't mind that you don't get to see his face.
If it was animated, you could just have probably the voice actor.
I was
for-
about to
I'd
say,
like
you
to
wouldn't even need
see-
to have the body and the voice be the same person, right?
You could just
I
have
would
Steve
just like to
Downes,
see, like Darth
The
The
Vader, for
multiplayer
example.
announcer could have a cameo. It would be great.
yeah. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah.
But
That's
why
another
wouldn't
good
you just
point,
make
Frankie,
it a
'cause
movie?
Yeah, I mean, and as soon as you bring in real actors, you have to deal with their like ego, because like
Mhm.
people take on a role they want to be seen, right? It's just like
Yep.
well, I don't want to have a helmet on the whole time. I want people to see
Well,
me act. You know, a
if
lot
I
of
can
actors
provide
are like
well,
that.
Any
I don't
kind
really
of-
blame them, to be
I was going to
honest.
say, to
but like,
balance that out a little
yeah.
bit, every decision they make is for their career, for somewhat, right? So they're like, I'm not going to spend my
Mhm.
time on this unless it can boost my own sort of role in life. Unless, of course, there's someone like Carl
But-
Urban who was invested in like Dread as a an IP. And at least I assume he was. I haven't actually looked into like him saying exactly why he kept the helmet on for the whole thing, but I assume it's tied to that, which is wonderful. And the irony of that is, I think that boosted Carl Urban's profile somewhat. At least people in general that I speak to in these sort of circuits have a lot of respect for him for that, as opposed to,
If-
you know, I saw Stallone mostly throughout his performance as Dredd, and by gum, what a good actor he is because
Oh,
of
boy.
that movie.
Why would you read the script for this show though and want your face attached to it?
I don't know.
Uh,
Wouldn't you
well,
prefer to wear the
uh,
helmet the
good.
entire time and just
on
collect
it-
the paycheck?
On its face, it's a really good opportunity. I would say, like, oh, you get to be the lead in like $100 million like flagship television series, adapting what was a popular video game series.
right,
and
it's they're looking at
actively
the
work.
IP, right? Yeah.
Well,
It's like
it's
Halo.
interesting,
Yeah,
though,
sure.
because,
Script is shit. Whatever. I get to be part of Halo, the Halo
I
TV
think-
show, right?
Master
Well,
Chief
it's
is
funny
one
you
of the
say that,
top
though.
20 most iconic video game characters of all time. So
Sure,
even
exactly.
the actors know all about him.
I'm
Pablo
pretty
Schrader got to play the
sure-
7th most popular character.
Do you know
Ooh,
that number 21 in
or
that
eight,
list was
sorry.
Blind Gay Grenade Launcher? He was in there.
He's
One
iconic.
gay grenade
He is
launcher.
iconic.
Yeah.
Very
He is certainly
iconic.
iconic.
Gay
I will say
Nade
though, I'm pretty
Launcher.
sure, I need to
Even if
double
he
check,
can't say
but I
it.
think Pablo Schreiber actually said that he didn't play the games before he got cast. I'm pretty sure he
Mhm.
said that. But
I'm
I
sure he
can't
does that
quite
thing of
remember
like, I
exactly.
didn't want it to inform my performance. I wanted it to be my own thing.
Oh,
They
yeah.
always end up saying
Well,
that.
it's weird though because now
Well,
they've
he's
had to do more of
succeeded.
a pivot. There'll be things that fans will like. Fans will like aspects of the lore. Yeah, fans will enjoy it. That's funny to me because it's just so not true. I don't even.
Oh
know
yeah,
why they
if
would
you
decide
like
to
Halo,
do
you
that.
will despise this show. The more you love and are familiar with
Well-
Halo, the more this show should tick you off.
Some of the topic that can come up, especially now, is something that struck me was how much the opposition was so zombie-like. We kind of referenced this a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But there's no tactics, there's no
combined
style
armed warfare.
or combat strategy. There's just I walk towards you and I get shot down. It's like, what the hell? That's
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
elites are just mindless zombies. When the idea of the elites in the games is they are the intelligent ones.
They are the
Um,
elites.
They're the
It's in the
smart
name.
battle warrior. They use tactics and strategies. They're like clever.
Yeah,
not that
they're from a warrior
zombies.
culture. They stand in a way. They have the way that they are designed is like they're these armored humanoid-esque creatures
They have
that stand
cloaks, for
taller
Christ's
than
sake.
Oh,
the people they
also-
command.
and
Some of
also,
them are
for some
invisible.
reason,
They have
their shielding
shields.
doesn't work. Sometimes
They
their
don't have
shields just don't
yeah.
exist. And also, you might have noticed in all of these battles, were the
There's
grunts?
there's the
Were the,
muzzle flares.
Well, Fringy, this should be an entire segment where we talk about they knew to adapt some things, but ...
Yes,
Um,
definitely. But the thing is that they forego opportunities that make no sense to me not to do. Why would you not have, in the Fall of Reach episode, why is it just elites and jackals? We
And
see a
one
brute.
brute.
We see one brute in
we see
episode
a
5.
brute. Yes.
But like literally in the entire battle, we see many elites and then some jackals at the end. No hunters, no grunts, no engineers. We don't see,
I think,
any
2
banshees.
grunts.
Did we get one shot
I
of
don't
grunts?
know.
One.
Yes, in
I think we
episode
got
eight.
one.
Yeah,
Episode
there were
eight.
like
Episode
2
8 got
for
one
like
shot.
like
How weird
It
is
was
that?
actually for about a second or 2 seconds. We see
Yeah.
a couple grunts. They were kind of in the shadows, like
Mhm.
peering around a corner.
so weird.
80% of the Covenant army is elites with swords.
Like bear in mind, in the Fall of Reach, we see one wraith. That's it. We don't see any banshees. We don't see any revenants. We don't see any choppers like brute choppers. We don't see.
And lol, no specters, of course.
Also, a really fun thing as well. In episode 8, when Kai is with the Spartan 3, she says, "Have you ever fired a plasma rifle? You never forget your first," and they pick up a carbine and a needler.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Halo is built just begging to be incorporated into like a cinematic movie format, because the game gives you this wide array of visually distinct, not in terms of the weapons themselves, but in the effects that they create when they're fired. So you should have this. You have this great, essentially, palette, this whole color palette of different alien things that you can have in the game, or have in your show because they're in the games. But basically, all of the plasma effects that you see are just blue. You have no plasma pistols, which are the most common.
There's one needler shot
episode
that
1.
kills a Spartan. A
Yeah, there
single
was-
needle.
No.
Needles are
remember
Perez
in
gets
episode
to
8,
use
dual
he
wields,
uses
yeah.
needlers, dual wields them. But
Dual wields
we have,
them.
we have never seen a fuel rod cannon. We've never seen. We've never.
Did we see a
fuel rod-
carbine?
I think the first carbine was in episode 8 of this season when she picked it up. When she said, "You never forget firing a."
Oh
plasma
yeah,
rifle."
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first time I think we see a Covenant carbine. I don't think that we see. Yeah, I don't think we see a plasma pistol this season. Maybe once.
I
Maybe.
think there is one. It's when Chief picks up the sword and he's about to cut that alien down, or the elite down,
right.
and somebody hits him with a plasma pistol.
Oh yeah, the
That's so funny.
elite shoots him with the
Oh, that's
plasma
right,
pistol right
really,
to his
yeah.
chest, and he's
When
okay.
Mr. Mandibles chops his head off for that. He's like, no,
Do we
he's
wanna-
mine.
Should we talk about? Is that before or after Keys?
Well, yeah, because
After.
it's after
He does
Keys,
this
so
heroic
we'll talk about
sacrifice
Keys.
and then-
Should we talk about that?
Keys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Captain
So-
Keys is in this show. You would forget that he doesn't show up much in this season in particular.
He's not a ship captain.
No, he's an admiral. That's right. He's Admiral Keys.
He's an admiral, and that means he gives orders to people on the
Yeah.
ground.
And unlike
And
the
that means-
games, here he's just some boring asshole idiot dummy. He's in the game, has a very distinct personality. He's kind of gung ho, get it done, leads the charge. I'll do it. He's hands on. He's very much like an old school, leading the way kind of. He's got a bit of a brazen personality, and in this, he's just a guy. He's just some dude.
He's around.
see-
He's
glimpses-
got a dull personality. Nothing
of-
noteworthy about him in any way.
And they
We
they
got-
kill him and the other black guy in the same episode.
Well, so
Right at the end of
basically-
Black History Month.
Oh,
He-
other
he
black
did-
guy? You mean Sergeant Johnson?
No, I mean
What?
the gay
Yeah,
black
well, yeah,
albino with the grenade
Remember,
launcher.
guys, Sergeant Johnson's not in this show for some
Oh
reason.
my goodness!
Oh, I think
Yes,
it's
for
Spartan.
some reason.
Ignore
that
the
we
screen.
have-
That's not Sergeant Johnson.
So many
That
people
is
would
Captain
assume
Gnarly.
it's so funny. They'd be like, obviously, why would they do that? It's like, nope.
No, No, it's not like Sergeant Johnson is arguably like the third most important character in the entire series. If not
Arguably
third, at least
the
the
fan
fourth.
favorite of the games.
Oh yeah, I mean, he is like the sort of vessel for the Marine presence in
Yeah,
the story.
he's the
He is, like,
spirit
the
of humanity.
embodiment
He's
of
the
Marine.
fighting spirit of
Yeah.
humanity
He's
as
the
a
last
like personified.
the last casualty of the Halo trilogy. He's everybody loves him, but for some reason he's not in this show. I don't understand
It's
why.
Yeah, it's bizarre
And don't
because
get
they
us
race
wrong,
swapped
we're
Keys to be a
happy.
black guy, but they didn't have Sergeant Johnson be a
It's
prominent character.
good that
My
he's not in the
guess-
show. However, it's confusing.
Yeah,
My
it's
guess
confusing.
as to
Yeah.
why is that I know that we were talking a bit about like how stupid it was, that reaction that Riz had when blind guy was shooting the grenade launcher, but like there is a stunning lack of levity in both seasons of the show when the Halo games have plenty of just like fun sort of campy moments throughout them.
Yes.
And Sergeant Johnson is a big part of those fun campy moments, and I wonder if that has
It's Marine.
anything
It's
to do with him
but,
not being
yeah,
in
like,
the
it's like
show.
army humor.
Like they're above completely changing a character to fit the purpose of their script.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't do that.
They
That's
they
true,
would.
that's true,
It's
but-
bizarre they don't invoke Sergeant Johnson's name just to get a few likes on Twitter. Like,
Exactly, it's easy. It just like having a few grunts or a banshee flying around will just get you points. But for some reason, they just leave these on the table when they're just obvious, safe, easy things to get favor from people. It's insane.
they
I can't
they
believe it.
probably just want to have the spot open for like season 3 or 4 in case they lose some other prominent cast member.
Maybe.
And what that
maybe.
means is that you don't have time to like him even more and develop him and his relationship with Chief and other Marines and stuff. Or,
Yeah,
I mean, his relationship with the Arbiter.
Yeah, but that's all gone if we don't.
We ain't doing
remember,
that.
for reference, guys, the Arbiter in this show, the reason why I call him Mr. Mandibles is because he's not Arbiter. He's not like the Arbiter from the show, even by name. Like he's from the game. I mean,
He's just an
is a different
elite.
guy. He's a different guy, different backstory. Obviously, a different
Which-
backstory because
which
he's
is
the
a-
Arbiter before Reach.
that is a thing from the games, but they don't really talk about the fact that the Arbiter's just a title. It's not a person.
Oh, sure. It's just for the sake of, I guess, clarity that even though
Yeah.
Arbiter is in this show, he's not Arbiter. He's Mr. Mandibles. Okay.
Yeah,
The thing with Keys, I guess, we talked before about how when Vanek had the scene with the birds, it's like, oh, he's dead. When Keys gave his big speech about like, we'll fight and we're gonna fight him, and they fucked with the wrong planet. It's like, you're done. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
we
over for you.
we started calling death flags as we saw them.
Well, yeah, and that was a clear one. When he's given this speech, it's like, you're done. It's over. Which is crazy when you think about the amount of threads that are kind of unresolved. It's something that Season 2 forgets. A big point in Season 1 is all to do with the Spartan program, and much is made of the fact that Keys was a part of it. But in this season, you'd think that they had no grievances with him at all, that they're best pals, they trust him completely, and that he's a great guy. When, again, at the end of Season 1, I think John Halo actually said there will be like a reckoning, but not today because they were often going on a mission. It's just crazy how they've forgotten that he was very culpable for what happened with the Spartans. They're just like, nah, we're good. Now we need to pivot him to just being on good terms with him so that he can have a heroic sacrifice on good terms. Which is crazy when you think that the way to go would be to have them be on bad terms, but that he comes through when it matters most right at the end as like a regular payoff. But instead they just, they don't do that.
Well, and it's
But
all part
this-
of a very confused plot line with them knowing about Reach being abandoned that Ackerman had going on, where he killed his dad,
Ackerson.
and like whatever his name is, it
Whatever.
doesn't matter that much.
No one cares. That guy.
Ungo Blab. We know him.
Ungo Blab.
But yeah,
No,
like
that was the grunt they didn't show. That was little Ungo Blab. We love him. Ungo Blab's great. He's doing his best. All right.
he's willingly participates in the conspiracy, but we're supposed to like care that he's
Yeah, it says,
still
why didn't he
doing
We're
a heroic
supposed
sacrifice.
to care. This is the
Why didn't he just
review of the
boycott?
Yeah, isn't it
season.
sad that he has to do that with his dad? You're like, I don't fuck off. I've
Yeah.
got way too much shit to think about with him.
The way that Key's death plays out is it's bizarre. Basically, they're up in a hangar evacuating civilians in a transport, and then just a bunch of jackals climb up the wall and start attacking everybody.
Yes.
And while they're on the ship, about to fly away, they notice like, oh, a fuel thing is disconnected, and then Keys is like, all right, I'll go do that, and he goes outside, and he's fixing up a thing on a console, and he just looks to the left, and there's like 30 jackals just gawking at him. They're just
Yeah,
staring.
like-
They
at
know
him,
he's the
not-
main
If we
character.
could draw this somehow, and then correct me as I go, because I might get some of this wrong. Like logistically, it feels like when watching it, you've got like the ship is the big rectangle there. Then let's just say these are grunts. Oh, sorry, jackals. And then it's
Mhm.
like console here, and maybe good guy, soldier. And it's like you've got to press button here, and so Keys is in here, and he's like, all right then. And with editing, we seem to watch him do this, right? Press button,
Yeah.
head back, and then like sort of go, oh, jackals. It's like, how the fuck did this happen? Like what?
All the jackals are just
He should have
staring
been
at him
shocked.
because they know.
It's
they
so
know that he's the main
weird.
character.
Because I
They just
He
don't.
should
look
have
at
been
him.
shocked to be like, oh shit, aliens that aren't elites with swords? He should have actually been shocked in universe.
It's so weirdly edited. They try to pretend he
It's-
had no way of knowing jackals were anywhere near him until he's pressed the button.
Yeah.
Well, it's a persistent problem with them being so cheap with the locations that you just can't get a gauge on what's actually happening in any scene.
It's like the tactics and the strategy, like all of the spatial understanding of what's going on and where.
Look at,
Like,
look
This
at
is
that.
this is
What
the
a
shot where
look
he's like,
at
"Wait a
that.
minute, jackals!" It's like, what? How did this happen?
What are y'all doing here?
How did this
They
surprise
just-
you?
They just stare at him instead of just immediately shooting him. They're like, let's look at him. Let's just stare at him for a bit. And they stare at him for a minute, by the way. It's about a minute that gives Keys all the time he needs to sabotage the machine, leak gas into the hangar, and then say, got a light as Perez in the ship lights up the engines on the ship and blows up the hangar, which doesn't blow up the ship for some reason, but
Yeah,
it
it's,
kills Keys and
It's very
all of
To
sturdy.
them.
me-
It's very sturdy.
It's evident that the people who made this, like the editors, directors, and actors, this like I've seen this in movies before. I've seen this is how you do it. You do the guy says the cool line and then blows up. I think we've nailed it. Yeah.
And that's Keys. That's the end of Keys.
just
He
gone.
doesn't even get to Halo. He doesn't even get to go to Halo. He's
Keys
just-
doesn't
Yeah,
get to
the-
go to Halo. I repeat,
On
Keys
that,
does
yeah.
not get to Halo in this show.
Yeah, he will
He
not be
dies-
turned into the grave mind.
He
Or
gets
the
to go to
proto-grave mind.
heaven and get his own Halo.
Mhm.
The
That's
right.
death
Well,
of
everyone in
Keys
this
here
show is going
was
to hell.
the death of Keys here was
True.
disappointing, not just in execution, but it's like we now know that we're not going to get that memorable beat from the first game. Like Keys plays a role in one of the game's, I think, most memorable moments where like it's at the point where Chief and Cortana have decided that they want to use the Pillar of Autumn as a bomb. But in order to interact with the Pillar of Autumn, they need the command chip that's in Keys' head. And so they go looking for Keys on that Covenant ship. I can't remember which one it is, but he suffers a terrible fate where he's sort of, the flood sort of transforms his body into this grotesque thing. I think he actually might still be alive in agony.
He is.
And right. And Chief just punches a hole in his head basically to pull the
Mhm.
thing out so he can then go to the Pearl of Autumn and use it.
And-
And that was such a cool, sort of horrific moment, and a cool moment for Chief because it's just like, fuck, he definitely doesn't like doing this, but he has
Yeah,
to get that chip
you-
out, and he
Despite
putting
having
Keys
his
out of his
helmet
misery.
on, despite
Yeah.
having his helmet on, you can see the hesitation.
'Cause
right,
he knows
yeah,
Keys. We've talked with him and we've met him throughout the game.
And, he's a
And
cool guy,
again, he
helping
has
us
a
out.
personality. He is a person. He's a
Yeah.
human
Right.
being who's distinct from other human beings in a number of ways. So having to do this to essentially someone you'd call sort of a friend, certainly a friendly character that you like, it makes it all the more difficult. Instead
Yeah.
of just
And
some
remember, this
asshole
was
like he is in
all
the show.
Realized on Xbox, original Xbox graphics and animation capacity on the original Halo. Like, come on, you know?
yeah.
Well, and the
So
reason I
now,
got this repeating, by the way,
Sorry, I
is
was-
just in relation to Keys. Like, what you have to think about this scene is they have several shots like this where the jackals are just awkwardly staring at him, and I actually don't know what we're supposed to take away from it.
Yeah,
Are they like
because
dinosaurs? They can only see him when he moves.
that
Maybe that's what we're
POV.
supposed to take away.
maybe because he's just a
Jurassic
guy
Park
from that
rules.
perspective. As far as I'm concerned, he's just
He's
a
just
guy.
another
They-
human. Yeah.
But
They
is
let him do this.
you know how like you can sometimes write it so that maybe he did something so impressive that the enemy team take a second and be like, "Fucking hell, nice." but that it
Which
could
would
be
make
that.
sense for maybe elites.
Well, I think it's as
but
simple as they wanted it to be going out in a blaze of glory rather than being swarmed by a bunch of jackals and like chopped to bits.
Well, because what should have happened, of
screaming
course,
at
is
so
he
fucking much.
maybe is able to get to the console and press the button, probably not, and then just takes a few shots and then falls over and one of them stabs him or something. And just like, yep, that was awkward, and he's dead now.
they should have had
mean-
him turn on the engines himself, knowing that it'll blow up the hangar or something. Or like he's been shot a bunch of times, but he's just barely able to reach over and pull the lever. Something like that.
You could think of a pretty
Or, I
cinematic
mean, he's
shot.
released
'Cause
all
this is
that
awkward. They've just done
fuel
an
into the
awkward
air,
version.
and then he could pull out a gun and be like, "Hey, I
Or
can
he
blow
throws
us
his
all up."
cigar.
Yeah.
He's got the
Yeah.
cigar,
He's
in
got
the
a
pipe,
pipe.
and he throws that lit cigar onto the floor where it ignites everything and blows up the hangar.
That's
And the
Sorry,
lit
that's right.
cigar
yeah.
flips in slow motion through the area.
That's right, like in Team America, like when he flips the cigarette.
Yeah.
They should have done that. And by the way, this isn't the only really awkward, weird death we
Oh,
have
yeah,
to talk about.
we got
We've
another
one
one.
more this episode.
This
and
isn't
it's
the
coming out-
only awkward.
Oh yeah,
weird
there's a
death.
third black guy that dies in this
it's,
episode.
it comes at you fast, this one. So, oh, by the way, and it's worth mentioning as well that for some reason when they close some blast doors don't work in the show
No.
universe. This is the second instance where a blast door does not absorb a blast and in fact blows the people behind the door flying. Look at that. What kind of blast door is that?
It's,
Yeah.
It happened
they don't
before
make them
when,
like they used to.
No.
It's wartime. It's made
mostly
out
made
of
of
aluminum or
straw.
something.
It's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
funny because like there's so much to talk about in this episode, but like there's other things in other episodes to talk about. So we just got to hit the
Well, we
big
could
ones.
just hit quickly. When does Keys' daughter discover and react to the fact that he has died?
Episode 7 because
She
we do
did?
not see Miranda until episode 6, and it's maybe her 5th
Right.
scene where they actually address the fact that Keys died and under what circumstances with Halsey, who was her mother. That's like the first time that they have a conversation. It's after we've gotten a bunch of plot exposition. Really, really weird choice.
Weird choice. Not
now it's
necessary at
time-
all, by the way. You could easily cut away to her discovering the information at any point in this series.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
But,
Luke.
no.
They don't need to show the reaction to the death of a loved one because we know how she'd react.
We know
would
how it
just be
goes. We know
superficial.
how it
Yeah, yeah.
goes.
Vanek is he's next very quickly. Like it's just funny to think about like how much plot armor there is in this entire episode. Remember, the Spartans, they're very competent super soldiers, but like without their armor, they're very vulnerable to just like one plasma round.
Or a plasma pistol shot to the
Oh,
chest.
sorry.
Yeah, or-
In-
exactly.
In case anyone's misunderstanding, because someone just said like episode 7, it's like, yeah, the reason that's insane is because she should have found out almost straight away.
Where's my father? I heard about what
Well,
happened to Reach. Where's
on
my
Reach.
father? Did he make it
There is-
out?
Yeah.
Yes, Dr.
Or like
Halsey
she's already
is
accepted that he
Miranda's-
died.
is
She knew that he was
Miranda's
going to die
mother.
there.
She's
Let's
high
not,
ranking.
let's not gloss over that.
Information passes through all different places pretty quickly. It's typically, I'm not going to say everyone does, but typically you care about family members. I know this show may not be
Yeah.
aware of that, to be fair, but still, that's why you
Well, especially
expect-
because in plot, Reach's fall is supposed to be this high-profile thing.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, yeah, and
but-
Keys dying would have been that would have gone through everyone. That would have been like very public
Yeah,
information.
Well, the thing is that she apparently had heard about it, so we don't even get to see her
Mhm.
original reaction. We miss the original reaction and get a more subdued, limited reaction based on a smaller amount of information later on. It's crazy that they would skip over that when it's just easy drama. That's like easy
And that's what they
drama.
want for the show is they want their stupid human drama, and this is one element where they can really like do that in a way that actually, God forbid,
It's
makes
free.
some level of sense. And they
It
don't
is-
do it. It is free.
You
and they
get
don't
it for
cash
free.
it in.
When someone dies, cash in all the family members reacting. That's just something you're allowed to do.
Mm-hmm. Easy, but instead, which speaking of like not cashing easy checks, Vanek's death is really weird, really weirdly played out in a way that's like you missed the obvious way to do it. Basically,
Mhm.
like the way that it begins is you can see there's a big battle going on with the remaining Spartans and whoever's left. All of the no-name Marines get killed by the time this battle ends. But all
Because
of
there's
the,
only
you
like
know,
one
main
name
characters
marine in this
die.
show, and it's Ruiz,
Yeah.
right? I don't think
Oh,
and
yeah,
there's
can we-
basically
Can we just talk quick about this? Like, it's just
yeah,
how you do cinema, right? For lack of a less pretentious word, like Chief grabbed an energy sword handle, like, oh fuck, turns it on. Oh, here we go. Him and the Arbiter. They've both got their
Yeah.
swords. What's gonna happen? It's like we're all prepped. You know, you could even nitpick and be like, wow, no one else is going to interact on either side of this fight. But you know, this is the kind of thing that you're like, yeah, motto-y motto, we're ready for this. Let's go. What happens? that it's
You can
theirs.
justify it easily by the elites,
Yeah.
like honor warrior culture. Whereas like, oh, there's a 1v1
Get
going
shot.
down. Let them do their
Just
thing.
get shot by
What?
some other elite.
What was
I
that?
wanted to see the sword fight. Like, what?
No, but you see, this is because you don't have patience. They're going to have their sword fight for real in episode
Mhm.
8.
They're gonna have their
Oh,
shitty
yeah.
fight later.
We gotta go
so
to
they
we gotta
can't
go
have
to
it
North.
now.
We gotta go
got
to North
tails on that
Texas for an
one.
entire episode.
Oh, and people saying
Elite's
so
like,
he's dead. No,
"See?"
of course not. He's fine.
No, he's fine. He'll
Something
be
else that's
okay.
funny happens
Getting
though. The
Getting
the,
shot in the chest with a plasma weapon is not fatal. Okay, that's
It's
what
just
you
a
need to know.
tickle, just a little tickle. It's
Mhm.
not like superheated,
Oh,
plasma.
look at that. Look at how goofy that is. The elite's like, oh, whoops. And then just
he's
chops
just
his head
cutting
off.
the head off of an elite in the middle of this
Yeah.
fight. It's so funny.
And that's the arbiter.
Yes.
That's a guy who's in trouble
Exactly.
for being a heretic and having to redeem himself.
This doesn't make it's not a good look. Not a great look.
No, it's
Not a
always-
great
You
look.
can just picture the
I mean,
jackals being
I'm
like,
gonna
"Wait,
be
is he a
honest,
good guy?"
I didn't mind this too much. I know because he's just so badly wants to get the kill for himself, but it
Oh,
is.
it's
No,
it's
I
a normal
understand,
payoff
like-
in
Well-
loads of stories, but it doesn't work here, unfortunately.
I
it's
kinda
not
disagree
set
just
up.
because-
It's not set up at all.
Yeah, they don't set up anything about the zealots or the arbiters or why they insist on this honor culture. They just act like zombies. So
Yeah, they're all
Well,
zombies.
it's
the
us
thing is,
bringing
like-
our existing knowledge about the series in. When if you look at it as
The-
just a show, there's
Well,
no
the thing is that there
payoff
is
to it.
explicit reference to this is something that he needs to do to get redemption. We'll talk about that later. But the more relevant part at this point is that he's look at him. He's about to
Well,
chop John Halo's head off. He's about to do it while he's down on the ground. And the only reason that John Halo survives is right before the sword falls on his head. McKee says, "No, don't do it."
And it's such
No.
a it's
And
such
then
a
he
moment of
listens
like,
for a reason.
no, she's alive.
No, she's alive. And this is the
Well, they
second
showed her
time
before,
that
didn't
he's been.
Yeah, but like,
Yes,
I thought they were in visions, or did they explicitly? I guess
No,
this-
they showed her
no,
at Sword
well,
Base.
okay,
And
Sword
when
Base.
they did
Oh,
the
yeah, I
wave
remember,
shoots
yeah,
in the
She
dark.
was real.
The
and
end
they
of
try
episode
to, like,
2, I think. Yeah.
psyop him.
Don't forget
But,
that scene where the
Gas-
Marines just walk off and get killed in the dark.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
well,
yeah.
that's because everyone's an idiot in this
yeah.
show.
This
Everyone
is
is
the second
incredibly
time.
stupid.
This is
Did
worth
anyone remember
emphasizing.
batteries for their flashlights? Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Just
Rip.
walk into
No.
the
Did
dark.
anyone remember the batteries
Oh,
for the
boy.
fucking
Marines
sword
think
base
too.
lights? Nope.
How come Sword Base is so dark and dank and concrete?
How come sword
and
base is lit like
most-
Dead Space? I don't know.
How come
All right.
arguably the most
All right, now-
valuable? Well,
Team-
what's being guarded down there is both Cortana and the
No,
Keystone.
so,
It's Keystone, isn't it?
in Sword Base, it's one of the Keystones, and in the Oni facility at Fleetcom, it's
gotcha.
Cortana. They've
So-
already taken the other Keystone off
The
planet.
Keystone is just behind a door that an elite can just like pull open. He just pulls it open with his hands. He just pulls it open.
Yeah,
And it
just
was
yank
guarded
the
by
door.
4 I don't want to call them Marines, but I guess they are in the show,
Mhm.
who are so incredibly stupid that they wander off like person by person into the darkness to get cut up
Alright.
by an elite.
Now, Team 2, advance 10 feet and get murdered.
Yeah.
Good job, Team 2.
No, sir. I'm not obeying that order of suicide.
But
But all right,
I
Fringy,
guess,
describe Vanek's final stand.
well, so before that, it's just think about how lucky John Halo is. If McKee had showed up like a second later, he's dead. It's over for him. And then the whole
Think
show
about how
ends
unlucky
right then
we
and
are.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He-
I
so
know,
okay,
okay.
so I missed that the first time. So he shoots Arbiter in the chest with a needle. The Arbiter pulls it out and then stabs him in the chest with a needle, and that kills him.
So,
And the needle has
Well,
a
so,
conveniently
yeah,
prolonged
what-
fuse.
what happens is
yeah,
like while Arbiter's there like stunned and everybody's stunned, Vanek grabs a needler and shoots it at not at Mr. Mandibles, and it doesn't really work. And then Mr. Mandibles grabs the needle, jams it.
Why
in
does he
his
only
chest.
shoot one?
Vanek
Only
just,
one
like,
actually hits. He
sorta-
shoots a few, but they all bounce off.
Oh, okay. That's not
And then-
very characteristic.
Wow,
of
the
Spartan,
elite
but alright.
armor works in this scene. That's
And then,
convenient.
he's the only one who's got working elite armor. Everybody
Ah,
else, they
dang.
don't get it. And then,
Even though
like,
the Arbiter
Vanek,
armor was like intentionally shitty and like lower tech than what other elites had.
he just jams it in there. Look at him. He's just jams it in. And then Vanek just kind of like watches and leaves it in
He
there.
gives
when
up
could-
straight
he could
away. He's
yank
like,
it
"Well,
out.
that's it for me."
Yeah, he could just yank
Shitty
it
Spartan.
out. And then he blows up, and that's it for him.
That's
And
that's
there's
the face of can you believe this shit?
look at him. No. Oh yeah. Oh jeez. And that's it for him. That's Vanek done. He's the one I like the most out of them on Silver Team. So this was really lame. I don't like him that
Ironically,
much,
the
but
one
I
that is
kinda like
characterized
it.
the least as well.
Is the most likable. Yeah, that's kind of
Interesting.
funny.
Interesting.
He likes birds, which is cool. That's
Birds,
fun.
yeah.
You know what I like about
Positive,
the
yeah.
most about this is low-key dramatic music begins playing. And by the way,
It's
do you remember they did the typical story thing of, you know, Master Chief's about to die, oh my god, blah, 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 and then it cuts to, was it Riz, who's like, no! She didn't do anything throughout this whole fucking sequence for both of them nearly dying.
No,
She did
she's
nothing.
hurt.
Well,
She
yeah.
can't do anything.
She's just
'Cause, I mean,
watching
as
them
many of
both and
these
going,
people-
no!
They could have shot at Mr. Mandibles, and they could have shot at McKee. They could have easily shot at McKee
Oh,
and
she
gotten
could
rid
have
of her,
just
which they
been-
should be doing.
So killed,
Yeah.
and that would have been wonderful, but oh well.
Mm-hmm. Would have been great, but instead they all just decide, nah. And oh, by the way, this is like a weird. There's like one of the pigeons that he was talking to earlier is like flying above his head, like it's above.
One of the pigeons he was talking to, it's like, oh, did you die, bud? Oh.
I lived, bitch.
It's like this kind of Blade Runner-esque, but terrible, like kind of scene of this pigeon flying above him. Like, look at me, I'm going to heaven. Just like it's funny. It's really
Listen,
funny
okay,
to me.
someone in a super chat referenced this fight, so I'm just gonna play it in the background now while we talk more, because I'm allowed to play it fully without even protection.
Yeah, to bear in
yes.
mind, in episode 4 or 5, we've skipped a lot of both boring stuff and like super questionable stuff from the first episode. There were a couple scenes in, I think it was 3, that we actually said were like passable as far as scenes go, and they all involved Kai.
Well, it's an Arkeson. Arkeson had it, like if you asked me what's the best scene, and remember, best doesn't mean it's like amazing or anything. It's probably the scene with his dad. That's probably the best scene in the show. It's like got good performances. It's got subtext. It's building aspects of like character and theme. Not very well, but it does it kind of okay. And that was in episode 3.
And to
Yeah.
emphasize with this
It
particular
was
fight
kind
that
of
we're seeing,
undercut though by the fact that he kept like flash cloning his sister and having her die over and over and over and over.
That's the problem. There's no
I
scene
thought
that
that
you
was
can
a
point
little
to as being-
psychopathic.
That's the problem. There's no scene you can point to where there isn't some aspect of it that's like, yeah, but like the plot, or yeah, but this other element kind of seeps in.
Yeah.
Halo Wars
Oh,
at least establishes why they insist on fighting in melee, something the Halo TV show doesn't really do.
No, they're
Halo
they
TV show loves getting them in close quarters combat. They love it. They love close quarters. They don't like range.
Yeah, there's no the combined arms element of you have all these different Covenant that have different pieces of equipment and tactics that they don't just make them visually distinctive on a battlefield so that you can know what to do in, you know, a very small amount of time, but you have like the plasma pistol shoot green, the needlers shoot purple needles that, you know, fly around kind of slowly. You have the plasma rifles, they shoot the blue ones. You got the green streaks for the Covenant carbines. You've got the big green ones for the big green ones for the fuel rod guns. Then you have all the vehicles. You have all this stuff, and it goes completely unused so that you can just turn them into this mindless sword wielding blah, we're gonna run at you and stab you. Like it's a game of infection on a galactic scale. It's really awkward, and it makes them seem stupid. You know? And you don't want to make your bad guys seem really stupid and incompetent. For a number of reasons. Obviously, Halo fans aren't going to like it. But just from a storytelling perspective, don't you want to actually convince me that humans are at risk of being wiped out by this incredibly capable, intelligent future, you know, alien civilization? Because I don't believe it. I think the only reason the humans don't mop the floor with them is because they're equally as retarded as the Covenant are.
Well, yeah, the UNSC is staggeringly incompetent throughout both seasons. Just like so many terrible. I mean, it's something like the abandoning Reach. Like aside from the like unconscionably vile aspects of like abandoning an entire planet to just be destroyed, doesn't even like make sense tactically to like lose so many like UNSC personnel and assets and have them be destroyed when they're going to have a subsequent space battle with a massive fleet. It's like, man, it seems like if you just localize the entire fleet around Reach, you might have actually stood a chance. But instead, they decided to pull the whole fleet away, allow Reach to fall, to then have a space battle later with fewer people able to participate in it. because the UNSC and Oni are insane.
They are insane.
Yeah.
It's evil without the intelligence that should go along with it. Oni's just evil. In the games, they
Oni-
were like conniving and clever and scheming, but they ultimately wanted humanity to win, right? They were like the secret, the secret kooky guys who were like working behind the scenes to do stuff. But they were still like the good guys, sort of. But in this, they're just like the
again,
evil mustache twirling weirdos.
Oni are more prevalent as antagonists throughout the season than the Covenant. They're more prevalent in the mind of John Halo. When he at Vanek's funeral, he basically says, "I'm gonna go after Oni. I'm gonna get him." And when he talks to Kai, and she says, "Well, the Covenant destroyed Reach," he like pivots to the idea that Oni is like or more responsible, which I guess is funny because they are in this story very responsible for it. But like even from his POV, like it's weird that like so much emphasis is placed on Oni when in the face of a massive existential war, like surely everybody should ultimately be on the same side, but it's like they're not though. They're like very antagonistic to like they're more prominent as antagonists. It's really weird choice on the part of the writers to make that happen.
In the game, we were able to get the humans and the elites to work together against the Covenant. And in this, we can't get the humans to cooperate with each other to stop the Covenant.
Yeah.
John Halo grievously wounds many humans in Season 2. He fights a lot of humans.
Yeah.
There should be a whole section.
He probably
there needs to be a
kills more
section on
humans.
Master Chief's insanity.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, we'll be talking about characters like in a greater capacity.
Give a bit of like an addition to why I just played that scene from Halo Wars. I actually quite like it. I don't think it's great, but I think it's fun in terms of
It was alright, but it was neat.
How a battle has a back and forth, like the counters to each other's moves is kind of the main thing I would go for. We haven't gotten the ultimate Master Cheeks versus good old Mr. Mandibles just yet. We'll talk about that at the end of the season. But this, as a sort of first round where he just got shot, it's so fucking crap. Like, it's
Yep.
And I'm just fond of this screenshot
he's
that I've
vulnerable
accidentally
without
bumped
his
into.
armor, and that teaches him that he is a different person than the Master Chief.
That's right. And that's what we learn over the course of many, many episodes.
is
It's
very
beautiful,
different
and
from
you
the
guys
Master
just don't
Chief.
get it.
You know,
You're right.
will
I don't
say-
fucking get it. Someone explain to me this madness because I actually don't understand.
I will say it is pretty funny to think about how much we can talk about all of this when in the first half of the season, a good amount of time is dedicated to the rip-off Expanse subplot.
Oh my god, it is. It is. Some of you might be, and we apologize. It wasn't our intention. Some of you might be misled by some of the footage we've been playing, where there's action and shooting and blind people blowing up wraiths, and you might be thinking, "Oh, what an action-packed, what an adventurous."
Yeah, we've gone through about 40% of the
show this
action,
is.
so
That's
the whole
base.
show.
Yeah, unironically, this is about half of the action in the whole season. The vast majority of the crap in this terrible TV show is awful human expanse drama. So, sorry,
Well,
just want to.
Yeah, it's prominent in the first 3 episodes. There is, I want to say, like at least 30% of the time is dedicated to Soren and his wife and like Kwan and their storyline that is completely disconnected from the main plot of the show. Completely disconnected. It's dealing with like the squabbles of people on a space station called the Rubble that we saw in season 1 that actually like has no connection to what's going on in the broader Human Covenant war, and it's mainly cringe. You gotta show the scene of the woman with the top hat.
It's mainly cringe.
You
That's
gotta
true,
get it.
though.
Which
You
scene
gotta
you're
show
after?
the woman. In episode 1, it's the first scene on the Rubble where they introduce like the plot of Soren looking for Halsey, and there's like a woman with a top hat who like punches a dude and then gets on top of him and rides him like he's a donkey or something.
Oh wait, is that season
yeah.
1?
That's
No,
the
no,
first
no, that's the
episode.
first
in
episode of
season 2.
Season 2.
Man,
Ah,
where?
that was this
midway
season.
through.
I'm
Midway
close. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting a brain blast.
It was like
You
the
gotta-
slave market on the
Yeah.
asteroid. Yeah,
That's right, because
Halo.
Well,
This
that's
is
the thing. Yeah.
this is something that exists in the setting. It's completely butchered how they're doing it, and
Yeah, there you go. There it is.
so it's just pointless. Like,
But
Why
why?
are we
It's
seeing
that
this?
Ryan Reynolds clip from one of the Harold and Kumar
Yes.
movies. But why? But
Look at
why?
that. It's just embarrassing.
Welcome to Halo. You're like,
Halo's
what?
good, man. This was one of my favorite.
Now-
This is
now
one
play
of
the
my favorite
games.
levels. Yeah.
It's it
I like this
really
level.
like I don't want to talk about it for too long, but like it seriously is like not a small part of this season is this Expanse subplot dealing with like Soren being betrayed by his crew, and then his wife, who is a very bizarre actress.
Weird
She's
character.
really weird. There's some very weird
Her
line
sanity
delivery.
is
She
tied to
looks
her wig.
weird and she has weird expressions and
You gotta I know I'm just making you jump around, but there's in episode 2, do you remember the part where she screams, "This is Soren's ship" at the crew? It's really cringe, and I think you
Yeah.
gotta play it for people to see.
You have to help me out. Do you have any idea where that is?
I think that's it's in the first half of episode 2. It's an early scene in that episode where I think it's about the same time that we see Kwan like properly for the first time in her big little conversation where she yells at
her big little
Soren's son.
conversation.
Well, do you
So-
remember? She yells at Soren's son, who is clinging to the belief that his dad is okay after going missing, and she just screams he's not coming back, and it's like, wow, you're mean, aren't you?
Yeah,
It's
you're a
just
jerk.
like it's so cringe, like the whole sequence and everything to do with that subplot. Because do you remember like how they had the old timey weapons as well? They're not like futuristic weapons. They're like pump action. Or
Yeah.
like what's the thing with where that like you know like in
Everyone
like
wants to
Western
be
movies?
Lever
Firefly.
action.
Everyone wants
Yeah,
to be
lever
Firefly.
Oh, this whole chase! You should show the clip where
The
Kwan
guy's
in
just
that chase
floating
actually.
Where she
outside.
takes
Yeah.
it down.
I don't even. This thing. I don't remember these parts as well as the others. Like, so I can't remember where everything is.
That's the thing.
Because nothing happens.
It-
Because
I
they're
remember
boring and
this whole
cringe.
scene. What I remember of it is that everyone's looking around to capture Quan, and then this guy looks outside, and one of them is just in space. And they're like,
Yeah, he
wait,
got her in
what?
there.
I'm
And then
pretty
the
sure
way
that's
that-
just what happens. They don't show how that happens at all.
No, we're just
No, they
concluding
rely
she
on
did
not
some,
showing it because they have no idea either.
She did some sick close quarters combat moves and got him out there. And then this
She's
guy,
a warrior
to the
now.
wall.
Quan is like a ninja
Remember-
warrior now.
this guy who's looking now, he gets stabbed in the head with the thing she ripped out of her ear.
Yeah,
Like,
she
that's-
stabs him
And
in
why
the
would they
temple with
put
a
them
meat
in their
thermometer.
ears? So fucking dumb.
Yeah. And by the
Like,
way,
just boom, dead.
the only reason Quan and consequently the wife Lyra managed to find out that Soren's been betrayed is because that guy she just stabbed just decided to tell her, "Hey, look, all right, Soren got betrayed, so give it up." Like that's
How
how
did
she
you remember
knows.
that? Oh wow.
Yeah, it's really bad. This whole chase scene was weird. There was a guy with like Assassin's Creed
she's that
parkour
chosen
skills.
one.
There was, yeah, he
This
went over
is-
the railings and everything. He chased her.
And this
He
is
was
what
jumping around.
Was that the one that
this
ended
is
up
what
in
like
space?
40% of the show.
I think he ended up in space. The guy doing the sick parkour moves because the other guys weren't as good at parkour.
You
as he
say it
was.
so matter of factly.
It's done
But
now.
this is all madness.
Look at this shot, right? And it's like these two guys are looking for it. Then one of them, we just see him looking around until he spots the other one's ended up in space. It's so funny. And I think they wanted us to
That
be
is
like,
what
"Oh,
happened."
she got him." And you're like, "How? What could
Mhm.
possibly have happened?"
You
This
didn't
is
show
one of the
us 'cause
parts
you
I
didn't know
kept-
either.
This is one of the parts I kept rewinding because I was just like, did I miss something? Did I miss a shot where, what's her name? Quan, like, shoved him into an airlock or something? But then I
Oh, it-
slowly realized, like, oh no, it's just shit. Like,
It's just shit.
It's meant to be cool.
It's-
It's meant to be cool.
it's just
that she did it
poorly
off
put
screen.
together and written. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just
There's a
went
reason
outside to
why
look
they
for.
didn't show it because
The-
you can't show that
well,
and
the
have
thing
it like
is,
make
Rags,
sense.
You say that, but they show lots of scenes of Quan throwing people who are obviously on wires because she's a very small lady.
Oh yes,
and
they do
throwing all
that.
these big men
It's
off, like,
it's very much in this
everything.
show. What's the big
there
the big
it
ginger
is. You
Spartan
found
chick?
it, her screaming.
You
Riz.
There's
already
the other,
tell this lady
well,
is-
actually, both of them, both of the female Spartans are like
They're
they're
big
tall,
ladies.
they're pretty
Big
buff.
ladies.
You'd be like, yeah,
Yeah.
I could believe they could beat the shit out of someone. They're tall, they're strong, they're clearly like they look the part. Quan is this little twig lady,
And so is
and
Perez
there's
as well. Perez is a very
Yeah,
small lady.
Perez is very skinny. I guess because it's on my mind, it was very distracting throughout the show because we're talking about women here, and I don't want to be that guy. It's very distracting how female heavy the armed forces is in this show, where it's
Oh,
like
Lord, don't
half
be
the
that guy.
military is women.
Retarded.
It's
John Halo is not
legitimately
going to invite
distracting.
men to his harem.
Those ladies, they could do better. All right.
And
But,
there's not a single shower scene, Starship Troopers style. So
there
what's
isn't.
going on?
It's. I mean,
Mhm.
there. I mean, like, there's got to be. I mean, there
They've
must
got a
be
shower
showers
at
for
some
men.
point, yeah.
There's probably showers for men in the military, I would assume. But it seems like the military is like bizarrely like half women, and when you see it, you can't unsee it because like on
Half.
Reach, when
It's like fucking
Keyes is
75%.
when Keyes is giving his speech about where his shitty speech about we're gonna defend Reach, and it shows all like the soldiers. I'm like, this is weird how many short little ladies are in the military. There's like, it's so bizarre when you see it.
They could make a point of it if like
Bit of a
the
reach.
the recruiting stock is just dried out from them losing so many men in the war, but of course they're never going to make that point that like at the tail end of the war it would just be the women left.
Right.
I mean,
It
so-
is
To me,
mm.
Quan is like fetch. They keep trying to make her happen, and it's just not
It's
happening.
just not
And it's
they
No,
keep
no.
trying to
And
make
see-
Quan happen.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
we mentioned
And-
before, but they killed the plot that she had in season 1 to pivot it completely in season 2 to like, this isn't my life, but I guess I'm gonna be embroiled in the Soren subplot for a bit.
in season 2, whenever Quan shows up, it's like they want the audience. They expect the audience to be like, "Oh shit, it's Quan. They're fucked now. Quan's gonna fuck some shit
Quan's
up." And
back.
it's just
Yeah,
like
she's
nobody really cares.
She's a
Yeah, I
ninja
think- yeah,
warrior.
because, what happens is
Yeah.
the resolution of this subplot is basically they try to escape from this space station, but they fail, and then Soren's wife gets captured, and Quan comes back and does like some Assassin's Creed like ninja stuff and basically kills everybody with a little knife.
That's
Uh,
episode
It's
3,
it's a
right?
conspicuously small knife.
Yeah, episode 3. That's episode
I think
3.
literally the pocket knife I have on me is bigger than the knife that she uses. It's
Yes,
Well,
it's
she
very
can't fit a bigger
strange.
knife in her hands. She's too small.
It'd be too heavy. Yeah, she needs a tiny thing for a
I
little
like
little
the
lady
part where they were
hands.
trying to be inconspicuous, but she's wearing a big blonde wig the whole time that she could have taken
Mhm.
off at any point.
That's right.
That was great.
It is weird.
She decided to keep wearing it instead of changing her appearance more dramatically.
Her
Especially since
weird wig matches her weird face. So when she takes off the wig, it's like, well, now it's almost weirder. Now you're less
What?
matching in an odd sort of way.
It is so weird that they have like lever action weapons in this show. It's so weird.
Because it's
They got-
Firefly, Expanse, Firefly.
Yeah, it's just
Biggest
whatever
Firefly.
the fucking prop master had that day, I guess.
Yeah, it's like the
I guess that is
Starfield
what-
Cowboys.
I
It's the
no,
same
it's
thing.
not even fucking Firefly because Firefly did it all on purpose.
Yeah,
Well, that's what
exactly.
Rex's
There
point
was
is, I think.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Yeah,
Okay.
there was a reason for it then, but
remember
here
then.
it's
Yeah.
just like it's just
And
like
really-
spacey, whatever.
The only reason that this exists is to perpetuate another subplot that allows Soren and his wife to be prominent, which is that their son gets abducted by the UNSC to become a Spartan. Which talk about what are the odds of that? That a former Spartan who escaped, his son then gets captured on a transport and gets recruited to become a Spartan. So that's like a thing that can occupy their time for the rest of the season.
Was it ever implied that they picked his son because he would have had the same genes his dad had?
I don't know that we get
I
any
don't
explicit
remember.
reference for
Yes.
that. I think we're to conclude it was just bad luck.
Okay.
So can
Yeah, I
we
know, right?
quickly talk about this bizarre
Okay.
moment that happens with Quan?
Yeah, please.
Be more specific, Muller.
Yeah,
Which one
there's
do
a-
you mean?
there's a lot of those.
Which bizarre moment with Quan? are
The
you
one on
referring to?
screen, Rags. How can I be more specific than that? So just recognize what's happening here. She's killed a bunch of people to free up Blondie, and she's got a knife in her right hand.
She's got blood on her face.
She's
She looks
looking
like a psycho
unhinged.
killer.
Suddenly, this girl is behind them. She's one of the kidnappy people. I don't know how she managed to evade Quan in this whole sequence, but Quan immediately goes, "I'm going to get you." And some weird movements
And-
happen where she looks. It looks here. It's like, oh, she's putting a knife to the girl's throat as like a threat, I guess. Like, no, Quan has stabbed her. You're like, huh?
No, I can. If someone's stabbed, I can't see the knife.
Well, you can see the trickery that they did there. They had to do something with the visual effects to make the knife kind of like reorient in a different way. because it doesn't line up with the actual action that took place there.
But isn't
You see
one
what
of
I mean?
the
Like, doesn't that look
yeah, but
weird?
yeah, the visual effects, you see
It's
it like
so
slide,
weird.
it clips into her. It's like the
Mhm.
games. They added the clipping from the games.
well,
This
yeah,
is a
that-
reference. This is a game
That's not
reference.
even the only time that happens. When John Halo was fighting the Elite in that one take, his arm clips through the Elite's arm.
And this
Wait,
this
wait,
was a
wait,
particularly vile character too, one that you're set up to want to watch get brutally
Quan?
murdered.
Yes.
Yes.
The other lady.
Oh,
the other
okay.
lady.
All right, okay. just
Yeah.
making sure.
I should have been more specific. Sorry, I just can't remember any of their names.
In case you
What's
thought I was
really,
talking about Quan.
What's
It's
really
so-
weird about this knife blunder is that isn't one of like the oldest, most famous movie props in history. The knife that when you press it, the blade
Spidey
goes,
one.
the fake blade goes into the
Mhm.
handle, and it looks like it's going into things.
That's
So
why
you
you have
could've
such a
just
small
bought-
knife.
You could have just built like a little bitty, you got
She's
one of those little
clearly
prop knives.
Holding
Yeah.
a
Stab
gun,
someone
right?
with
Like
it.
this is just unless I'm missing something, this
Mhm.
just feels like a bad take, and they need to do it again. She's holding a gun.
No.
Quan grabs the gun with her hand. The other hand has a knife in it, and they do the motion of "I've stabbed you now," but we can clearly see the knife is not in her. Even the girl is doing the motion of "Oh, I've been stabbed."
Oh no! Ow!
But then it's
They-
like,
they-
and then Quan actually gets her with her knife.
Find the.
They
Oh,
prominently
yeah.
show her with that gun too. Like every scene that this woman is in, she has that fucking lever
That's
action
right.
gun.
Yeah, so it's
And-
just like this is what happened here, and it's like they filmed it and everyone agreed like we're good.
Where this
And
is
then
fine.
when they, yeah, when they
They'll
actually
fix it
went
in the
to do
dungeon.
visual effects, they were like,
Mhm.
"Wait, we're not good." Oh shit! All right, well, you see how like when Quan's arm moves up, the blade disappears so that it can be reoriented in a way that actually makes the shot work.
Yeah, then it's up
Really
to the
bad.
actors. Just sell it. Just go. Like, people
And that's,
will believe it.
And by the way, you might be thinking, wait, so why is this plot happening? It's like, well, the thing is Soren's crew sold him out because they cut a deal with some lady on the rubble to like make more money, and then she can be in charge, and that's like the plot. And it's like, huh, what's that got to do with the fucking aliens? What's that got to do with?
Why do they
this
care about who's
existential
in
threat to
charge?
humanity? Who cares
Yeah,
who's
like,
in charge of the rubble if everybody's
Does that
gonna
ever
get
come up
killed?
again?
Humanity.
Oh,
But there's
No, it's-
there's never any of that aspect of everyone pooling together to unite to fight for the survival of the human race. It's all like I want to be in charge of this shitty asteroid. Like, no, I want to be in charge. And I'm like, I don't care. The aliens are coming, guys.
Yeah.
This is like the Game of Thrones thing.
You could look down and answer a text message and look back up and be in a completely different show in this season. It's just so all over the place.
Weird, isn't it? Like to go from that to John Halo stalking Corporal Perez to her house to confront her about the lies.
Him
that
going
she
to
told
Blade
after
Runner.
some-
Yeah, the
And
cyberpunk
then going to
and
the
the
strip
Blade
club.
Runner yeah, to talk to,
We need to
oh,
talk.
you gotta-
We got to
we
get
gotta
into
show it,
that.
Yeah,
Oh.
we gotta show it. We gotta show John Halo going to the escort, the hologram escort lady who looks like Cortana.
He
to talk
doesn't
about
just
his feelings.
he doesn't just do that. He's a regular of this strip club.
He is
He's
a
done
regular.
it before. He has
That's
a
right.
He's
favorite
truly a
strip club.
John.
Karen
Master
Goski
Chief,
was
John
so
117.
familiar that she followed him to the elevator because she knew that's where he was going to talk to fake Cortana about his feelings.
That's episode 1, right?
Yes,
talk
that's
about
at the
his
end of
feelings.
episode 1. At the
I
end
guess
of
that's-
episode 1.
God.
I guess it's an accurate depiction of a soldier to show them going to their favorite strip club.
It's just like he goes there to talk to a hologram Cortana, fake Cortana. Like, I miss you, Cortana. I don't know what it is, but I'm sad that you're gone. It's like, what are we doing?
No, wrong
What the
strip club.
No, it's funny. I was stuck on
Yeah.
AB repeat. I kept trying to drag it. I was like, why is it taking me back to the fucking writing thing? I completely forgot how VLC works. But yes, this part was particularly fucking strange. Going to a strip club to see Cortana. I don't know that they understand their fan base whatsoever.
Isn't that what you were thinking about when you were running through the library? Is I wonder what Master Chief's favorite
Wonder what he
titty bar
jerks off
is.
to.
Yeah.
I think hopefully
What's
we
his
get that
favorite?
answered.
What's his
Oh,
fetish?
Probably is this.
Well, good thing they
God.
adapted that.
Internet.
This is the detail that we always wanted to see as Halo fans.
Exactly.
If
It's so
this isn't in
cringe.
the next game, I am going to write an email to someone.
Mm-hmm.
I figured that if there's one before we like just dive into big exhaustive discussion about the characters and motivations and everything, the last like big subplot that seems like worth delving into is the flood, because it is crazy.
Oh
It
wait,
is
do you
actually
wanna?
crazy.
Can we just play the scene?
Well, can you just highlight how much we'll be skipping over in terms of raw timeline now? Because we were just talking
Yeah,
mainly
but-
about 3. Now we're gonna go from
And
4 to
4,
5 to 6 to 7, kind of over to like
So,
7, 8, right?
Episode 5 is basically right after the fall of Reach. They just go hang out on like this barren
Oh, it's
sort
so
of like
bad.
mining planet.
Planet
and
North
they
Texas.
So
about their
fucking
feelings. Talk about their feelings for an hour, and then Riz retires. She's like, "I'm done. Yeah,
Hold
I'm
up,
out.
hold
I'm
up,
done.
hold up.
I don't want to be a
We
part of
get
this
it.
anymore."
Remember the funeral scene?
Hold up. No. We're
Okay.
Patrician. We gotta talk about this. You described North Texas as both being Halo and the crazy flat planet that they go to where nothing happens.
No, I've
You've
described
both of these
the-
as North Texas.
No, I described the bottle episode as being Planet North Texas.
I think you've described Halo as North Texas too. You did it
No, it
earlier.
definitely doesn't look like it.
It's more like South
well,
Dakota.
The point being though, it's a waste. It's the longest episode of the season, and it's the biggest waste of time. There are like important things for like character. Well, I say important. They're important for us to talk about. They're not that useful to the show. They're actually actively detrimental to it. There's like character and theme stuff they want to do there, but it's basically a complete waste of time. It's with
What's
that
worse?
like,
I would say that
with Reach. Yeah,
I
Remember
would say
the
it's
village?
worse than a waste of time because of what they do with Riz and like the messaging that they kind of use with her.
we can jump back into that when we like
I
pick
got you,
out
yeah.
individual characters.
Sure,
Because
yeah.
like it seems like the flood would be they're like kind of the last remaining thing. But by the way, we're skipping all the way to the end of episode 7 into episode 8 to get to that. There is a big time waste with the Onyx like Oni Spartan 3 setup, which again, Spartan 3s and this aren't Spartans. They're basically like they're worse than ODSTs because they've got less training. Like ODSTs have more training than the Spartan 3s. They're just like Marines that they pulled off of Reach and just put in these suits that don't have any shielding and aren't super strong, and they're just throwing them in these crazy missions that they're training in simulations for like maybe a week tops. Is how much training
And
they got
they're
to be Spartan 3s.
they're set to lose no matter what, right?
Yes, that it's meant to be a suicide mission that they're not being told is a suicide mission.
It's very clearly signposting something that happened in the book Ghost of Onyx with none of the emotion
remember
that's
the,
tied to that.
Do you remember the advice they give them of like, we're training you with gunshots that come from nowhere because you'll never know what's going to happen when you're actually out there?
Yeah,
that's
so it's
retarded.
an impossible to win simulation where it's just the gunshots are random.
How is it helpful that the gunshots
so
come
insanely
from nowhere rather
stupid.
than the guns of an elite or a jackal or a grunt? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense?
Yeah. That shit was like annoying to watch. But I will say I was probably one of the few who was kind of on board with bringing in the flood because it's slightly more exciting than the pure boredom of the badness. I think I rather
It's something
funny
new,
bad
yeah.
than boring bad, and I knew that like the flood coming in would be that. And something that struck me pretty quickly, and it wasn't something I hadn't heard, but I also definitely saw it, and anyone else here would totally recognize it. Feels very inspired by the Last of Us TV show zombies. The zombies in this.
It's weird because remember, like the flood in the games. Obviously, not only was there a bit of variety in terms of what they look like because they consumed
A lot
like
of
humans
variety,
and Covenant alike. You had different forms, and you had flood that would use weapons. The flood were intelligent enough to have like coordinated strategies and use weapons against you. Whereas here, they're just like people running at people and biting them. It's really weird.
They're just zombies. They're just
an-
weird zombies.
It's an awkward thing because at this level, at this low level of infection, this is actually how intelligent the Flood are. They don't really
The thing
have a
is,
centralized
The
intelligence yet,
problem is
but
that they do though because
is boring.
the old lady is
Oh,
able to
right,
poison
fuck,
her so that she
yes,
can
I
talk to
forgot.
Quan. We meet an old lady in episode 1
Oh,
who's like a
yeah.
shaman lady who walks into the Covenant glassing the planet and tells John Halo he's going to die soon, and talks about whether he has a soul and everything. And then she talks to Quan a couple of times throughout the season. And then she's like, "Thanks, you released us. We're the Flood. Hi." It's really, really, really weird.
Never mind, I recant my statements, even though
That's
in the
right,
games,
that's
yes,
right.
they would just be zombies at that point, but
Wait,
But
she
there
was
we
clearly the
implied to
show
be the
knows
Flood?
better.
Oh, sure. It's just that
Uh,
they don't feel very flood. They feel like I said, especially with the mouth opens and like flora type shit comes out. It looks very
Well, there's no
And yes,
infection
ER, they-
forms or carrier forms. They don't develop into those. We don't see the spores sort of become the little things that
Oh, and
get
should we
progressively bigger and bigger.
we should probably say how it spreads, right? So it
Yes,
starts.
that's what we're gonna do. So,
Yeah, okay.
well,
It
we
spreads
gotta
for
go
stupid
way,
women.
we gotta go a little bit further back. So, like, basically through a bunch of bullshit, Quan manages to open a door to a library on Onyx. Like when I talk about the kind of bullshit, I mean she like grabs some constellations and just haphazardly moves them around a big star map, and then opens a door that lets
It's
them
like the
go into
Obi-Wan
an
Kenobi
on
star
or-
map, where it's like
Yeah.
when in the Jedi Temple when Obi-Wan Kenobi is looking for a planet,
be
and
here, but
it's
it
all
isn't.
around them, and it
Yeah.
spins around, and she really does like grab some of the little glowing dots that are
And
supposed to
move them
represent
around.
planets or what the fuck
And the
the
reason why
stars.
she knows where they are is because there's a cave on the rubble where I don't know if she had drawn them or if she had found the
Freaky, hearing you
cave.
recount this is it's madness. It's
I know
like
it is.
someone needs to grab you by the shoulders and shake you and say, "Friggy, wake up! Wake up,
Wasn't the
Friggy! It was all a
point-
bad dream."
I think there's slightly more to it in that she's like she's connected to like the Forerunners.
Yes,
In
that's
some
what
way.
yeah, that's the idea. But it's weird because it feels like they've retconned the history because in season 1, you see one of her ancestors talking to a monitor, and she's called a protector, and it seems
Right.
like there's something that's meant to be more positive, but in this, it's like, oh no, she's a protector because she released the flood or something. I was like, no.
So I don't get
Wasn't-
what protector. Yeah, protector release the flood.
Here's the problem. Here's the big problem at this
They
point.
changed their minds.
Based on the finale of season 2, I genuinely don't know how much of the new 343 shit is now fudged into the stuff that they're doing. I think they might be setting up that faction they teased in Halo Infinite called the Endless. I think that might actually be the direction that they're going in. And so there's yet more shit that's going to be really hard for us to predict because I don't know shit about any of that. Like, as an idea.
Well,
I like
neither
when
does
people comment on
343.
this
They set
scene.
up the endless, but we have no sort of visual depiction of them or even an idea of what the fuck it is exactly. Like
Like I
it's
said,
just
it's a
supposed to be
guess.
worse than the flood. It's like, well,
Wasn't
how?
it that lady
We don't
that's
know.
in Halo Infinite? That like alien lady?
Yeah,
I-
that's right. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, something like that. The reason why is because 343 Guilty Spark shows up in the season finale, by the way, and this is the clearest indication that they were desperate. They're like, let's get Guilty Spark alluding to things that happen in season 3 with John Halo's cracked helmet that shows his eye because he's been through some shit. And he's gonna tease that there's something down there waiting for him, and it's like, well, it'd be weird for Guilty Spark to say that about the flood. That'd be weird if he's like eager to introduce John Halo to the grave mine. That would be like fucking retarded. But if
That
it's
makes
like
no
we're gonna
sense. It
introduce
actually
him-
makes no sense.
and he
I
says
wanted-
it's in the dark as well, so it's like I don't see that it would be Forerunners either, because you think he'd speak about them more positively. It feels like it's in a place where it's like, what the hell is he talking about?
I wanted to ask of this scene, wasn't it the point that they needed Cortana to decipher these star maps because like it was just too complicated for people to do, but Quan just like moves some
Yeah, but Quan
constellations
has
around and
special
figures it
magic,
out.
chosen one
Yeah.
flew,
So she's
that's
became a
she's
why-
magic
as
wizard
smart
lady.
as Cortana.
It's not
She's
about
in
that. It's
tune.
the writers would be like, yeah, she has something in her gut that tells her exactly where to place the stars. Okay, it works. Shut the fuck up.
Is that like hereditary? It spreads through genes.
Yes, it is
like,
hereditary.
Is
It's
it
from her family,
contagious?
her ancestors. Yeah, she got
Her
it from
ancestors are
ancestors.
part
So,
of an
like,
ancient protector lineage that
given
will
that-
allow them to.
Given that it's so many
Really-
generations back, shouldn't there be like millions of people with the gene at this point that lets them
No,
move stars
No.
around in a constellation?
nope.
Because the
statistically-
Forerunners planned
The
for
Forerunners
That's
that.
where you're
It's
wrong,
They
kiddo.
planned for
planned.
Quan.
That's right. So
Yes.
every bullshit thing that happens in the show, it was fated. It's prophecy, so it works.
Quan.
Well,
Quan
then why
was
do I
arranged.
care? John
No, I
Halo's
know.
immune to damage because he flipped a quarter
Oh,
500
yes.
times and got
Hey,
heads
look,
every
right?
time.
We'll get to that. Let's wrap up the flood as a subplot, because basically the way that they get released is she messes around with the star map, opens the door to a library, they go inside, and there's a Forerunner lady just like there on the ground holding a little rectangular shaped object. And Miranda grabs it, and then there's a big earthquake that like destroys the lab, and they escape. And she brings it into the base, like the only base on Onyx.
Does the
And, like,
earthquake
she
have a
just-
reason?
No,
Mm-mm.
Oh, all right, carry on.
it just happens.
Okay,
she-
well, it's unfortunate.
So she's just studying. Look, all right, you have to understand. So she's in there and she's messing around and she's studying like a spore that she gets from inside the container. And then another scientist lady's like, "Oh yeah, hey, how you doing?" And then Miranda's like, "You didn't touch that, did you?" And she's like, "Nope, I didn't touch it." She did. She did, and she's
Why
been
you always
floodified.
Oh, they
lie?
just like, did you
She's
touch it?
been-
No, the narrator. She did indeed touch
Yeah.
it.
She did
did.
touch. She did touch the creepy bacteria
With her bare
creepy
hand,
bacteria
I
virus
guess.
with her hand. Yeah,
This is
like
this
she
is the
poked it.
humanity we're supposed to root for.
She is patient zero of the flood infestation that is about to destroy this Onyx facility. Like, it's crazy.
It was at this point that becoming part of Team Flood was starting to look appealing.
Yeah.
I was
wish
rooting for the
joking.
single cell organism over human civilization at this point.
I really do wish I was joking, but like, she just touched it. Just
Yeah.
touched it with her hand. I
She
guess.
just touched
The
it and
woman-
then decided to like deep kiss everybody in the facility.
Women scientists.
The
Mm.
woman who
Oh, they were proud
works
of
in a
themselves for that.
virology lab.
They show her like handshake someone as she's leaving somewhere, and then they're like the camera hangs on it. Like, you see, this is how simple it is to spread. It's like, shut the fuck up.
There's a movie that famously did that, right?
Contagion.
It's like called Contagion. Yeah. So I
Pretty good.
think they just want
Yeah,
to
it is a pretty
reference
good
that.
movie,
Thinking
because-
of you remember in World War Z, it was like the chief vaccinologist or something accidentally pricked
Also-
his finger and got zombie in him, and then turned everybody into zombies.
It's a kind of a cool ending. I really want to watch the Of the Apes new movies, the new set again, especially with the newer one on the way. But the first one ends with the virus on like a pilot, and it shows him get into the plane, and then it like zooms out into the city, zooms out into the earth, and it just shows really quickly how fast it all spreads with like really
kind of like.
sort of spooky music, and then it hits credits, basically letting you know it's like everyone just died.
Whereas here, they play like this weird music while like this woman is getting progressively more unhinged and nobody seems to care. Like, she's sweating and got black veins on her neck,
This
and
shit,
nobody cares.
I think it gets
And it's just
cartoony with this.
sad
It's like
That time of the month
just
again,
like,
yeah.
oh, you okay, Sheila? How you doing over there?
Hey, Sheila, who works in the virology lab, you look a little sick there. And claps him on the,
Yeah.
on the back of the shoulder. You feeling okay?
You want
Should I
some
get you a
chicken
glass of
soup,
water?
Sheila?
Do you want me to lick your face?
I could look it right now.
Like, yeah, that's,
Have some of my coffee.
Yeah.
That's and then she stabs a guy and then she gets locked up, but it's already too late. The flood is spreading. And then she gets like put like downstairs in a little prison that they've actually got like Soren's family and Ackerson as well, he's a new character. He's actually really like prominent in the plot, but we'll talk about him later. Because it's too hard. It's too hard to cover everything all at once. And they're in prison. Oh yeah.
They just put her in a jail cell. It's not even like an
so
airtight
weird.
chamber. You know, like
Yeah.
there's so many fucking problems
She's
with
obviously
this.
sick,
what-
but
Why wasn't the container dealt with in like a little airtight chamber with like
they'd have a
like
quarantine
they're dealing
chamber
with
for
an
sure.
isotope or something? Yeah,
Instead,
yeah.
This goes
it's
to
prison
the,
with bars, like the big red metal bars, like an old timey jail.
Yeah.
This in particular speaks to what we've kind of been alluding to, which is that everyone in this universe is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Humanity is too
Yeah.
stupid to live.
Well, so
And this, like,
sad-
really, this sold that idea to us. Like,
sadly,
it's
to give you an
there's a
idea-
real world
packaged.
example of them doing this.
looking at her, you're
I
not
don't think
supposed to
they
go,
understood.
wow, you murdered that other scientist for reasons of, like anger or jealousy or something typical that we can try in a court. You're clearly not infected with
Look at
something
her.
insane. Like,
Yeah,
Look
okay.
at her. You work in a virology lab. They just brought in this ancient bacteria from like an alien cave, and one of you's going nuts. And like, we know what zombies are. All right, we're human. We know what
So
zombies
annoying,
are.
yeah,
You're
when-
doing the thing. You're a zombie. I've seen the movies. I've watched the films. You're a zombie.
She's
Um,
listen. Zombies are dehumanizing. Please use the term infected person.
hmm.
Person
by
of
the way, like-
infection.
Yes, thank
The
you.
nature of like the
You're
way
a
that it
person of
manifests as well.
infection.
There's a part where Soren enters into this facility with Quan, and they just encounter a bunch of frozen people, like
Mhm.
Frozen doing innocuous tasks as well.
They're
Not
still,
like Frozen.
yeah.
It's like that
It's
Borg
like
scene
Pompeii.
in Star
He
He
doesn't
like,
mean
when the people
people
are
from the
frozen.
hit movie Frozen. He means people who are
No.
frozen, okay? Wanna
Like
no
Let
one
it
Standing
can see that.
grow. Let it grow.
And they just they're very chill about it when it's like, this is insane, guys. Like, when have you ever seen a bunch of people just standing still, like in weird poses in a military base?
If I walk into a place and everyone's doing that, I'm probably just gonna leave
Yeah.
because
I'd
some
leave.
weird shit's going on.
Well, it makes you wonder. It's like, shouldn't Soren and Quan be getting infected by flood spores? But
Yeah.
they're not. They're fine. They're just breathing in, but they're fine.
You know for a
not
fact
getting
that the
infected.
writers will be like, no, we're not doing that. The next season they're like, we're doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably will, because I'll forget.
Well, the spread of this thing and the effect it has on people seems so ill thought out. Like it's just a mishmash of surface elements from a bunch of different like zombie properties.
Yeah.
You know, they're frozen still. Is it spores? Is it airborne? Is it skin contact? Like they apparently they burrow into the skin through like visible wounds. Like
Yeah.
like there's no clarity as to how it works. So like a lot of the tension is gone there.
Well, I think if you ask someone who didn't know anything about Halloween, you're like, they spread through spores. It's like, spores? Do they? It looks like they spread through
Right.
bites. Or like the little parasites that leak out of one of them and then go into other people, but not spores.
It has to, yeah, because actually someone just messaged me and it reminded me of something from one of the books. In the book The Flood, there is a part where Master Chief has an infection form like jump on him, and it like cuts through his suit to cuts into him, but it isn't able to infect him. So it's not just that. It's more than just they touch you. They have to like actually infect you with something.
Yeah. Well, the
Or we can-
the
but
infection
talking about what
forms
it
have
is-
these little tendrils, right? Yeah.
It's the apparent. He says the canon explanation is getting a flood supercell in the bloodstream, so only certain flood cells are able to infect you. Most of them are probably just the cells that keep the flood alive, and there are particular cells that will infect you.
They're not
which
interested
is,
in any of
But yeah,
that.
all of this
they're
is
they're
totally,
excited to
yeah.
get to do zombies. They don't really give a shit if it's accurate to the games.
Well,
Well, yeah,
this
and for
feels
me, it's like
particularly
woohoo, funny
desperate.
things. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's desperate because of the flood is it's a huge reveal for Halo, but it happens so quickly in the show. It just happens to the
Well,
point where we
I
were
think-
almost like what are we doing the flood just like that? We just found
I
them, and
suppose-
now it's just flood time.
I suppose it's funny you say that because they'd be like, well, what do you mean? We've been teasing it throughout all of season 2 and all the way into season 1 with Quan, and we had it with the lady going like, release us from our prison. You gotta let me go when she speaks to her in a spirit vision. But it's like, you think about the actual cause and effect of how it plays out, it's really, really strange. And it feels like it comes out of nowhere when I think the writers would be like, no, it didn't. We've been setting it up all season. But they did it so poorly that it actually does feel like it comes out of nowhere.
Well, because who gives a
Um,
shit about Quan?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Like most of the
really
audience
tough
is probably
one,
fucking
yeah.
asleep during her
When
scenes.
you tie it
So
to Quan's storyline, it makes it. It's just that the cause and effect of how it relates to the actual Human Covenant war, compared to in Halo 1, where it's like the Covenant are on Halo and they've gone exploring and they found something deep in Halo. It's like, oh, well, it's straightforward. It's simple, but it's straightforward.
It makes sense
so-
logically. That's what
so
the
what happened
Covenant would
is-
do.
Think about the cause and effect for the flood in this show, all the way back to season 1. Bear with me here, all right? The cause and effect is Quan is miraculously saved from death when a bunch of Covenant soldiers attack her outpost by Master Chief John Halo, who also has super duper Forerunner connections. She goes on a big journey to save Madrigal that then leads her to going on a spirit quest where she sees her ancestors talking to a Forerunner monitor in a well to then tell her you are a protector and that means something. To then have to go fight for the independence of her planet. It gets destroyed by the Covenant, and then she gets embroiled in the inner turmoil of a space station, which then thrusts her on a collision course with John Halo again, where she then finds herself going to Onyx, and she goes down into another well that happens to be there, and then grabs a star map thing, opens up a Forerunner facility, goes in there, and then someone else picks up a flood spore and starts researching it, and then the flood gets out. That's retarded.
well, it is accurate to the games if you think about the Halo 4 plotline of the Master Chief being
As I often
predestined
do,
to go
as
to
I
the
often do, yeah.
librarian, which all itself starts with just the cosmic coincidence of the Prophet of Regret stumbling over Earth.
There is I would say that the books do a really good job at it as well, but there is a really cool, creepy element of the flood reveal in the Halo games regarding, Cortana and her, what she says, her
Mm.
expressions and things. And then there's, of course, going into the swamp, finding them yourself.
Well, and the
It's a
mission
really,
opens
That
really
with the
lengthy,
Covenant
that
running
lengthy
away.
helmet cam recording cutscene
Yeah.
that the
Yeah,
Halo
yeah.
show forgets helmet
Oh,
cams
yeah,
exist.
yeah.
Well,
Um,
that payoff is totally fucked now. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like they've spoiled the flood. Well, they've I don't know, if spoil's the right
Oh.
word. They've done the flood reveal in the place where they shouldn't have. Like it
they've
should
rushed,
be
haven't they?
the flood should appear in like when Chief is in the belly of Halo. Like it's cool in the game
yeah,
because
you're
it's just
trapped.
like, ooh, the ring. It's just a cool, mysterious thing. Let's get into the heart of it. And then it's like, oh shit, the flood, the most
Well, you're
worst,
trapped on
grossest thing
Halo.
ever.
You're already stuck on Halo. You can't leave Halo. In this show, you could leave Halo whenever you want. You can call someone to pick you up, and you can leave. You can just leave Halo. You can go. So being stuck on Halo, you're already fighting this grim battle against the this alien force. Then you're like, oh shit, there are space zombies here too. Well, fuck. And the situation goes from bad to worse.
Dealing with them. You think Halo's going to be it, and then it's like, oh, and now on top of it, we can't even use Halo, and now I've got the monitor after me. I've got Guilty Spark and like the monitors are coming to get me now. It's like, wow, this is a disaster. It's like a really cool high stakes thing, whereas here it's all over the place because I've got all of these disparate subplots that they wanted to do that don't have very strong connections to each other or like a clear sort of central plot line.
I think it's a really good point that revealing the flood early kind of takes away from the reveals that Halo has, because what can season 3 do now that it's been revealed that
Like
the
I said,
flood
I think it
exists
might
and
be
that
endless. It might be
like
some new shit.
Yeah, I mean,
they have to
whatever.
invent something. They've
Right. Now
literally
that the flood
stolen the
has been
sales.
revealed, it's like, what is the big scary thing at the heart of Halo that 343 is getting at the end of the
It was
show
humanity
now? And
all
whatever
along.
it is, like whatever it is, I don't really care now because you've already shown the flood. The flood was meant to be the worst thing ever, because like that's the whole one of the major angles of Halo is the Pandora's box story. It's just like, it's, oh, Halo, what's this? You go, you explore Halo, and it's like, oh, this terrible thing is inside it. We got to get out of here and destroy it.
There's relatively very little setup for the flood in the game, but it's done well because anything that gets Cortana to panic and says you need to go, like the Covenant found something, those Covenant fools, what have they done? You need to go right now and do this thing, and then she leaves in a hurry. Like you're like, oh shit, what's happening? Like what's going on here? It alludes to some greater mystery, but that's really kind of all you get, and then you discover him yourself.
Think about the nature of how it recontextualizes the central conflict, and then compare to the setups that they have here. Like, I would draw your attention when John Halo is on Halo and he looks up and sees humanity coming to Halo, he describes that as a bad thing. He thinks that is bad. So that means that there will definitely continue to be more like UNSC subplots of them being an antagonistic force in the show, which means that even with the introduction of like the flood, I don't think it's going to massively recontextualize the conflict. It's just going to be, oh, that's like another subplot that will just sort of be running in the background while we have our other shit going on. Which, by the way, I want to draw more attention to that. Isn't that crazy that like they've written the story to where John Halo seeing humanity reach Halo before the Covenant it makes him unhappy, especially when at this point he doesn't understand the true nature of what Halo does.
And honestly, they might change what Halo does.
They might. I mean,
that's the thing. Like, it's such a massive like break from the games, but we're there. We've already done that.
They have to reveal it's not a weapon.
Well, it's really awkward because, the fact that they've turned when Halo was the very first. I mean, aside from the Pillar of Autumn, Halo's the first thing you see in Combat Evolved. Instead, turning Halo into a big 2-season-long mystery of we got to find it, and it's weird that it's a mystery of how to find it. Yet they're so resolute on what it actually is when they don't know anything about it. They just conclude it's a weapon, and it's from a variety of different sources. Like the reason why they think it's a weapon is because Halsey just kind of thought it was. With no evidence at all. The fact that they even know it exists is because they were doing a translation where they saw a sacred ring in the translation, and that's how they even know it exists in the first place. And then you've got like McKee, who used to believe that it was the vehicle for the Great Journey. She now believes it's a weapon that can be discriminately used, and so does John Halo.
And she wants to kill both the Covenant and humanity with it.
She's done with everybody for some reason. Now she just wants to wipe.
She's in her edgy teenage phase.
Well, and I think anybody would be like, how the fuck is she even considering making that decision? Who even is this person? You're like, I know.
She's a crazy person who believes that she has the right to do all of these things. And it's like that. And that's where we find ourselves at the end of season 2. She's on the loose in Halo. And John Halo is like on her tail, but not really actively doing much to stop her. Meanwhile, the flood has been released and is like, oh, and Halsey got floodified, but she's in like a cryopod that just so happened to be in the place that Miranda was working, where she's trapped, and now she's got to find a way to cure the flood, which I bet you they'll figure out a way to just cure it. Instead of it being like a problem that sort of exists in a general sense and has to be confronted in a very specific way, she'll just find like a pathogen or something that stops the flood. That's probably what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, they absolutely have to do that to bring Halsey back.
Yep, exactly, which they will want to. The fact that they put her in cryo instead of killing her
Yeah.
off the flood, which doesn't that seem like there's something there that she gets consumed by the thing that she was obsessed with? I don't know, but instead, nah, it's all good. They'll be fine. And that's like, what a mess of subplots, you know, like what a tangled web of insanity that is. And like weaved into that is a whole bunch of these characters that I have a question. Oh, yeah.
It just the reason that it's a narrative mess is just so that they can rush to reference everything, so that people on
Yeah.
Twitter can go, "Oh my god, it's Onyx! Oh my god, it's the Flood! Oh my god, it's fucking Halo!
Spartan threes. Oh my god.
It's
yeah.
the Arbiter!"
But why would
They've
any
done
of this
everything
mean
out of
anything
order.
when it's so different?
Yeah.
Yeah, purely for that reason.
Yeah, they took
And
the
because
Halo
they don't
back
know
and
if they're
just
going to get
shuffled
enough
it.
seasons to naturally reach those points and earn it. So they're
I
just
mean, I
throwing
would
shit
say
at the wall, hoping that to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah.
John Halo's conversation with Guilty Spark really felt like, can we please have a season 3? Please give us a season 3, please. You want a season 3?
Ooh, there's a
You wanna
mystery.
know
What's gonna
on Halo.
happen? Ooh,
That's right.
Think of it. Yeah.
I think
I
that's
hate
part
his
of the-
voice.
You know what's funny to me
343's
is like,
voice
They
is
butchered it.
shit.
if you don't know anything about the games, those scenes are just weird, man. Like,
Mhm.
I know enough from vague references from you guys to be able to put some things together, but if I'm being genuinely honest here, it's like John is sitting in a dark room and there's a floating ball talking to him. It's like, the fuck am I supposed to make about this? Like, do you understand how weird that is for someone who hasn't played any games at all?
Yes.
It's like, what is
Only for the-
happening? Why is he talking to a ball with a light on it? Why is this clearly framed in a way that's meant to make me go, oh, when I'm just sitting going, what the fuck?
Look at how goofy
I
he looks as well.
really don't like that his visor is shattered. That feels like a huge problem.
So cringe. You gotta show it. Show the visor. It's so cringe.
Because like
Yeah.
is
So
that
cringe,
it's like
show it.
how's he gonna get back off the ring without his helmet being airtight? But then
How's he gonna-
you know
he's-
next season they're gonna pull something out of their ass where it's just like
Duct tape.
point a little laser beam at the helmet and then boom, it's fixed.
No,
you
they
know,
might
Oh yeah,
generate
it'll be
some
Forerunner
No,
nanobots or something.
Forerunner
yeah.
nanobots. Will
How are we
fix
going to
it,
see his
yeah.
face?
Well,
It
this
is
the
funny
middle
if they were
ground.
like, yeah, we're keeping his helmet on the whole season. You're like, really? And then they have that Anakin face of like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just why didn't they just make the visor capable of becoming more translucent?
Like the ODST visors?
yeah, like it can
Oh, yeah.
become a bit more you could like press a button or a function and it just sort of it ungolds.
No.
It
God.
and de-aurifies.
It would be
Okay,
too
you could see their
expensive
face
to
more.
make that
Dude,
prop. And
This image, man, it's so gross. It's like they've shoved an imposter in there, you know, like
Mhm.
they've jammed him in there, and look at him staring through this corpse that he's
Yet
wearing.
another
of
skinwalker.
Master Chief.
How dare you
Yeah.
sit where he didn't
Oh, well-
sit?
Well, remember, you guys remember the brilliant line that he said in this scene? The
Oh,
wonderful
no.
line. You got to play it, Molly. You got to play it for everybody to see.
You're talking about when he says, I am Halo, or is this when
No,
else?
no, no. They took
And
my
I
image
am
and
all the
bent it.
covenant.
No, John, you are the
They,
flood.
The line where he says they took my image and bent it to their own purposes.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
I did share that
They
on
wouldn't
Twitter.
say that out loud.
It's too good.
Not everybody uses Twitter. You gotta,
All right.
you gotta show everybody here.
Very
so that they can-
poetic.
All right, video essay people, that's how you start your video.
I mean, it's just funny how he says that, and it's like, yeah, that's the show. Like, that's the show.
Well,
so it's he.
And, you know, Master Chief famously cared about his image. He was an Instagram influencer as a type of character.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was
Which I
really,
suppose-
clued into the propaganda and the posters and stuff, you know.
I
Oh my
suppose,
god.
Yeah, look at that.
I actually have to pee.
Well,
It's almost
I
an
have a-
indictment of the games itself because he's basically saying that like the Master Chief of the games is the image that he doesn't like.
Right.
That's
yeah.
that's not the real John 117. I'm the real John Halo.
well, it is weird, right? It's almost like they're trying to create like a new storyline that supplants And I gotta say, it's really awkward to think about. You think about a lot of the things that 343 was saying about like Master Chief and Halo 4, and like the way that they talk about the character in this show and the Spartans, it's a little uncanny. It's a little bit weird. It's almost like this is the way that they would have wanted it to be from the very beginning, but unfortunately, Halo already exists and has a
Yeah.
storyline and characters that is difficult
Well,
to get away from. But if you could recreate it in an alternate timeline, then you can create it where it's like, yeah, we're exploring who's the man behind the mask, and he's discovering his humanity and all that shit that they were talking about in Halo 4.
I think the writers really engaged with the child soldier plotline of the books, and
Hmm.
they kind of wanted to explore that, but they also knew that they had to include a bunch of references to things from the games.
Well, it's something we've talked about, is that they knew to have banshees. Well, it's funny that in this season it feels like there was actually a lot less of just that recognizable iconography,
Yeah.
even though this was meant to be the pivot towards being more faithful. But they knew to have the Spartans in armor that generally looks pretty good. They knew to have like the props for the like assault rifle and the battle rifle and like the gravity hammer, and they knew to have elites and grunts and jackals and banshees and warthogs and stuff. They knew to have all of those things because it's good for marketing. You can put that in the trailer and people will be excited and happy to see that. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all to essentially cover for like the story that they actually want to tell.
Oh, do you want to talk about
Yeah,
this?
it's all meaningless fluff if the story isn't working and the characters aren't interesting. Like, yeah.
Final boss
It's
fight, by the way.
it's
Oh,
watching like
okay.
somebody play with your action figures, and they like have just a really perverted idea of the story that you've been telling with them.
And
just
they're
like
getting the
someone else-
names wrong. It's like they're
Yeah.
playing with Transformers, but they're using like GI Joe names or something. It's
the-
like that's
this-
not
this-
it. That's
This is Jan 118. This is my action figure.
You're like reenacting the throne room scene, and they have Palpatine pick up Vader and toss him down the hole, and you're like, "What?
Yeah.
Why did you do?" And they're like, "Yay, Palpatine!"
Do you want to show the final fight between John Halo and Mr. Mandibles? It's
The
got some really
intense
great,
final battle.
visual effects here.
We've really talked about the Arbiter up till now, so
Look,
I think
right?
it's
Oh, yeah, he's got his
satisfying
own.
to see
that's-
the resolution of this character's arc.
Look at him go. Look at that great animation there. This looks real.
Very
Are they fighting on a hockey rink? Like, why did he have no friction there?
Look at how real this looks. The Halo 2 anniversary blur cutscenes came out a decade ago, by the way.
The fucking Halo 4 Spartan Ops cutscenes look better than this.
Yeah, that's like a decade ago as well. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this animation.
To be honest, this is the only time I was like halfway interested in what was happening. It doesn't look good, but
well, yeah, I
mean,
take
yeah.
stuff like this.
it's
of,
like watching a video game cutscene. I'm like, okay, I'll take it.
It's a conflict between two people that are best described with the title Murder Man. Because you've got Arbiter, who killed a bunch of elites, and you've got John Halo, who's killed a bunch of humans. And I don't know why they're fighting. They seem to be on the same side.
Well, it's basically the main reason is because, well, it's funny because up until a point it was like the Mr. Mandibles, he could be redeemed if he killed John Halo, but like he's moved past that as a thing. So I think it's just for his own satisfaction at this point of just like, yeah, I'm gonna fight him. He's here, and I'm gonna chop him up with my sword. I like how John Halo gets a second win, but it's like for no reason at all. He just decides like, yeah, I'm gonna win now.
Does
As
this
you
look
do.
better or worse than Red versus Blue?
But the
Like
red,
their
the red
their
versus
animated
blue,
stuff.
like the fight scenes, like those
Yeah.
early ones had cooler choreography. They had cooler things happening in them that were like really fun and well animated.
I think,
Yeah,
by the
just-
way,
I'm
you said Murder Man just reminded me. I think Rich Evans described Batman vs Superman, the Zack Snyder film, as Murder Man versus Captain Hypocrite, and then Mike said,
Yeah.
which one's which?
I mean, that describes this too.
Yeah.
Like this
I
is
was thinking how one thing that continued to frustrate me immensely throughout all of the show is how many times an elite will be right in front of someone with the sword and they'll swing and they'll miss.
Well, there was one time in episode 1 where an elite grabs John Halo from behind and just throws him, and then ignites his energy sword. He could have stabbed him,
Yeah, I
could have
remember
gotten
that,
him,
yeah.
but instead he just throws him.
I have
If
a
you- if you have
love-hate
no
relationship
context-
with.
If you
Go
if you
ahead.
have no context, this is like you're watching them fight over the girl. Like
I mean,
like this is the end of a rom-com or something.
Just to be clear, he blocks all of the pistol shots with his sword, like a sheep.
And
I have
Oh,
a
the show
love-hate
sucks.
relationship with Wonder shots, especially if it's like CGI characters in it, where it's just like I don't care. I'm not impressed that it's
okay,
all.
so
How
I,
is
I have
dumb
a-
people
I have
are-
a- I have
Dumb
a big
people
old
are impressed
question
by
for
the
you.
Well,
Dan.
I like
one
it.
shot.
I have a big old question now. Have you seen the one take in the Bad Guys, the DreamWorks movie?
I have
No.
not. I still need to see that movie.
Do you? Okay, well, would you say that it doesn't matter what it looks like? It would necessarily not be impressive because it's like computer animated.
I mean, there's exceptions. Usually, like I'm only in favor of oneers if it's all practical and it's used very sparingly, like maybe once in like a a whole movie or like in an episode. Usually, I prefer like traditional cuts and shots.
Do you
you
like? All right. Well, you said in one episode. I'm asking about Mr. Robot because that's like for the whole. Well, what about like 1917 then, for instance? Is that because that's like the whole movie? Is
Well, there's so much done there that's practical. Like I do respect that, even if it's like stitched together with some VFX like that. I
Yeah,
think
this
that's
is-
fine.
This
But
is
if it's
watching
like two
models in
entirely
Blender.
CGI modeled characters fighting, and the camera is just like moving around them as if, like, I mean, at least the environment it's like shot. It looks like it's shot on location in a real sort of grassy.
Let me say, I think
place,
them
but-
shooting it in real was a big mistake because that's what contributes to it looking really bad. I think they would have been better off if they actually just did the whole thing computer generated, including the background, instead of doing this weird thing that they've done that they've talked about in post production where they shot practically, but they painted over everything with CG and kept some of the elements in the background anyway, to where it starts to look really weird, where like
Yeah.
it's clearly not tracking correctly. But on the thing of like, if you have like a one take that's animation, it's not like that still requires an immense amount of coordination between like different animators, because it's not like you're going to have one guy who's going to be doing every single animation in the shot. You'd have like multiple teams of animators that have to stitch their work together in a way that's
Sure.
like seamless.
It can work, yeah.
I would say that
It's not always bad.
I mean, I think they get fucked over by the obsession with trying to make it a oneer, is that the choreography suffers because the interest is to keep it all unbroken, but there's so many times where people are having to like screw up their sort of. I mean, The Last Jedi is one of the best examples of this in the throne room, right? That they do it all, and then and it gets cut up anyway, which is the really funny part. But that like the part where Master Chief's got his it's like you now don't have the energy sword versus an arbiter with one. It's like, what are you gonna do? And then he's like, I'm gonna use my grapple, which makes no fucking sense at all.
No, you want to get him closer. If he's got a sword, you want to make
it's like
sure
one
he's
of the
closer.
stupidest things ever. Arbiter doesn't even have to swing. He just needed to fall onto Chief and he'd be dead.
No, he'd miss. Arbiter, he just swings every time. See, he misses. He just can't hit him with that sword.
But it's like the interest in keeping it in a oneer is like it's so hard to explain how Chief's even alive, and it's like, yeah, but it's all in one shot. It's like,
Well, see, he flipped a quarter 500 times and it landed on heads every time.
Well, it's like it's like a gigantic pile of shit is more impressive than a small pile of shit, you know? But like it's not it's not
True.
very meaningful. And I think that as well when it comes to the sword stuff and their fascination with the swords in this show, I do not fucking have any clue how the Master Chief is able to have a sword fight with an elite. Elites are like trained to use the swords. That's like part of their culture and their warrior element. How can he just pick up a sword and know how to sword fight? And it's not even like a human sword. It's like a fucked up alien sword.
And remember, this isn't supposed to be an adaptation of Halo 1, the game where you couldn't use the energy sword.
Yeah, only the elites had them in the first game, yeah.
Yeah, they would disappear when dropped. Or they would like blow
But the
up.
first time he picks them up, he knows how to turn it on, and he just turns it on like he's done it 100
Then
times.
he
Which maybe
gets
he has
shot.
because they're so common that every elite's got a sword. So maybe everyone knows. It's like, yeah, he's This here's the on button. It's the most understood piece of Covenant technology on account of how
Why
many
wouldn't
they
Master
have.
Chief fight with his assault rifle? You know, the iconic weapon that he's usually uses, and like they show them
Well,
like,
because he
you
comes
know,
in with his pistol, but he doesn't seem to be smart enough to move the aim to a place where the energy sword isn't defending. And, because that's how they do it, right? And then he's like, fuck it, I'll just sword fight you. And it's just like, okay, lose all
Wouldn't
your
it be more-
advantages.
It would be more interesting if Chief was able to, like, pick up a sword almost as if in a panic, and then use it like, oh, there's a sword next to me. I can use that to block this sword coming at me. And he's able to block like a blow or something to almost like not clumsily, but he's clearly not trained in swordsmanship, because of course he's not trained in swordsmanship.
or they
and he's
give him
able
a
to
mini
do it.
boss. Like, and during the Fall of Reach, he fights a lower ranking elite with a sword, and he's kind of clumsy with it, but he learns the basics.
Well, isn't the obvious thing that he fights Arbiter in episode 4 or 3 or whatever, and loses but doesn't die in a sword fight, and then it encourages him to be like, next time this happens, I want to be able to actually know what I'm doing with this fucking thing. And then you just have like 1 or 2 scenes where he's just practicing it while you have characters talk about shit. Easy.
I just feel like it's just. I don't think Master Chief should be sword fighting.
Yeah, he
It's
he
just
doesn't give a shit about
bizarre.
honor. He wants to win. Like,
Yeah,
He's gonna use
well-
his guns that he's trained with.
He had to, I guess. The funny thing is, there's
Remember
a part
when,
where Alpha just fucking
Master-
wrecking him by punching him over and over again, but then stops.
Remember
It's
when
like-
Master Chief and Arbiter met in Halo 3, and Master Chief just put his gun up in his mandibles and almost killed the Arbiter with a gun? Good times.
I mean, that's what
Apologize
Forge
for the
tried in that little
interruption.
battle that we
it's
Yeah.
good to think about the good times.
the battle we played. Forge tried to shoot him
Mhm.
with the rifle and then lost it, and then he used his pistol, then he lost that, and then he used his knife. Which to me, like I said, I'm
Yeah,
not saying it's
it's-
some amazing battle, but it's way more satisfying to watch someone who's clearly trained in all of these weapons to use them all in order of how lethal they are, at least for him.
Yeah, to make it
weapon
clear
they're
that he's
trained in
trying to
is-
win and not just fulfill his fantasy of honor.
Yeah, it's weird. It also this fight also shows how shit the elite armor looks compared to the games. It looked
Yes.
really neat in games because you could see like the undersuit and even like
I-
the elite skin. In this, it just looks like I don't know why they abandoned the cool sort of designs that they had in the games.
I really couldn't tell this was supposed to be the Arbiter's armor until like episode 6 when he was in a brightly lit room.
Because it looks
just-
virtually the same as all the others. All the elites
Yeah.
pretty much have the same kind of design, and they don't really have the elite, especially when in later Halo games when you had all the different varieties of elite ranks. They were very visually distinguishable, not just by the design of the armor, but by the color. So again, it's one of those things from the games that you have to animate them anyway. Maybe animate them in the way that's more like lore accurate and world building accurate, so that they don't all just blend together. You have some who are in the front with this armor. They have the ones in the back that kind of look, they're lower ranked, so they kind of look the same. Some look particularly special, but you don't get that. It's on that mountain of lost opportunities. It's just like why we never see any plasma pistols or carbines or needlers. It's just all blue things flying through the air and a bunch of elite clones with swords.
Yeah, I agree. They all look the same. I mean, there should be some variety,
Uh-huh.
and the Arbiter's armor is supposed to be visually distinct and relatively sort of old-fashioned, like for them within their sort of culture. And the Arbiter is obviously like a title, right? It gets passed around from one elite to another, and whoever is the Arbiter gets that set of armor.
They
And
killed
I
a
guess
different
they've just
Arbiter.
done away.
I apologize.
Right.
Killed
I have a habit
someone.
of
No,
answering
it's fine.
chat.
So it seems like they've just thrown out the idea of like the Arbiter having that distinct armor, and now, if they do reintroduce like the Arbiter from like Halo 2, he's just gonna look like everybody
this-
else.
Mhm.
For anyone seeing the clip, he does get killed, but this is some Randy Arbiter. This is not an important one.
This is just
Not-
some
not the
it's just
Right.
some guy. It's just some guy.
Well, so I have a question. We're gonna go. You know what? Let's go right to left on this one. I'm gonna go last though. My question is, who is the best character in the show, and
Fuck
explain
you,
why.
Fringy.
Easy
Fuck
answer.
you.
And no
Actual
memes.
madman.
I'm
No
prepared.
memes. Now, bear in mind, you can explain who the best character is while encompassing and including any of the caveats or the flaws that they have or the stupidity of the writing. That's totally
Mhm.
fine. I'm not asking you to talk about a character who you really like
Rags, let's go
necessarily.
first.
Just who you think the best character is.
Any rule on not allowed to choose the one that's been previously said?
No, you can. If you agree with that choice. Oh well, the thing is, I'm tempted to get somebody if one's taken to try and go for another character and explain why. But the thing is that I'm not changing because I have an answer. So you know what? There can be overlap. You know what? Overlap is allowed. If someone else takes yours, that's okay. If you can also provide some rationale for them too. But
So
Rags, you're
you
first.
you obviously know that this is an incredibly difficult question. The best character, does it matter how minor they are, or
No. Well, minor. They need to be a speaking character who has some amount of scenes. Like they don't need to be
Fuck.
a POV character necessarily. They don't need to be like a super duper main character, but they can't
So,
just be like
I can't
one
choose the
random
flood.
one. No, you can the flood. Well, you can
Well,
choose
they're a
the
hive mind,
lady.
so
You can choose the shaman lady.
Shaman.
Oh
like,
no, I'm not doing that. I'm not fucking doing it.
But yeah, Rags. Why don't you walk me through?
if I'm put on the spot to pick the best character
That's
from
right,
Halo
this is what's
Season
happened
2,
here.
one that comes to mind is maybe the purple robed elite.
Oh,
That
that's allowed. You can pick him.
I
Yeah.
I think because he ultimately is very distrustful of Mackie, even though he shouldn't really be trusting of her at all, but she has some sway in their hierarchy, bizarrely. But if we give that to him, then the fact that she's here telling him to do weird stuff and they're not clued into everything, the fact she's a human, the fact he kind of discovers that they've been like communicating with something, from his perspective, I guess it makes sense to him that he would want to kill her and just stop it so that they can get back to business.
I think I'm starting to realize that you're lucky because I think he only has like maybe 3 or 4 scenes.
He does not have
I'm-
many scenes. That's why I asked
starting
if
to
I could get
wonder
him.
I'm starting to wonder if I think I've changed my mind on having him be allowed. I think
Okay.
Oh no.
I think I want somebody who plays a more prominent. Like I said, they don't have to be a main. They don't have to be like on the equivalent of John Halo in terms of the amount of screen time. But I think I want somebody who you could like reasonably say was main cast or like recurring, like major.
So I can't
recurring.
choose Plaque Boy.
No, Black Boy is
Fuck.
also. I want some real answers. Is what I want. I want some like. I want you to try really hard to
Because
explain
the
why they.
because
I
the
can
issue
give
is
an answer.
that because I'm looking at this from the perspective of I need to find a character who like at least their perspective is logically informs a decision that they make, and so I'm already like, oh shit, fuck, like that.
Like
That's
I
how
said-
low
like
the
I
bar
said,
is.
like I said, I think it would be safe to say that it is very, 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 very difficult to think of a character for which you can't point out a number of flaws. It's just that I think it's pretty obvious that when you've got someone like John Halo, who's kind of like about as bad as it can get, him and like McKee, that if you think about it on a scale, there are certain characters who can actually. If you're finding it too hard, I can like move it to someone else so that you can think about it. Like for a bit.
Oh, do I not get to keep my elite priest answer?
I don't think I want to let you keep that one.
Damn.
I don't think that's in the scope of what I'm looking for here.
Fair enough. Maybe you could say something about Perez, because when she has some trauma based off of what happens to her in the first episode, and she decides after that to become a Spartan 3. after her family dies on Reach, which I guess is a logical thing for her to do if she has lost her family and wants to commit to being able to do something for humanity, which is oddly enough a kind of a rare trait in this show. So we could go
fair.
with that.
If your answer is Perez, I think that's a fair choice. I think Perez is one of the. If you remember, when I say better characters, you got to take it in the context of this show.
Oh
okay?
yeah, on the Halo season 2 curve, I
Yeah.
think she's one of the better ones
I
because
agree.
we're just getting to the level of she is kind of like I could believe a human doing the things that she does for the most part. So that automatically elevates her. To I don't think she's a madman, you know.
No, which helps. And I guess that'll be your answer then. I guess that's.
I think
that's
so.
cool.
I'll just go with
I-
there because I don't want to
you're-
sit here and think about it for 2 hours.
I know that nobody is going to necessarily do it too much, but like season 1 storyline and any contradictions or like praise as a thing can be incorporated into your answer. So wow, Patrician, who would you pick? And you can pick Perez as well if you want to.
I'm gonna pick Spartan Kai. I think that
Okay.
she's actually a decent character. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if you gave Spartan Kai and all of her relevant scenes to the Master Chief actor, that he would actually come off as being a faithful recreation of the Master Chief.
Hmm.
So Spartan Kai throughout this show, she's on Silver Team. She's one of the Spartans that I presume loses her pellet, right?
Yes.
So she's going through the same emotional roller coaster that the other 3 on Silver Team are, but she's not a wisecracker like Vanek, and she's not she doesn't have super PTSD like Riz, and she's not a fucking psychopath like the Master Chief. Or sorry, John Halo is in this show, right? She
No.
stays emotionally centered. She stays loyal to the Master Chief, even though he's being a bit of a psycho and like tries to not rat him out to Ackerson.
Yeah, I could believe a human, having some loyalty to a
She wears
friend.
her armor quite a bit, and she
Uh,
stays loyal to
she
the UNSC
does
even
say that
after
she-
Reach.
I will say your answer is interesting because when you include season 1 characteristics, I think it makes things a lot more hard.
I think the
in
events
Yeah.
of Reach fuck with her character completely.
Yeah, like,
They pitch it as she didn't know about the finer points of what was going on, and I think that's the strictest part. But I could also see it working in that she's trying to mentor the next generation of Spartans, and she's actually like decent as a mentor figure. She's a bit retarded with the lasers coming from nowhere bit, but I assume she was just following Ackerson's lead on that. But this scene of Kai just beating the fuck out of John Halo was very cathartic for me because it felt like the Master Chief was killing Murder Man. It felt like the Halo show was actually going to turn into the Halo show.
yeah, okay. So now we got Perez and Kai as candidates. Mubes, who would you pick?
I mean, I find the question funny, so I'm like trying
Yeah,
to
I know
find a
it's funny,
sneaky way
but I
out,
want-
you know?
I tried that.
I-
It doesn't work, Mahler. It doesn't
I
work.
think I've got a character that's more significant, but still very safe for me to choose from being like too contradictory, at least in season 2. That's going to be
Blind
Keys.
grenade.
He's pretty
Okay.
straightforward leader man who gives a speech about how we should definitely fight guys. And then later on he's like, oh gosh, we got to get the people out. And then he does. And he's like, oh gosh, this is such a bad situation. I hope we can make it out. And then he does a sacrifice with a little line and he's like, bye, I'm out. Like, that's pretty straightforward. I don't think there's much there that's... I can't see myself finding him to be like this giant contradiction. Obviously not at all, right? Talking about like faithfulness of the character, just him in this show.
It's
The
funny
roughest-
though because yeah,
The roughest part would be that Keys is a collaborator in the conspiracy behind
Yes.
Reach.
well, he didn't do he didn't do
he's
as much to stop it as he could have.
semi-ignorant.
But it's weird because he's an admiral, which means he's like one of the highest ranked people in the UNSC. He's actually a higher station than he is in Halo 1.
But
so he should know more.
UNNC is not entirely in control of this whole like.
That's
situation.
yeah, but that's what makes it all
Engineering.
really confusing. Yeah, Keys, that's an answer.
That's an answer.
I'm not. Well, the thing is, I'm not
Yeah.
my goal here is not to like pass any judgment. It's more so I'm curious to see how somebody would try to explain a choice in a show that's this flawed. So John, if you had to pick someone. And remember, any of the answers have already been given. You just need to provide an explanation. That's all.
Yep. No, I got a unique one. With a big old asterisk, Catherine Halsey.
Okay.
Because I mean, obviously the writing is fucked and it doesn't tap into the potential of that character, and the show can't make up its mind whether she's. Well, there is supposed to be an ambiguity to that character. What I like about the character, in addition to like the actress that plays her, I think she's quite good. Again, the writing's fucked, but I do like the idea of a character that's genuinely torn between being a mother figure to these kids and somebody who is willing to commit war crimes to save humanity. You know, I wish the writing was sophisticated enough to depict that tornness, between one side and the other, but it isn't. The character is very clumsily handled. I want to like that character, and I really like the actress. It's a shame.
All right. So we got Perez. We got
Kai.
Yeah, Kai. That's right, Kai. We got Keys and we got Halsey. ER. Who would you pick?
I guess I'm gonna go. I guess a little bit against the grain. I'm going with Mr. John Halo.
Oh my god.
Because even though he was acting psychotic for most of the show, he was 100% right about everything that was happening, and everybody just did not believe him. Everyone in power gaslit him to like left and right, but he was 100% right about what happened. Everything that he said that was going to happen happened.
The Captain Marvel strategy. Interesting.
He came to a faulty conclusion though on a stretch, which was that he assumed that like they're using energy swords on whatever planet because they're practicing to invade Reach. That was a bit of a stretch.
Well, yeah. Remember, it's okay for stretches to be. Look,
I was
right?
going to say a lot of his assumptions.
Reach,
we're
you might
stretching.
say.
We're in stretch realm.
He's proven right.
That's not
but
that was not what they normally did. That was his point. They would just glass it. Why were they down there? Why were they trying to take out the comm link or whatever the hell it was with the relay link?
Right.
That was abnormal, and that's what he was questioning. And nobody wanted to like
just pull the footage they took.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Don't they have footage on the helmets? Apparently, they don't anymore. If they did, then the whole plot would just like break.
If you want a character to come across as more intuitive or intelligent than others, it's like one way you could make them really smart, or the other make everyone else really stupid.
We love doing that.
The thing. Everyone else just became a humongous retard, and
Okay.
Never thought anyone would be picking Mr. Riggs.
He's consistently psychopathic. I guess I can
psycho, but he's a correct psycho.
The thing is, we're having a lot of fun here.
Can I change my vote real quick to the dead Forerunner? That's the best character in the show, please.
And look, all right, we're having fun, but we'll get to John fucking Halo, all right?
All right. I gotcha.
We've got I'm just curious about the answers. So we got Perez, we got Kai, we got Keys, we got Halsey, and we got John Halo. And I'm glad you all picked ones that weren't the one that I'm gonna pick.
Damn. Do we get to confer to have a second chance?
Can we guess what you're gonna pick?
Yes.
I think there's a big clue as to who he's gonna pick. I could be wrong.
Blind Grenade Man.
No, it's not.
The clue would be that he seemed prompted to bring this up right after we were talking about a certain character that none of us have mentioned yet.
Are we talking about Soren's wife?
No.
I don't know. He said Master Chief. Fuck off. Okay.
Okay. If it's a real answer, it's going to be Soren, but it's probably Quan.
No, it's not Quan, and I'm actually surprised that nobody said Soren. I think Soren's got problems that were introduced in season 2. If you asked me in season 1, I would have probably said Soren's the best character, and I'm surprised nobody said Vanek either, because like I consider him to. It's hard to pin down what exactly you would point to as being like the insane choices that he made. But the problem is, it's like he's a bit of a.
To him.
There's not much to be for him. So,
Soren,
so I was going to say that Soren would be my number 2 after Kai.
I think Soren probably would be my number 2 if I had to pick someone.
My answer is
Yeah.
not Soren, and it's not
Really?
fun.
I think
Interesting.
Not
Fringy's
fun.
choice would be my number 2, but I decided that Keys is much harder to criticize for inconsistencies. I think compared to who. The thing is, the reason why I can't pick who I think you picked is because I don't know enough about Halo to say whether or not there's more.
That's
to be-
okay. You don't need to know anything to
Cortana.
judge this show.
okay.
No, it's
I'll
not even
no,
that.
not
It's like
fun.
there's information about this show that I'm not going to have remembered fully about the nature of. I'm going to say the Covenant that probably guides us into where I think Friggy's choice is going. But,
Okay,
hey, go ahead.
So, I think that the character with the strongest writing in Halo Season 2 is Arbiter, Mr. Mandibles, which is what I'm going to keep calling him from here
Dang.
going on.
I
And
think I can see it.
Told
What
you
I'm
the clue was
interested
the
in-
clue was right there. He brought it up when we were talking about the boss fight.
Yeah.
What I find fascinating as well about not Mr. Mandibles, I used to call him not Arbiter. I'm trying to mix so because that just makes it confusing. So it's Mr. Mandibles. What I find
Yeah.
interesting about Mr. Mandibles is I don't know if the writers know what kind of character they've created with him because what they've created is what they wanted McKee to be, but that they have consistently failed to do, which is create somebody who is something of a tragic villain. He is absolutely a villain, obviously and clearly. There are elements to his storyline, though, that are kind of fascinating to think about in terms of how it all lines up, because it almost makes a point that the show doesn't, I don't think the show quite recognizes. Think about who Mr. Mandibles is as a character. It's like what we know about him is he was part of the Covenant. He grew up in the Covenant and thus would have been indoctrinated by the Covenant to believe in all of their belief systems. Went all the way through the ranks, was in the military, must have failed somewhere at some point, and now he has a new mission that he's been tasked with as Arbiter, which is that he needs to kill John Halo. He needs to retrieve
all
the
do.
Keystones. Those are like the main things that he is involved in, as well as being involved in the invasion of Reach. There's plenty to be said from a world building perspective. That's weird that you would have an Arbiter be in charge of an invasion of a planet, but if you understand, it's like, okay, so we have that baseline of the motivations. He believes in the Covenant, and he needs to kill John Halo and retrieve the Keystones. Unfortunately, Mackie serves as a consistent roadblock to him achieving his absolution. She repeatedly and consistently stops him from achieving the redemption that he needs to rebuild a life for himself. And she's doing it under false pretenses at this point. The reason why she keeps stopping him from killing him is because she is concealing from the Covenant and from him that she cannot interact with the Forerunner artifacts anymore. That's not something she can do. So she is willing to essentially allow Mr. Mandibles to continue to be denied a pathway to redemption in his own worldview because she needs to serve her own goals. She then, when he starts to get particularly frustrated with her, realizing, like, you're denying me, like, the possibility to redeem myself, that she begins to employ more duplicitous means of manipulating him. She says, like, the prophets are false, and you gotta believe in me. And with the help of Cortana, who for some reason decides to help her, she begins essentially having the carrot of, like, here's a redemption for you that you can have. You can go to Halo. I can use your belief in your religion to essentially get you to serve my ends. And unfortunately, Mr. Mandibles, this works on him. Mackie, basically supplants a false prophet in the form of the prophets of the Covenant with herself. She keeps manipulating this character to essentially work against his own interest, but he can't see it because he's just too fanatical. He's too fixated on his religion. And so it's like we see that basically for the rest of the season, you have not Arbiter having been completely manipulated by Mackie into serving her goals to the detriment of his own. And he follows her all the way until he is on the doorstep of the central figure of his, like, religion, the Halo ring. And it's here that he gets beaten to death by John Halo and then gets stabbed in the gut. Right at the like, having been denied any capacity for redemption in his own worldview. It's like, that's weird. You've, like, kind of created something of a character here. Again,
He's
obviously
MODOK.
a villain, like, very quintessentially a villainous character. Obviously, I mean, he was a big, like, he fits into that role. He was involved in the invasion of Reach. He's on the Covenant side. He's in the war against humanity. Obviously a villain. Unlike Mackie, they've actually managed to introduce elements that make it like, It's like, there's a level of sadness to his story that I think they believe that they have with Mackie when she's actually a clown. Meanwhile, it's like, man, there's something that tragic there a little bit about Mr.
Yeah, there is
Mandibles
kind
being
of.
constantly betrayed and manipulated by these forces that have absolutely no interest in helping him or helping him find any meaning in his life or
Yeah.
achieve any kind of absolution. All that
Especially
happened-
considering that he had to like fight off all the other elites on the ship to get
Yeah,
to this point too.
sacrificed
Like he had to make a
everything.
really big decision. It's actually like a really, when you delve into it and what it must have meant for him, that's actually a really big decision to commit to that.
Well, yeah, it's Mackie cries crocodile tears at his death. She did this to him. She got him killed. There were many instances where
Yeah, because
if
she
it
is a
wasn't for her-
reptile.
if it
Yeah,
wasn't for the
she lost her
noxious-
pet.
The noxious taint of Mackie, like Mr. Mandibles would have achieved the redemption. Ultimately, all that's happened is like both of the redemptions he was offered were false. They were both false. It was false in the sense of the redemption that was being offered by the Covenant, because obviously the religion there's got all of its problems and all of the schemes of the prophets. But what Mackie offered him is clearly not something that he would actually want. But the thing is that she's concealing her motives from him. He doesn't know that he's about to help her destroy the Covenant. He doesn't know that that's what her plan is. But she's a duplicitous snake, who just manipulates him into his own death. And so it's like, okay. So yeah, my answer's not is Mr. Mandibles. I think
That's
you,
fair. Interesting.
I would
Cool.
like to see a POV scene of what exactly his crime was or his dishonor to made him the arbiter for me to really kind of agree with that.
What were you
We
about to say?
don't
There? You sounded like you had some discontent.
Well, no, I was gonna praise it and say that in case anyone is lost, for example, ER might not have followed that. He's very much like the Zuko of this show, wouldn't you say? That's a well
Like, would
executed.
I don't know. I don't know.
Someone in
I think
chat
it would've
said it.
been
And I thought that'd be
interesting,
fucking
too.
triggering.
If we had got rid of Mackie and you had Mr. Mandibles here instead, and he carried through setting him up of him discovering maybe what Halo really did and what he might do as a result of that, because we've shown that he's willing to, he's willing to kill the elites that were trying to stop him earlier. This idea of what would he do if he bumped into Guilty Spark or whatever, and he was finally the one who could do it, and like he could finally redeem himself. He could do the Halo stuff, but then he's like, oh shit, it does what? You're like, oh man.
I know
fuck.
that's the interesting thing with Mr. Mandibles, is though I think that there's something to be said about his story ending with him dying under false, having been manipulated at the doorstep of the central element of his religion. There is a story you could continue with of him realizing that he's been the subject of Mackie's deception as well, and realizing that, kind of being sent on a similar trajectory to original Arbiter, of realizing that everything that he'd done, all the horrible things he'd done, was all for a lie. And like what
Having him
happens after
torture
that.
and murder her would be very satisfying at the end.
Well, there's also
that
just,
would have been
like,
a very nice thing.
I don't like the boss fight a lot because of the fact that he kind of wins it and then allows round 2 to happen.
Second wind,
Yeah.
I win, even though you beat the shit out of me for all of that stuff. Now I get to win because you can't hit someone in front of you with a sword.
Yeah, that's
somehow.
the thing. It's round 2. He's not allowed to attack on Halo. It sucks. It's like I lose now.
Yeah,
basically
he loses. Yeah.
They could do what season 2 did in season 3 and just have Arbiter be back from the dead.
There's no way,
Yeah.
because the show. You might have noticed that there was a particular amount of contempt for Mackie seeping through. I hate that character immensely. She's the worst character in the show.
Yeah,
And there were new elements of what annoys me about her in season 2, which is that even in the face of all of the horrible things that she did in season 1, even with the fact that she is singularly the most responsible person for the fall of Reach, it seems like the show still wants to do elements of like, yeah, but I mean, look, you got to feel bad for her. Like, she had a difficult life, and she's confused and everything. It's insane. I cannot believe that they're trying to create because again, one of the things that works in the favor of Mr. Mandibles is he is in way less of a position to know better than she does, because she went. I mean, first of all, she's a human. She went to Reach. She knows more about the Forerunner stuff than he does. Like, she has a greater capacity. She has a massively elevated capacity to understand the nature of this situation, and yet she still decided that she wants to kill absolutely everything. She's a monster. She's an absolute monster. like it's crazy that they're still, and yet they still have scenes of like, but she feels sad, she misses John Halo. She just wants, maybe she just wants to build a better world. And it's like, this is so cringe. Why did you? This was a terrible idea. She was the worst. She might be the worst thing about the whole show in totality, even taking into account the destruction of John Halo. God,
Well, you started along, how long ago was it? Hours ago, by asking what was the thing you remember most from season 1, and I was gonna say, like, I can't get Mackie out of my head. She is like this horrific taint that's smeared all over the show, and I can't. Yeah, like she is a tumor that's just you can't detach it from this show.
She is the thing is they could have detached her from season 2 by saying she was dead.
They had their damn
she died like
chance.
the shit villain she is, but they didn't. They insisted she comes back. She's just that much of a crowd fucking favorite. We had to have Mackie. She's radioactive to this show. The only thing that will heal is just like distance and maybe time if you're lucky, but it's possible the damage has been done. She's been too close for too long, and it seeps into everything.
It's interesting because I don't have the bias of the first seasons. To me, she just comes off as a plot device. Like, yeah, she's a bit of a manipulator, but I don't think that makes her a bad character per se. So
okay. So the thing is like in season 1, the way you need to understand her backstory. Yeah, I mean, watch that if you dare. Is that the way that she's characterized is when she was a kid, she kind of had a difficult life, and then she got zapped by an evilman. And then the Covenant abducted her right after that. And then she was like, all right, I'm going to kill all humans now. I'm going to actively participate. I'm going to take joy in it. I'm going to watch as I have all these people get killed on this ship and I stab this guy in the face and I'm doing all this evil stuff. And then she goes to Earth and she's like, you know what? Maybe humans ain't so bad.
Humans have feelings.
And then she gets zapped by the smartest character. The best character in season 1 was the random military police officer guy who was constantly doubting her.
Yeah.
And
who knew she was up to no good. Yeah.
And like he zaps her and they do a cut to like, oh, look in her childhood, she got zapped. Humans, they got some evil in them or something. And then she kills that guy, activates the device, escapes after killing many more Marines, and then flies away from Halo to continue to betray humanity and try to kill everybody. And it's like, yeah, she's unhinged. Like she's insane and inconsistently characterized as well. She's a terribly written character.
I agree that you probably know the answer to this a bit better. Just real quick, why was his rifle damaged before he fought the Arbiter?
Because he crash landed, didn't he?
Crash landed.
Seems
they show a scene where it's like split in half.
like it just feels so arbitrary in terms of a writing choice.
Yeah, there was an energy shield, an energy sword right next to him that he could use.
That's good. That's good. That's handy.
Not to just rip off the Halo cutscene, but it feels like a better setup is that he sees Mackie on her own. He knows the Arbiter is around here somewhere, right? And he's got the cloak. It feels like he should have his rifle and the Arbiter should have his cloaking shit, and that should be the fight. Use all of their resources and have them counter each other.
Yeah, instead of just motion tracker, God forbid. Yeah, something.
It's so boring when it's just like, oh, whoops, you haven't got all the signature things you need. And instead they pull out a fucking grapple. Like,
well, I mean, can you imagine if it was like, imagine if you had an episode that was like, you had, real Master Chief and, I don't know, a super duper elite, like a ship master, like, or an Arbiter in like a forest, and it's kind of like a Predator situation where it's like a back and forth of them trying to hunt each other down and kill the other, while using all of the strategies at their disposal, whether it's like active camera or equipment or things like that, and it's constantly going back and forth. That could be cool as like a
because they tried that in the first season, and we didn't get this in this season because he was in the armor for 6 minutes. But at least in the first season, they did a terrible job at it. But they recognized that they knew to do it. They just did a really bad job at doing it. And in this, they didn't even try.
I do agree that McKee's presence is consistently destructive to the show because it's always undermining the threat that the Covenant poses, because it's so stupid that they would put her in any position of power. Even if she is a quote unquote blessed one, whatever the fuck that means, she has John's special DNA, Forerunner DNA, I guess. Like,
oh, she got John's DNA, all right.
Got plenty of it, yeah.
I think to
It
me,
fundamentally
she's a
breaks the setting because the Covenant's whole motivation is that humanity's connection to Forerunner technology undermines their religion. So them openly acknowledging it just completely changes the Covenant as a faction.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
to me, she's a constant reminder that this is not Halo.
Yep.
Right.
Pretty much.
Always stands out
as well
dramatically.
as well as other things. Like you can't relate to an alien. Got to throw a lame human in there. Otherwise, it wouldn't.
How would you know
we
what she's
can't make
feeling?
it. And it's just funny to think that people connected with Arbiter using again original Xbox 2004 graphics and animation on Xbox, and like
Good
that's
writing and voice
way
acting.
more impactful and
Yep.
meaningful than everything that they could achieve here with all of their money that they
That would
have.
be a
And all of
conversation
their
I'd love to have
runtime
with
as well.
some of the key writers for this. To be, do they know, or do they care, or do they think of it all as just like, well, those were the games? You're like, what does that mean?
Well, yeah, but it's just crazy because it's like, how could you look at something? I just can't not see them viewing it with a level of contempt. But it's like, how can you do that when you just had a bunch of video game developers with like an idea that they had no idea whether or not anybody would like, but just working really hard? They created something awesome that allowed you to even have this job in the first place. And yet you still like seemingly scoff at it and look down on it when it's better than the thing you've created and will have more of an enduring legacy than the thing you've created.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn, how's it? Like, I just, it's
Yeah,
like,
I
it's
mean,
like,
Did we mention, by the way, the Flood just
that-
kill everyone at command?
yes, that's right. They kill everybody. They kill Parangoski, who's in charge. They kill everybody. That's just like the UNSC
And-
command.
Well,
wiped out.
supposedly they kill her. They don't show her
Except
dying,
Ackerson.
which
That's
means
true.
that
They don't.
in
Yeah.
fiction.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well, that's the thing. It's
She
it's
probably
funny because
fist
I find it-
fought them away. She
It's
It's
we
gonna
just
be
talked
like
about it
Gray
in,
Mine or some shit.
we didn't talk about this, but there was a final battle, like a space battle that involved the Spartan 3. So what Kai did in that battle was she piloted a Covenant Corvette and flew it into a supercarrier and blew it up. She will survive this. No way.
Oh, they
that she's
show her
dead.
alive, yeah.
The armor's
Yeah.
weirdly durable because Master Chief takes
Well-
like a glassing beam
It's
dead
funny you
on
say
and
that,
survives.
Patrician, because yes, the armor is. This is the third instance of Spartan surviving being in the epicenter of an explosion, a massive explosion.
Good armor,
in season
man.
1, John Halo flew a Banshee into a Phantom and blew it up with him in the middle of it. In episode 9, Kai was on a ship that crashed on Reach and exploded, and she was fine. And here you have her
Well-
flying, doing what
So if
Forge
it
did
makes
in
them
flying.
invulnerable,
Yes.
why do they ever take it
Yeah.
off?
Well, here's a question. Cobalt team, the line is that they got killed before they even knew what was happening. It's like, well, they were in armor. So you're telling me that Cobalt team got killed by just some Covenant with some plasma rounds instantly without them with them being caught off guard, but Kai can survive being at the epicenter of the explosion of a Covenant supercarrier? That's insane.
It's worth keeping in mind as well. Not only their armor are good, but like Chief got shot with the skin of the humans in this is pretty strong as well. Except when it's both not and the armor's not, because there are instances where they just casually get killed. Because I was going to say even Vanek, right? He got one stab through the chest and he was
needle,
gonzo.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which
One
is
needle.
interesting, right? How is it that you can get blasted in the gut with like a plasma round and that'll just knock you down? But if you get stabbed, it's like maybe you can't even be stabbed by a needler with elite strength if they've shown this way. I don't know. It gets really
Yeah,
weird when you're watching
The
this
needle
show.
might not. Yeah. be
I'm starting to
tough
think
enough
they
to
have
jump
people
enough.
get damaged based on whatever they want to happen in the story instead of it being.
What?
Oh, that's what you're saying. They have plot armor. They have
Hmm.
plot armor. That's a bit weird. They do have plot armor, like John Halo has. Oh, well that.
No, he
Look,
has
alright,
literal
we
in-universe
have-
plot armor.
That's right. We have to talk about that in talking about the nature of John Halo's destruction as a character. So you guys might remember at the beginning of Halo 3, Cortana says that the reason why she picked Master Chief is because she felt that he was lucky, which is like, ain't that fun? And that's just like a fun little thing to have that, like, that's what he's viewed as being. He's just the lucky Spartan. That's cool. 343 decided that they wanted to make a much worse science fiction world. So, like, they made Master Chief a chosen one, like, set
I
in
love
stone
chosen
thousands
ones.
and thousands of years ahead of
Yes.
time. And clearly, that obsession on 343's part, who I think people should be aware that there is a greater degree of responsibility, I guess, for, like, the way that this show looks in 343. Because in this show, they've taken it to, like, a whole new level of chosen one. We talked about how instead of all humans being able to interact with Forerunner artifacts because humans are Forerunners. Sorry, guys. Well, actually, I hope most people agree with that at this point. But like,
I mean, I don't know.
humans
And it's
humans
like
are
it's the
Forerunners.
litmus test for whether or not we could be friends. So
343, like 343 Guilty Spark literally calls him a Forerunner. Everything that he said, like, yeah, all right, look, I know the terminals, but if you have to square away that contradiction, all right, I feel like it pretty clearly leans in one direction. But instead of all humans being able to use it, John Halo can, because he's got special super DNA traits that let him do it. Now that's what it was before, and there was a lot that was made of like the idea of prophecy and like, you're being guided to Halo and everything like that. It's gotten worse now. There's a conversation during the Fall of Reach where he's talking with Perez, and he talks about how, you know, I when I met Halsey, I flipped a coin and it fell heads 11 times in a row. And she says, "Oh, lucky." And he says, "No, I knew." And then he says, "Every time I go into battle, I know I could lose somebody, but I know it's not going to be me." He knows with absolute confidence that he will never die, which is funny considering he did.
I fucking hate it. I fucking
He
hate
died.
that
It's
He
so
died.
Read the
ridiculous.
script.
He
Yeah.
died.
even
He
even
knew
with
he was going to come
him
back.
with him dying, not dying, even that totally removed from it. I fucking hate the character implications of him saying that. And also
he
calling
always-
calling a coin flip correct 11 times in a row, that doesn't happen. So
Well,
just getting
no,
over
but here's
that.
the thing.
I've
Here's the
done it.
thing, Rags. Here's the
Okay.
thing, Rags. I think. Look, all right. And this is gonna sound insane, and you got to bear with me, okay?
But
There's
we're
a
there, man.
conversation that John Halo has with Perez later, where she says, "Did you just get lucky, or did you make it like heads? Did you make it fall on heads?" When you hear that, you're like,
What do
"Huh."
they mean?
okay.
What are they trying
then-
to say?
And then there's a scene in episode 8 where he's confronted with the choice of, do I go to Halo to stop McKee, or do I go to the battle between this human fleet and the Covenant fleet to save Kai and the Spartan 3s? And he flips a coin, and we get a big dramatic slow-mo shot, and we don't see what happens. And I'm genuinely not sure if it's that the slow motion starts going slower, or if he discovers he has telekinetic powers. I'm not joking. I truly do not understand if he actually has telekinetic powers. And one of
Well,
the big reasons
Am
I'm
I the
not
only
sure-
one that didn't mind that? I thought. I mean, he's like a super
Yes,
enhanced
you are.
human.
You are
he could.
the only person who didn't mind that.
It's possible.
It's in the lore, but
What?
they don't show
do
it
that.
Sorry,
in
I-
the story.
wait, what,
So
what the?
Are we
sorry.
memeing?
not
you
not
fucking around?
not telepathy, but like like moving faster. Like she fucking deflects a missile with it, like his hand. Like he had Cortana to do it, but they did
But
do
I-
like some
Cortana, the
absurd
explanation
shit
was
that they don't
I
show in
don't
the
see how
games.
this addresses the idea that John Halo can pause a coin flip in midair.
I don't
which
think
is
that's
what
what
I'm-
they were trying to imply. There's just it's just a
I'm
little bit
saying-
of dramatic, like,
Okay,
oh,
okay.
is it going to land on heads or
Okay.
of course it's going to be heads.
Here's a question for you, AR. When John Halo goes onto the Covenant ship and punches the dashboard and absorbs Cortana back into his brain, what do you think that means?
I thought that means bad writing, but I mean,
I thought that meant superpowers, because he said, "You don't know what I can do," or something, or "You don't know everything," and then he did it. I genuinely think they might actually be setting up that John Halo has like superpowers, and I don't mean being a super soldier, but like
I
cosmic
don't think that's what they were trying to imply. It's just that you don't know everything. Your calculations aren't
and then
everything. I can't survive this if I
What-
if I
Your
try.
calculations on everything. I'm gonna punch you into my brain.
Now, I don't know how that happened because that's
See,
what they're trying to
Cortana,
imply.
you don't understand how much of a psychopath I am.
I
You
will
couldn't possibly
literally
have
punch you
calculated
into
it.
my brain. Don't
Well,
underestimate
so
me.
let's put it this way: when Perez says, "Did you make it call heads?" and the show obviously believes that's true, what do you think we're meant to conclude from that?
That he has like super enhanced reaction time and shit.
But no, but what does that have to do with another person flipping a coin
It's-
and it always falls heads
it-
every time?
It feels like a really bad. It feels like they read Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead and didn't understand why the coin kept flipping. I think it was heads every time they flipped it, which was that those characters were destined to die as part of the play, and that's why it kept flipping it. They just figured like, oh, he can flip at the same time every time because he's got predeterminism on his side.
That's so here's the thing. I think that there's an interpretation you could run with. Like the normal way to read the scene, like the healthy functioning brain, I guess, when you're not like me and have gone insane thinking about this show, is when he flips the coin, it's like we don't need to see what the answer is because we know he's going to go back and save his friends because that's what he believes in. He doesn't need to be told to do anything by pure random chance. But the problem is, like, I think the show's more retarded than that. I think that they're actually trying to set up that he like might have cosmic superpowers.
No,
Because I just
no.
don't.
I think this is incredibly simple. What they were trying to say.
That's why we're
Like
discussing it
real
so long
people
and
can do
in-depth.
this.
Do
Real
what?
people can
Call
do.
a coin
They can
11
call.
times?
It's not just that they
You
call
Not
just
without
have to
trickery.
flip it. Yeah, you can flip it a certain amount. If I mean, you
No.
have to
No.
practice
No.
it.
But the thing is,
You
is that
you
got
can do this. I know you
no,
can do this.
But why are you
Flipping a
saying that?
Are you
coin-
talking about like a
I
weighted
don't know why
coin
you-
or?
But why?
It has
but why
to be
are you saying that-
trickery.
But why do you keep saying that he flipped it? Halsey flipped the coin. How did he make her make it fall heads 11 times in a row? How could he possibly do that?
He made
Like,
Halsey
this
flip
is-
the coin.
Halsey flipped the coin and
I thought
asked him
he
to
flipped
call
the
it.
coin.
I'm pretty sure that Halsey.
He wasn't.
I remember an
Halsey
episode-
wasn't with Chief.
Yeah, okay, all right. So in this show, it was with Halsey that they did the coin flip. We see it in season 1. I think it was like episode 4.
Okay.
She's the one flipping the coin and asking him to call it, and he keeps calling it heads every time. So like, it's not that he has some like special. I remember this was when he was a child, like before he was a Spartan, not when he had like super duper reflexes. This was him as a kid doing the coin flip, and it fell heads 11 times. And Perez said, "You made it full heads. Maybe you made it full heads." And the show clearly thinks that's the case. Like, I do think that I don't think that there's like that you can interpret it in a way it's just like, well, yeah, it's just luck. I think it is meant to be like cosmic prophecy. I think it's
Yeah,
safe
I
to
would agree with
conclude
that
must be
because
what it's meant to
that's
be.
3 for 3's approach with the whole librarian plot point is that like everything that had happened in the series up to that point was leading to Chief being on Requiem. So like I get if they're leaning into
Sorry,
that, then
I'm getting really lost. Why are people not focusing on the fact that it fell heads 11 times in a row and he called it heads 11 times in a row? Like, if you were saying, well, he had an enhanced perception, that's how he could tell what it would fall on. It's like, yeah, but it kept falling on heads.
you
It
have,
was
you have to
always
call it
heads.
before it's flipped too. You can't
Yeah,
call
that's
it while it's
right.
in midair. He's not seeing it
Exactly.
in midair.
So that's a 1 in
So, yeah.
1,024 chance to flip it 10 in a row on heads.
11
So-
11 times in a row on heads.
I mean, it's
And
not
an
impossible,
11.
but
And bear in mind as well that he said every time I go into battle, I know I'm going to lose somebody, and I know it's not going to be me. It's like, what are we? When you take all of these references in totality, and you think about all the crazy prophecy stuff that they've already alluded to frequently throughout season 1 and 2, the idea that John Halo has a unique cosmic connection to the Forerunners. I think when you tie all of that in together, I think it's safe to say that there has to be some cosmic bullshit going on there, especially when he punches Cortana back into his brain.
Okay,
Like,
yeah,
maybe-
that's dumb.
like the-
But
Yeah,
maybe
so
they
people
just
realize you can do this. You can
Yeah,
flip a coin so that it lands the same way every time. It just
Why do
takes
you-
One
practice.
for 11
You
for
just-
11
yeah, but
times.
why
That
do
is
you-
1
but
in
why do you-
2048.
But why do you keep saying
You're
that
not
it-
listening.
no, there's a
But
way you
Halsey
can move
flipped
your
the
arm
coin.
to make it land the same every time.
So we're meant to
You could
conclude that
practice that.
Halsey deliberately flipped the coin to land on heads 11 times in a row to see whether
I don't
John
think
Halo
Halsey
would call
flipped it 11 times. I think John
I-
flipped it 11 times.
She flipped
That's
it.
what
He
I'm-
called it. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay, then she could practice it. It's a skill that you could do.
What are
It's a
you like
you
memeing?
can
Are you-
practice
are you
this
like-
Is this
shit
just to
to
be
try
are you
and
doing
get
like
the
a bit
same
here,
amount of
or-
rotations?
Are
so
you,
that
are you
it'll
doing a
land
bit?
the way
Like,
you
is this
want.
like
I think
a-
I
is
think
this
we're
like a
mixing
meme
things
or
up. So
something?
there's a coin flipping scene in season 1 you said. There's also a coin flipping scene in season 2 when he's on the Pelican by himself and he keeps flipping it over and over.
Okay, so let's clarify, okay? When he was a kid in season 1, we see a scene where he's with Halsey and she's flipping a coin and asks him to call it, and he keeps calling it heads. And then in season 2, he speaks about how when he was a kid, Halsey flipped the coin and he called it heads 11 times in a row. And then Perez says, maybe you made it full heads every time.
Just watch this scene. I don't remember him saying nothing about Halsey. So
all right,
I don't know.
Give me a minute here, all right? I'm
Maybe in
starting to
season
feel-
1 that's what happened because I don't
This is
remember
legitimately
shit
bizarre.
about.
Like I'm
season 1,
actually
but-
like okay, like I'm really hey, look, all right, just give me like a minute here to get
All right, let me use the loo real
everything
quick.
Is-
in
is-
order.
Is the
Is
point
this
that the
connected?
writers are dumb? Because I agree the writers are dumb.
I think
I mean,
it's just everyone was trying to agree on where they're dumb. Where does the dumb happen?
Yeah.
Well, like I
Uh,
said, I
well-
certainly get the impression that they're trying to imply some like cosmic prophecy of some kind.
I can see John Halo
Hmm.
being such a narcissist that he interprets his success rate as being like divine in some way, and that's just his interpretation, and maybe he misremembered. But I'm not
Yeah,
actually
he
gonna
said
believe
he
that.
said she flipped a coin. Sorry,
Okay.
she flipped the coin. He didn't do it. He didn't practice how to flip it in exactly the same way to make it call heads 11 times because he was just a memester. It's definitely some cosmic prophecy bullshit.
I think
all
the
right?
mix-up is that there is a scene where he's flipping the coin, and that can be
No, but
confusing. But yeah, I
I
get
don't
what you're
think no,
saying.
but I'm saying that that's the scene where like I genuinely don't know if they're actually implying that he made it like stop in midair and fall heads because he's got superpowers. like I
To
it might
describe it
be
in a
that
more
I've lost my
flowery way that I
mind.
imagine the writers would try is
Well,
that he has an understand or a connection with the universe that allows him to have a unique
Yeah,
insight
exactly.
yeah,
into the way things unfold.
there's that
Yeah.
Deadpool character, Domino, where, like, she's
I
super
don't,
lucky
I don't
and,
think it's
like, makes
that.
reality warp around
No,
her.
I don't think it's that. It's that I think
He's
think
like
Mauler's
in
right that it's
tune
meant
with
to
the
be like
universe to a
if you
degree that's
believe
almost
in yourself,
subconscious, but he can
if you
access it if he
believe in
just
yourself,
yeah.
that's right. You will know everything that
And
will
the
happen because again, it's meant to be that there is like a luck in relation to this forerunner prophecy that is like cosmic and divine in its and that he has some capacity to tap into it.
Well, I know one thing. They definitely should not have had the characters acknowledge it.
Yeah, but the problem is that the show is all about it. That's like the big problem is that whereas in the Bungie games it was just like a fun little thing that you notice, it's now become like a huge defining aspect of the character, um, which is really annoying. I find it super
yeah,
lame.
this goes all the
It's
way back
really
to
lame.
just they make him cosmically important, which is it's kind of a there's something they do in a lot of stuff. People who take over IPs, they go with like the hero worship from the fandom of a character that in the actual original stuff is not as special as they come across when you're a newcomer. Like, say for example, you get into Halo at Halo 4, you already know about Master Chief being this fucking legendary guy. You have no idea exactly why, you just know that people like think he's fucking amazing. And then if you were told to make another story or another adaptation, you could just so easily slip into being like, yeah, I'm gonna make him super important and the fans will love it because he's so, important to them. And then,
Well,
like that easy fuck up where you're like, no, that's not why everyone loves him.
well, you think about a way to compare, like for instance, in Combat Evolved, Guilty Spark links up with like Master Chief to get him to do everything, but like that's just happenstance. That's not because Master Chief is uniquely important in the sense of allowing him to do his plans. I mean, he even says, "I'll just find like another person to do it." He is in the right place. Well, I guess you could say he's either in the right or the wrong place at the right or wrong time to be in this situation. He's really important in the sense of humanity because he's like a super major player, but the events and like the story that he gets thrust on is a matter of like happenstance. He was on the Pillar of Autumn. The Pillar of Autumn went to Halo, and then everything went as it went from there. It wasn't like, well, because whenever you start to do the predeterminism thing, it's like, all right, well now you're starting to get into a territory of like, what is the nature of people's agency in this world? Obviously there's a big question of what is the nature of John Halo's agency if everything was predetermined to the point that Guilty Spark said, I knew you would be here. What is his capacity to make choices? But like furthermore, how do the Forerunners deal with everybody else's capacity to make choices when they have no connection to this cosmic force? Like what was did the Forerunners make the old lady in the antique shop not shoot John Halo in the face when he walked through the door? Did they make it so that Mr. Mandibles missed every swing? Did they make it so that when they dropped that bomb on Reach that it didn't fall on the building that John Halo was in? Or that when they started glassing Sanctuary that the guy maybe missed and then hit him? Or any number of the times that somebody could have shot him and killed him? Or
Because
any
either
number
you
of
have
times when
to
a character could have made a different choice? Like what happened if John Halo's family didn't settle on the planet that made him come into contact with the first Keystone when he was a kid? What if Halsey never went to the planet and recruited him into the Spartan program? Like, it's just, you keep going on that list. It's like, this is insane.
Well, yeah,
At
you
the
have to
very-
choose between they are able to do all of those things or they lose to the flood. You can't have both of those things. A society or a civilization that can engineer things to that kind of a degree, it's basically omnipotence. I don't see how you could possibly lose to the flood if you can like predetermine and arrange all of these elements of the Halo
Exactly.
story.
Or you can lose to the flood if you're super duper advanced, but the enemy is too overwhelming, and then you have a last ditch effort to stop them. Like it's more believable that the Forerunners lost to the flood if they don't have the power to predict the future to this degree. What do you
Because
mean?
this is like tens of thousands of years of going into the future and being like, this will happen, this will happen. Like you're basically like organizing electrons at this point, and
Pretty much.
it's basically magic. There's no way you can do that. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Maybe there should have just been somebody in that scene who turned to Perez and said, "That sounds fucking stupid. What do you mean he made the coin? He changed the
He
coin
made
flip."
the coin fall heads 11
Yeah.
times and called accurately heads 11
I
times.
think it's designed to
Well, you
make the
can't
average
just- I
viewer
mean-
go, "Ooh, oh, wow." Okay.
It used to be that Master Chief was just really good at his job. You know,
Yeah.
That's it.
like he was really good at being a
Well,
soldier.
here's what it was. Cortana had to pick a Spartan, and she chose Chief because Chief was as good as all the other Spartans, but he was just a little bit better, and she attributed that little bit better he was to luck. That was it.
That's
Luck
it,
was just
exactly.
luck was just a little modifier that was on top of his already existing skill and choices that he would make.
Not that he was defined as being cosmically lucky, chosen one by the Forerunners hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the aftermath of what was it, the Human Forerunner War, and then they created the Prometheans and everything from there. Dude, 343, man. Like this feels so downstream from all of those decisions, doesn't it?
Hmm
It's like
They've
this is
made
the
some
ultimate
wild
evolution,
We're just living with the consequences.
pretty much, and this
You know,
just feels like kind of critical mass.
Been running the clips, and you know when she's like, "I didn't touch it." It's like, why wouldn't there just be a camera she could check?
Hmm
Why
Yeah,
is
there
why
should
would
be like a
the-
sensor that says somebody reached in here and touched this thing,
So
and
stupid
it like
and
auto
crap.
logs it.
How would she
I do
touch it?
hate that regarding the coin. I do hate the suggestion in the writing that by the end of the show they're gonna turn Chief into some like Neo-like figure where he can
Yeah.
just bend reality to his will, you know. And then it's
Yeah.
like, I really hope that they don't do that.
I think
I
it's
hate
safe
the
to
idea of
say-
Chief. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Safe to say that Arby and the Chief is a more faithful adaptation at this point.
I hear that a lot, and it's just like my characters were like polar opposite to Halo, but like I
Yeah,
I
but still
guess like
closer.
in the opposition there is an implied understanding of like what Halo is and what the fans like about it. I guess that's what people
Well,
are getting
you know
at.
what it is Murder Man in the Halo TV show will never be able to learn that what he's doing is wrong. Master Chief and RB and the Chief, at least on occasion, can learn that he's been
Like
doing
has an
wrong
arc
things.
and learns to
Yeah.
figure out. Yeah.
Well, and you always try to
exactly,
find a
yeah.
way to funnel his deep flaws into positive outcomes here and there. Like you can
Right.
move and change him, but this show, like, it's just funny to talk about that in a serious way. Like your character writing in that is much stronger than this shit, which is meant to be. There's no reason why this should suffer so much as it has, but yeah, it's just another one to add onto the pile. And a
I
funny
mean, it's-
one to
it's-
add on,
Yeah.
because most people didn't even fucking watch season 2, let's be honest.
No, they didn't.
No.
Mm.
They did not. I guess it's just funny that this is the idea that like there are actually some people who think that this was a course correction. Look, all right, maybe this will be the time where we can bitch about when we watched the Fall of Reach episode. People were saying it was the best episode. People were saying it was
Mhm.
good. I think it's actually rated at like a 9 on IMDb. It's rated
Yeah.
very favorably. That shit's got to stop. If you want an actual good adaptation of your favorite video game franchises, you can't be giving them like a 9 out of 10 for like a 2 out of 10 episode of television. Okay.
Yeah.
I can already hear the Halo fan in like 10 years going, I don't know why they never continued the Halo show. The Fall of Reach episode was so well received.
Yeah, it's got an 8.9
Like, they're-
on Metacritic. What
they're
the
complete-
not Metacritic on IMDb, sorry.
Modern Halo fans are like completely fucking clueless on like how
Oh my
their rating of stuff affects the quality of it. And so they're just like, I don't know why they never continued Spartan Ops. That was my favorite part of Halo 4.
I think it's that we've talked before about how TLJ, you know, the biggest thing that TLJ did was it permanently fractured the Star Wars fan base. Halo's in a similar place. It's just that you can't quite point to a very specific thing that identifies the fracture. But like the fracture in the Halo's case is that Halo used to have a lot of people who were really into the games, but like they weren't like super into like the lore and everything. They liked the campaign, they liked the characters, they enjoyed the multiplayer. They were just casual fans. I don't know like what a Halo fan looks like now, but at this point, like if you still would call yourself a Halo fan, it's like, well, I guess you must be like really, really, really into the whole thing including a whole bunch of 343 stuff, which at this point has eclipsed Bungie in terms of the total contributions. If you were to take like the totality of the content and the years.
Feels
Yeah,
like
Halo
a
under
similar story
Bungie
to Star Wars, isn't it?
2001.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
more
like,
there's
yeah,
more
Star
bad
Wars,
Star Wars
you're
movies
right.
than good ones.
A lot
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
I guess what's interesting is that there's more good Halo games than bad ones. I think if you were to just break it down by numbers, because you got 1, 2, 3, ODST, Reach, like Halo Wars.
Don't forget Spartan Assault.
That's true. If you include, I guess, the spin-off like mobile games, then it starts to get a little bit more competitive. But like, I guess I don't know what it looks like to be a Halo fan right now, and like what exactly you would want, because it's gotten so muddled with all of 343's contributions that
I
it's
think
like
at this point they're just lumped in with the general like Xbox fans, and those guys are just psychos in general. So
Apologies to all the Xbox fans in the chat.
Several of
But you
those,
guys need to sort some stuff out.
some of those red face emojis gonna come up now, the YouTube ones. The angry looking guy.
What? I love Halo 5. What?
I guess the point being that, like, you know, what should like a Halo show look like as an adaptation? What should it be looking towards? It feels like we should always be pointing to the original games, because those are the ones that have like the universal legacy, whereas 343 stuff is much more divisive.
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to adapt something, why would you make it hard on yourself by adapting the parts that people generally really don't like, and that have ruined the series, quite frankly?
Well, I've wondered this entire time is, why don't they just do the Halo games, and then if that works out, do a Better Call Saul style prequel that covers your stupid not expanse storyline that you want to do now that you've earned it. But they don't want to earn it. They just want to do their thing.
Something that ends up happening with a lot of these adaptations is you'll get people rolling out the defense of like, you don't want the same thing. You want to let them experiment, you want to let them move around. And it's like, you wouldn't want that. And I've seen the response before, and I have the same one. It's like, can we do that one time? I just want to do it one time. And once it's done, and it's bad, because that's what everyone assumes it will be, like, yeah, sure, fine. We'll reference that as the time we did it, and it was bad. But I don't think I buy it anymore. Like, if you did it once... You know, like, if Bioshock gets adapted, it's probably going to be... like once it's finished or whatever, it's like there's so much to work with. The blueprint is so ready to go, but they're probably gonna fuck with it to God knows how much ends. And
they have to modernize it so that the political messaging doesn't get confused.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. I watched all the Halo declassifieds for this. Like they're like the behind the scenes
commentary and behind. Okay.
Yeah, they throw them up on YouTube as like the behind the scenes talking about that week, and they'll usually have an interview with one of the cast members. So there was an interview with Kiki Wolfkill. For those of you who don't know, she's like one of the big people responsible for Halo's destruction. She was like big executive producer at like 343. I don't think she's there anymore. I think she now like works at Microsoft in like transmedia. So like all of the adaptations and anything that they want to do with like Xbox stuff. And so she's an executive producer on the show. And when, you know, asked essentially like, what is there to look forward to in season 2? She said, we've taken some risks in the past and continue to do so in our storytelling, but we do it from a place where we hope the fans will enjoy being able to see these characters come to life in different ways and telling these rich character stories with them in situations that they experience differently from the games. So first of all, you might notice that's word salad, but the sentiment is like, look, all right, there are things that you recognize, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that's new. And 343's been saying this for a decade. Like they will say this kind of thing frequently. There was a quote from in the Halo 4 behind the scenes. This one's particularly funny because of how arrogant it is. Oh damn, let me see if I can. I think he said basically it was, I don't think people want just another Halo game. They may think they want that, but what they really want is something that speaks to the things they love, but provides them with something new. That's
You think you do, but you don't.
Yes, pretty much. Like, you may think that you want that, but you don't.
I'm almost certain that every element of the show is filled with artists who think that they're going to be giving something. They're going to be like, "You're going to love this, trust me," and then they're going to be like, "What? Look at the ratings. How did this happen?"
Oh, and I guess for the fun of it, so bear in mind that this is from like a decade ago. So these were the kind of things that were being said in behind the scenes for Halo 4, of like talking about the motivations with Halo 4. So here's just like a bunch of quotes, all right? Master Chief is human. He's not a machine. He's not a set of armor with a big weapon. He's a human with resilience and courage. And then the narrative director said, what happens when that soldier starts to discover his humanity? Doesn't that feel like incredibly reminiscent of like the general, idea with like season 1 and 2 of this show? The soldier discovering his humanity.
Well,
Soldiers aren't
that
human.
was some that was some
So-
bullshit I heard about this season. Was that this was supposed to be an exploration of Master Chief and versus the
And John
Persona
Halo?
and
Yeah.
John Halo, and
The dichotomy.
I just
was-
didn't believe it because they really didn't delve into it. Like John Halo looks wistfully at a poster of him in his armor, and then like just decides to go on a murder spree at an Oni base.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Ugh.
And I like this one as well. In a lot of this about Halo 4. In a lot of ways, the story we're telling with Halo 4 is about putting Chief in circumstances where he's forced to change. He's forced to talk in himself. It's all these kinds of things. Oh, I like this one. The art director said Chief and Cortana are the same person, but she has always been the reflection of his humanity. They're not the same person.
What?
They're
Same
what?
What?
They are. Like I get that you know nothing about Halo. Like, just tell me you don't know any. They're two different people.
I guess what I'm getting at is
So how
that,
did they get separated? Was that like split personality? Like
I guess
He
that's what
lost
I'm-
his feminine side.
Oh.
what I'm like getting at is this it's like really what you look at with like this show, in a sense it's kind of like inconceivable that it could manifest, but in a similar way it's like, yeah, but given the direction that Halo has taken with like changes in the narrative and the kind of approach that's been taken with the 343 games, on the one hand you can also see how this is kind of like where it starts to lead towards, because what Halo looks like, who Master Chief is, kind of like the purpose of the series, what the central conflict is about, has started to shift over time towards what I guess is funny now is that whereas, you could say that maybe like 15 years ago, a character like Master Chief was very archetypical and not abnormal as like a character, especially in the realm of video games, right? Of like the stoic man of few words or doesn't say anything at all, kind of like protagonist who just like goes in, saves the day, and is a cool hero. But like at this point, with all of these attempts at like deconstructing Master Chief, like it would be downright refreshing to have a show where like Master Chief was adapted faithfully as being who he is, like the stoic, generally static, hero who saves the day and is brave and doesn't afraid of anything.
Yeah.
There's a lot
I-
of different permutations of being able to get these sorts of ideas across that are very faithful and respectful to the source material. And it's a shame that they clearly just had another agenda. It's very obvious. This show's legacy will be one that's just used as an example of what not to do, of how to show like spite and hatred towards the thing that you're adapting.
I'm so glad
Well,
that you
Because
and-
said
the
that.
opportunities are there.
And of course, for the record, if Halo didn't exist other than this show, it would still be fucking terrible.
Yes, it is a terrible show beyond. Like, think about everything that we've laid out in terms of the actual cause and effect of these events. It's insanity. It's insane. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything that you can point to that is actually like just rock solid, that there isn't like, massive asterisks for, and most of the time it's just completely broken to the core.
something I thought about when the scene where John Halo gets beaten is you can tell they kind of wrote it like the typical here's the main character and he's getting beaten by a girl. Doesn't that upset you fanboys? But it's like no, because John Halo is so unrecognizable that
I'm on her
there's no
side.
impact. Yeah, I'm on
Yeah.
Kai's side here.
Beat up that psycho for the
I don't-
safety of humanity.
Yeah, the sad part was that he lived.
Yeah, so in
But
a lot
he
of
was
ways
right.
She was
The
like
Halo
sort of
show-
acting and has kind of a character, and he's
the
a
Halo
lunatic.
show is so
It was just-
divorced from the series
She was
that
wrong. She got Reach. Everybody got Reach killed. Does everyone remember that? She betrayed Reach.
She's got her
Well,
own
Kai,
issues,
you mean?
okay?
Yeah, she's got issues. She's better than Master Chief as a character.
She got a planet wrecked.
Well, no, she didn't get anything. Like that
No,
was
she
going to
didn't.
happen no matter what. That was Atkinson. That was like Atkinson.
Because
only-
no
that was-
one tried to do it.
She
because
didn't
everyone
ask any
fled. She
questions.
fled
She
with the
wanted to-
people.
That's true. But I mean,
That's still
like this
Atkinson's
is
fault.
what's actually going to bring us to something that I think is like an interesting topic that's like tangential to this, which is if you were to think about, what do you think the main theme of this season of Halo was? Like, what do you think it would be if you could point to something?
Friendship is magic.
Identity.
A singular theme.
I would say that maybe the central theme is, it is something along the lines of not trusting authority.
I think that you're getting close to it, but I would put it under a subcategory of the unifying question, which is what does it mean to be a soldier? Seems to be like the big question that they keep asking over and over again in season 2. You might recall that there have been a lot of really like weird lines throughout the season, like why do you fight is what Parangoski asked like John Halo. He gives a lot of normal answers like to preserve humanity, protect people, and she says no, you fight because I tell you to. You're a soldier, be a soldier, stuff like that. And there's a lot of the conversation about like following orders. You're meant to follow orders, soldiers meant to follow orders. Yeah, but I don't know if I want to follow orders because that makes me a machine. There's like a whole bunch of that in there, and a lot of that is tied up in John Halo and Kai, and I think that it gets very murky because like the idea that Kai was just following orders, it's like, well, she was just following John Halo's orders, but he was doing things that he was lying to them. He recruited them on an unsanctioned mission because he had a hunch that he believed was correct, and sure he was, but like he went outside the chain. He lied to them when they might not have agreed to it if he had done it, and that got them in trouble. And it's like, well, surely that makes things more complicated if the idea is that, like, John Halo is in the right for the whole idea of, like, yeah, Kai, you followed orders like a machine. Is that all you are, a machine? And it gets particularly awkward when Kai disobeyed orders and was very questioning in Season 1. Like, in Season 1, she literally has a line that says, do you ever wonder why you never wonder why? It's weird to make Kai the vessel of just follow orders, this is what you get, is Kai. It's like, what do you mean? That's not even really who she is. And like, you're faulting her for essentially using her own faculties, which is John Halo's coming across like unhinged. He's got no evidence for the claims that he keeps making, which whether or not that's like some crazy shit that's going on, he don't have any evidence.
She was covering for John for a while.
Yeah, she covered
Bunch
for
of
him.
people just went fucking dead, and they don't have an explanation for it. And then Cobalt Team fucking disappears. No, don't ask questions. Don't just let the planet get exploded.
Yeah, but like I guess I find it strange it would be the idea that like Kai is the most culpable for that when like it was definitely Parangoski and Ackerson and Oni in the UNSC.
Well,
command.
my issue with her is that if she drilled down at all, it would get very suspicious. So just asking any questions would have led her to being like, oh, I can't trust my superiors.
Like asking one or two questions for sure. Like she goes along with it. Like the big thing should be we left right before Reach fell. Man, that's fucking lucky. And all the UNSC like high commander here. That's crazy. Yeah, but I don't know why are we leaning in the direction that like this somehow absolves and saves John Halo like in any way, shape, or form. That's what I'm confused about.
He was right.
Can you talk like a normal person for the rest of us for a bit?
He was right. Everybody did not believe him when he was right. People in power are all conspiring against him. He tried to tell everyone, but he was right.
Well, let's run through like the cause and effect though of thinking about the nature of it. Let's think of the genesis of him being right about what happened on Reach was they went to Sanctuary to evacuate civilians. He went to a comms relay that went down, and then the Covenant attacked, and then they began glassing the planet. The conclusion he drew from that is the Covenant are preparing to invade a planet, and then he eventually concludes that it's Reach. Where's the through line there? Where's the logic in that connection?
The through line was that they don't do that. That's how he's been. That's not their normal MO. No one explains where the hell all these bodies went.
I know about that.
People were killed.
That's later. That's after he already concluded that the Covenant was on Reach. That was later on that they discovered the empty base and everything. So like, it's a hunch. That's the thing that's to be noted. It is a hunch based on a pretty limited set of information. I think you would have to accept that it's a very small amount of information to conclude that the Covenant's going to invade Reach. Not only that they're on Reach. That they're already on Reach and are going to be invading very soon.
I suppose, but why else would they be doing these training exercises?
Here's a bit of a
do it against other like
because there's a war going on.
Useless colonies.
Well,
no,
so
obviously they're working towards something bigger.
No, all humans have to be killed. Even
that's
small
the issue
colonies
of world
need to get
building
destroyed.
is we don't really
And
know how big human space is. So like from the vibe of the show, it feels like human space is Earth, Reach, and then like a bunch of random, basically uninhabited planets.
They said
here's
something in along the lines of how, like, they sort of casually mentioned how, like, what was it, 6 or so planets got like destroyed or whatever.
Yeah.
So we
Well,
we,
so
we actually have no
it's
clue.
something that kind of throws a wrench into things.
So they're changing the
Think,
whole MO
think
and
about
doing all these training exercises for useless
Because there's a
talk.
war.
well, the thing is, he concludes it's a
The point of
training
the war is to
exercise.
win.
He concludes it's a training exercise when here's an explanation for what could have happened on Sanctuary. The Covenant had been on the planet. They were exploring the planet. They found out that humans were there, and they were doing some excavation like they did in season 1 when they were on Madrigal before they destroyed the planet, looking for Forerunner artifacts. It could just happen to be that they were in an area where there was a comms relay, and they took it down. So that they
there's
wanted to
another one
work.
of those artifacts that they want. Oh,
Well,
Reach.
But what is that? I'm just saying that, like, there's reasons why they could be doing what they're doing that don't indicate that this is simply a training exercise for an invasion. They could be on Sanctuary because they got like a reason to be looking around. John Halo doesn't know. Like he just doesn't have that much information to make this conclusion. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and he had
Well,
also
he becomes
died
extremely
and been
suspicious
possessed
when
by an
everybody
AI.
in power starts to deny that
Well,
anything ever
sure.
fucking happened.
but that's all insane plot shit. Like, that's the kind of thing
It
where,
is.
like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, how the hell is Kai supposed to? How the hell is she supposed to sort through the fact that apparently the UNSC is like actively working in opposition to John Halo to get him killed to create the Spartan 3 program, and that would be the rationale for the decisions, when on its face it just looks like John Halo is unhinged. And it's not like that's past him. He is unhinged. He did some unhinged shit in season 1.
His personal
He's-
behavior is off the rails. He does a really good job at acting like a crazy person.
It's kind of amazing he's
Which-
still in active duty, to be honest, considering.
Yeah,
season
it's one of our
one.
it's
one of our
something that,
complaints for the show is that there's
what's-
no way that they should just let him walk around and do stuff with how he's
Something
been
that he
acting.
said.
Especially because he died and his corpse was puppeted by an AI.
Yeah, when you because
Yeah, but
it's
they
funny.
retconned that.
It's funny that Ackerson is presented as basically saying like that he's the bad guy in the things that he's saying, but like when he says you interacted with Mackie, and that's putting it lightly. You had Cortana in your brain. You are not presenting me with any evidence for your claims, even though he should have the evidence. But again, that feels like more of a plot problem than it, unless it's a character
He's
problem.
claiming
that John
to
Halo
see
possibly
her.
has a camera. Like from Ackerson's perspective, he's just presenting things like, he says, if you were in my shoes, would you trust you? And it's like, that's a good fucking point. Because no, he is not trustworthy. He's unreliable. Like, need I remind you that in season 1, he tried to melt Halsey. He like locked her in a decontamination room to and bomb her with radioactiveness so that she would melt. It's like, he's crazy. He is a crazy guy. He constantly breaks the chain of command. He goes like he goes on unsanctioned missions. He never like
He steals equipment. Yeah, he recruits
exactly.
Spartans into doing
He
shit. without
constantly
command
bullies
approval.
Riz and
I
is like,
Black
can't
changes.
believe you would go against all the people that are trying to blow up Reach.
Yeah, but that's
That's
insane.
See what our
crazy.
point is? Were you listening to the points that we were raising there?
Well,
That he's
the thing would be-
acting like a crazy person
Yes, he's
because
acting like a
everyone
crazy
else
person.
is 10 times crazier.
From Kai's
They're
from
trying.
Kai's
Kai's
perspective, he is acting like a really crazy person, which will
I'm
inform
not
her decision.
Sure, whatever about Kai.
Well,
I'm just
no,
saying
but
he's right.
That's
no,
what
but-
this
no,
conversation
no, but we were talking about like what she has reason to believe, and it's like, so from Kai's perspective in season 3, in episode 3, which is basically when she decides to work with Ackerson, it's like, well, what information do we have? We have that John Halo lied to the entire team to bring them on an unsanctioned mission that, yeah, sure, everything about it is strange, but it's like, you lied. That's already not good for us. We had a training exercise earlier where Riz, despite being very injured, John Halo, like, irrationally pushed her to the point that she nearly died in the training exercise.
True.
And then, of course, you included that he said, I saw McKean. It's like, well, I shot her. Like, so I know
You see
that's
dead
insane. It's like,
people.
you add all that together, and the fact that Kai has absolutely no reason to believe that the UNSC and Oni would concoct such an insane plan. From her perspective, it's like, sure, there were more questions for her to ask, but like, John Halo is unhinged.
Yeah,
And the
and
idea
he
that
could have
she
done
would
a
just,
way
like-
better job of achieving his goals if he truly believes what's happening is that, instead of becoming a crazy
like I
zombie.
said, I think this massively muddies the themes of just follow orders, because Kai was not just following orders in going against John Halo. John Halo is her superior, giving her orders that she didn't believe in. She used her own brain with the information that she had available to form a conclusion. She was wrong, and she admits that she was wrong, but like, she wasn't just following orders. It would have been just following orders to follow John Halo to the end when his rationale wasn't making sense to her. Like, this is what I mean when I say it's like it's really like muddy on the thematic side. And then
she's like Carl Urban in Doom.
To add further
Yes.
problems to the mix, when you think about the nature of the expectation of the Covenant invading Reach, it should have been a foregone conclusion they were going to invade Reach, because in season 1, Mackie escaped from Reach on a Covenant Phantom. So they would have to have assumed that she told the prophets where Reach was, and that it was inevitable that they would be coming there. Not that it was inevitable that they had found Reach and were doing crazy stuff and it meant that the Covenant fleet was going to be coming, but that it was inevitable they were just going to be on their way, and soon. And so that just creates new plot problems of like, well, the world isn't reacting and responding to this information, but that's not like a Kai problem. She's in a very unique position where there's only so much that she can do as one individual in a broader, machine. Like, Kai's got problems for sure, but like, I find it weird to create a dichotomy where like she's doomed and John Halo is fine. Like, I just don't see that working at all.
Okay. Sure. I'll give you that one. Kai had reason to believe, I guess, that the person she grew up with was insane. But
well it sounds like
he
you don't agree then. Like,
well, I mean, he had
Just because you
he
grew up
just
with
had
someone doesn't
so
mean
much.
they-
He had so much hard evidence. I just don't.
I mean, well,
why are
going
you
over
all
all the
pretending
events we
that
just
he didn't?
referenced, right? Like, I would be worried about him, to say the least. And yeah, like coming up with these ideas as to explain a bunch of things that are just outside her even reasonable worldview. Yeah, he could have done a way better job of getting his
Certainly.
his goals.
I mean,
achieved.
don't you think it's
because
interesting?
otherwise there wouldn't be like this retarded storyline. But
Well, it's
where
his
do all
retarded
the
storyline,
bodies
too.
go
No.
in Sanctuary?
It's their retarded storyline.
Yeah.
Okay, there.
They
Yeah,
made it
everything's
this
retarded.
way.
I agree
I mean,
with
it
that.
makes sense.
The
The only
bodies
thing
in
it's odd that
Sanctuary.
Ackerson
No
basically tells
explanation.
her that Master Chief's
What happens
crazy,
to
right?
Cobalt?
And she's like, yeah.
No explanation.
No, I agree, but that's like but like surely you would accept that like why is it not of massive consequence that one, John Halo now sees dead people, which is really fucking bizarre. Two, that he lied to his entire team instead of telling them the truth so that they could go on a mission. Like, that's a big breach of trust that's obviously going to have an impact. And that when he can't present any evidence, he doesn't present his camera, which I would see as more of a plot problem, but maybe it's a character problem if he's forgotten that he has a helmet camera that records things. When he shows the flight plan and he screams they changed it, it's like, well, I mean, no, they do. In season 1, we see a helmet cam in episode 1 where he went to Madrigal and like retrieved the Forerunner artifact, the Keystone. We see a camera. They got cameras. So as
In
far as I'm
season
concerned,
2?
that creates like a big.
But
in
he uninstalled them.
In season 1.
Season 1, yeah.
Yeah, they show that they have a helmet camera.
Yep.
So,
But he was gonna
where
go
did they
help
go?
the Mexican girl, so he
where
had
do
to
they
disable
go? Is
his
that
body cam.
the writers forgot
Writers
about it
forgot
because
about
it wouldn't
them.
allow them to make
So
the
I'm-
plot happen?
Saying there aren't any cameras because if the writers forgot them, then they
No,
don't
I'm saying that's a
exist.
plot hole. That's a plot
Yeah.
hole.
Yeah.
That he has cameras, and that's evidence that he should be aware of, and that Oni and the UNSC should be aware of and exists, and they just pretend it doesn't exist because otherwise their story wouldn't happen. That's just a plot hole.
Yeah.
Good old
Plot
fashioned
holes
plot
in
hole.
Halo.
Yeah, no, that's crazy, isn't
Which
it?
means they don't exist in season 2 because they
What
are
do you?
plot
I don't
holes.
understand what you mean when you say like it doesn't exist. What do you mean?
A plot hole isn't a solution to the problem. It is a problem.
It is a problem. The problem is, but it doesn't erase the fact that they don't exist
Well, no, but
because they're gone because of the
I don't
plot
understand.
hole.
Well, what I mean is, the way that I would look at it is you establish that they have the cameras and then you forgot about them, not that they disappeared from the
They don't do
suits.
that.
They did
So,
forget about them.
What do you
They
mean?
did forget about them,
It's a
but they
plot
don't
hole.
ever at any point reference them.
No, I know
Yes,
they
that's
don't.
what
That's what I'm
forgetting
saying.
is. That's what forgetting
I'm
is,
saying
yes.
that's what the whole is that the
I'm
cameras
not
exist.
saying they made up
I'm so confused.
getting these things. It's just,
I know
they're
because
gone.
it's a plot hole.
I understand that. All
If
right,
it wasn't a plot hole, they would have done all those things. But the writers
they-
forgot.
but they forgot, so they just don't exist in this season. You following now?
You're saying they don't
what do you-
exist.
I guess
They
I
don't
guess the only-
exist because the writers forgot to put them in.
I understand it's just semantics. Like they could
I
come back
guess,
into
but I
existing
don't
in
see what
season
the
3.
point is of the distinction.
Well, so what would the conclusion be from that then? From
Yeah,
from, like, the
therefore
way that you would
what?
analyze the story, like what's the conclusion from a writing standpoint there?
That they were trying to create even more or more of a reason to make John look like he's, insane.
I guess what I would say is the
Right.
conclusion there is you gotta pick a poison of some kind, which is either the John Halo forgot that he had a camera for which he could present this evidence.
Just out of curiosity, I'm more interested in the theory at this point. So would that not apply episode to episode and scene to scene, as in even moment to moment? As in, like, if they established they were working in episode 1, but they weren't around or referenced in episode 2, couldn't I just say, yeah, that they're not in episode 2?
No, that would. Well, I mean, if they don't address them at all, that would be very, 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 very strange. After episode 1, but if they don't show up at all,
Well, I just mean kind of use the same logic you are, as in they're not in episode 2, but they're in episode 1 and 3.
Well, like the reason why Kai mistrusts John Halo is because of stuff that happened between season 2 and 3 that put her in a position where that's how she felt as a character. Because that's what we see happen, that's the event that takes place. So we have to move forward from there.
okay.
Yeah, like, because
Right,
if like a Jedi needs to get through a door that's tough, and we're like, why didn't you use his lightsaber? And it's like they forgot he had it in that scene. That still makes it a problem for that character that they didn't decide to use it. You wouldn't say, yeah, but he doesn't have it because the writers forgot it. You're like, no, he does have it. It's there. He didn't use it. That's what that is now, thanks to the writers fucking up.
And in the case of this, it would be the cameras were there.
I think we're just kind of viewing this entirely differently. Like you guys are approaching it from, this is the universe, this is where these things exist. These things do exist in this universe. They should exist in this universe. I'm looking at it from the perspective that if the writer doesn't put it in there,
But they did in season 1.
They did in the first
they
season.
did. But if they don't in the second
did.
season,
Yeah,
That's
but like I said,
possible
so if we go scene by scene, can we make the same argument? It's the same continuity.
how do you mean?
Well, I
But
mean, you
if-
kind of make the same argument. You if you look at it from a perspective of, you can't assume that any piece of equipment exists because it's implied that it should exist.
We're not even saying it should in the sense of any other thing than they told us it does.
It's kind of like writing for the writers, I guess. You shouldn't imply that something exists, or
Yeah,
work off
I-
of the audience's.
If I can
assumptions.
throw something in here, I wonder if what you're getting at is like with the production of season 2 and new showrunners, the showrunners might have decided, you know what, we're not going to do video cameras in the helmets for this one.
Well, then you
I
need
mean,
that to be
that's,
acknowledged.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
that's what I would say.
a change in canon or a
you're not
change in
allowed to do
continuity
that.
needs to be addressed,
yeah,
right?
because that's a
Otherwise-
huge,
Unless
that's a
separate.
pretty big change. That's a plot affecting change that needs to be
Listen,
addressed.
Mr.
I
Chief
think
just
Right, but I'm
forgot
just
to turn
wondering
his
if-
body
if-
cam on.
I'm just wondering if that's a way of clarifying what ER is thinking about this matter.
Well, I guess that
that we're-
brings it back to
it-
Paula's question of like, well, couldn't you go scene by scene then? New scene, or new episode, new
director,
new writer
yeah.
for that episode, new director.
I mean, you
then we
could. I
can-
think so.
But I mean,
Well,
but
I think an episode director is different than a series showrunner, right? I mean, the latter is a much more radical.
I think
Well,
my
I mean,
concern is
To be
that,
clear, the split between season 1
mean,
and 2 is a meta
I'm-
one. It isn't.
I'm
actually
down
like
with
an
this.
in-universe
I'm down
split.
with this. You
Right.
can't assume that anything is in a scene unless it's explicitly said to be in that scene. So, like, you can't assume that Master Chief has an energy sword unless he's shown picking up the energy sword.
Well, there's
I can fuck with
limits to that.
Well,
Well, there's
but
limits
we-
to that, right? Because
but
they,
we were
they don't
shown
have the
that-
time to explain everything that's in
Can
a
I just make
scene.
the argument? I was shown that he had a camera in his suit that looks the same as the suit that he had in season 1. Therefore, he has.
But
a
I
camera.
feel like the show understands what we're talking about only sometimes, just like Ryan Johnson. For example, if he had come to fight Arbiter without showing us his gun had been damaged, we'd be like, where the fuck was his gun? And they knew that.
Well, yeah,
That's why they showed it
Yeah,
damaged.
they knew to
And,
account
that's
for
Yeah.
that.
and then you can go even broader than that. Like they felt compelled to tell us that Madrigal got destroyed because if they didn't tell us, we would be lost. Just like,
Yeah.
wait, why is quiet? What happened? That there's a degree to which the writers understand. Well, you got to show people. I mean, it's the same as just like general filmmaking continuity, right? You need to show if you're going to show a character moving in a certain direction so that a character can understand like where they're going. Or it feels like we're getting tied up in the same kind of conversation where someone says we don't need to see them drive to a location, you know, to know that they got to that location. It feels the same here of like, well, if you show me a camera once in a suit and it's the same suit and it's the same
if you wanna-
continuity, regardless of what season it is.
To be able to
He's got that
benefit from
camera.
the continuity of season 1, which this season does, they have to also take everything from season 1. They can't pick and choose.
Exactly.
And
Like-
99% of the things
There's-
that are implied to exist logically, we would agree on. There's actually a very, very thick line of agreement that we can all, you know, accept to the point where we don't even
Definitely.
think about it or talk about it. Whether it's internal organs, pants, underwear, you know, adjacent rooms, ceilings, you know, pieces of furniture, like all that stuff is implied to be there, and there's never even any discussion about it because it's accepted so easily and logically.
Well, and I think this is especially criticizable because it would have been brought in as a thing to help them achieve something else at the time, and now it's being ignored to
They-
prevent.
plot
Yeah,
relevant.
I agree that it's a problem. They should have just had a line that said that Oni destroyed the evidence at some point.
I
Yeah,
mean,
or
I guess
only
probably
disabled the
that-
cameras on the
Well,
on the
I guess
suits.
that's the
Yeah.
thing is that
It's
that
one
would
way to
just
handle
create.
it. Yeah.
The thing is,
So-
I'd say that creates new problems for them because then John would be like, "Why do I not have my camera here, Kai?
Well,
I don't have my camera here." And
that-
Yeah,
that
but
would
they
be
can
the
they
thing
can
where-
they can
you can
write that
write
off.
it,
They
you
can
can
say,
say that-
John, you
Yes,
forgot to turn
yes,
your
I
camera
agree.
on.
You can do
I-
that.
I
You could
agree
say
that
that the
you can
camera
write it.
systems have to be
It's a
recycled
solvable
and
problem, but obviously they didn't
resolved.
think
Like
of it.
the
I guess I'm
software's
just-
fucked on the cameras or something. You can make something up, right?
You can come up with something that's more
I guess what I'm
believable.
saying is that you will create changes because I imagine that would be a piece of information where Kai would go, that's weird. And
That
then
is a
changes
hum.
Well, so
more.
that, I actually think that would be good
it's-
in terms of giving her reason to start to investigate. You know, that's a little suspicious.
Yeah.
That's a little strange.
Yeah,
and you could have made it way
Not having
stronger.
a plot hole, remove
Yeah.
cameras.
And then and then
I-
Chief,
well-
when he's trying to convince her, if he was well written, he could be like, "You really think all of our cameras just happen to have software glitches? Is that what you think?"
Yeah, exactly. It's there are definitely ways to get it to fix it, but this is kind of what I mean is like the show, the way that it is right now. It's like, well, that's just a big problem, and like in the absence of solving a lot of these problems, you end up making it so that your theme gets very confused because like I just don't see how Kai being the just follow orders person, like it doesn't really work well when she has reasons that she came to conclude using her own brain to make the decisions that she did. To be
Well-
like, you're the one who just follows orders, not like me who demands that you follow me no matter what because we grew up together. Like that's not.
She didn't
That's not
just
a
follow
great one.
orders though. She was ordered to say something about the chief, and she knowingly lied about it to cover for his insanity.
Exactly. That's why I think it. I think it doesn't work to be like, yeah, you're the just follow orders lady, not like me who demands your loyalty to me.
right. Yeah.
Unquestioningly. Like John Halo, it's weird as well because John Halo seems to recognize that he kind of did that with Riz by just pushing her to beyond her limits. That he was just making her follow orders as well, but at the same time, he doesn't seem to recognize how he's done that in other ways. Because John Halo is a dumb person. Like John Halo is a dumb. The fact that he got it right is not a consequence of like some really intelligent, thoughtful
Yeah.
decision making. Like it
You
was
shouldn't justify insanity just because the person is right.
like it's well,
Yeah,
it's just
that's a post hoc sort of
What,
thing.
like,
that
Like
we're getting
John
into.
Halo would have also been right if he grabbed a gun and just started shooting everybody that was in Oni to try to solve the problem, but that wouldn't have been a justified
Yeah,
decision on his part.
If you reach the correct conclusion through shoddy, reasoning, you can't be like, well, see, I was right all along. That's
I think
not quite how it works.
something I would want to say about John Halo, because I think it is the most frustrating aspect about him from a writing standpoint, is my big problem with John Halo is essentially they've made him insane because it means that they can do whatever they want. Any crazy decision he makes, anything that creates new drama because he goes over the top and does something stupid or yells at someone, puts across his argument in the most stupid way possible. You can always appeal to, yeah, but he's an unhinged lunatic discovering his emotions. So, it's just like an easy shortcut to any drama that they want and any plot point that they want because he's so unpredictable in a sense. It's boring. It's lazy.
we were
I
talking
really
about during the viewing that a lot of the decisions seem to just hinge on how can we get the next scene to happen.
Yeah, pretty much, and you can see it with a lot of other things as well. Because like we've not spoken much about Atkinson, but like Atkinson's a bit of a dum dum. Not just because of his reach plan being insane, but like it's even down to things like why would Atkinson be antagonistic to John Halo in his first conversation when it's actively against his interest to have John Halo opposed to him dramatically? That doesn't help him.
Yeah, it doesn't get him
It may
anywhere.
well be that John Halo actually did discover things that would fuck him over by getting him so aggressive. But like, why would you say in your first scene, like, oh well, you like, would you trust you? You're a bit of a crazy guy, and it's like, well, that's stupid. And it's the same with Parangoski. Why did she confront John Halo about just follow orders, you idiot? It's like, why do you think this would work? Why would you do this other than to prompt him to become opposed to you so that he can kick off his new plot line of not trusting you? When you start to view it through the lens of, yeah, well, where do you want to get us? Which is very transparent in this show. Kind of, it's just like, fuck, it becomes so obvious why any character makes any decision in any scene or says something stupid or acts in a way that's contrary to their interests. It's like, well, it advances the plot.
I really didn't like that Ackerson was supposed to be this like sympathetic villain towards the end too, where it's like actually he was being fucked over one tier up. So, but because when you introduce that logic, then it goes, okay, so who's fucking with Parangoski then?
No, she's the bad guy.
Okay, so that's where the line stops. The buck
with
ends
her.
there.
Yeah,
Well,
yes,
she's
I
at the
think
top of the hierarchy, I think, right? I mean, I'm
that's
not
what
sure
I
there is
say.
anybody.
Brilliant
Atkinson
military commander, of course.
Well, it's
But we-
weird. On the one hand, they acknowledge that Atkinson is not actually her subordinate, but they do basically heavily imply that he basically followed her, like he did what she told him to do. That the reach thing was ultimately her plan.
Yeah, so I don't understand what the kind of what they're trying to extract from that. Like, why is Ackerson joining Team Halo at the end of this season?
Because he
Drama?
didn't want, it was basically because Parangoski was like, let's use World War One wave tactics with the Spartan threes. That's what throws him off. He doesn't want the Spartan threes to die in World War One era. Just throw them at the enemy with no strategy or coordination at
And
all.
it's almost
I
a
mean,
quite
why
literal
not? They made
throwing.
They made the Spartan 3s in like a week. Why not use them like
They did
that?
make them in a week. That's true, but he was yeah. I mean, it's
where
to emphasize the nature of the wave tactics, guys. What happens is they get the Spartan threes to go towards the big Covenant fleet, and as soon as they like get there, they blow them up. And then she's like, "All right, deploy wave 2." It's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
They literally didn't even get onto any ships. All right. And then she's just like, yeah, wave 2. It's literally like a no man's land. Yeah, all right, wave 2, off you go. It's insane.
Which is weird
fun-
because like we talk about this I think we talked about this on an EFAP or something, but there is an element that a lot of like military fiction is very weird with and odd with, but you can sort of look at the real world and you can see these very clear patterns throughout history of investing time and effort and equipment and like effort into the well-being of your soldiers just gets you better results.
It should be clarified for the chatters that I'm talking about how the Spartan 3s are made in a week in the show. Yes, you wouldn't
Oh,
want
yeah,
to throw
in the
them
show, they
away
just show
in the
up.
lore, but in the show, it's literally the people that escaped Reach are turned into Spartan 3s, which was like
ODSTs.
days
Yeah,
ago.
Ruiz
Mhm.
is just like a Spartan 3 now, and I'm thinking like,
Yeah, so
what
basically
does that
the
even
logic
mean?
of Spartan 4s applied to the Spartan 3s.
Yeah, we don't even see like much of any of like the experience she must have gone through to become one. She just is one. You're like,
Well,
okay.
She just is
we know
one.
what
She's got the armor
experience
now.
is. They did about a week of training because it is about a week between the fall of Reach and when we get to Onyx. It's about a week.
If that.
Yeah, it might even be less than that. And it's like, and remember, these are like weird simulations that don't even comport with reality that well. Like a plasma round
It's not even
coming out of the
physical
blast.
training. It's the VR.
Yeah.
It's like
Simulations,
it's like
yeah.
getting all your soldiers to play Call of Duty to like train them. It's like, okay, you're ready
Well,
to
see,
actually fight a
see,
war
it's
now,
a-
guys. Bye.
They did that in the 343 Halo, where they said all the Spartan 4s were training in VR simulations, and that was the multiplayer.
Again,
I think,
it doesn't.
but it's just
right,
dumb.
yeah.
Awkward, like that. It is just more of like, man, that feels like a bit of a parallel to. Damn, I think it might have been. Did you once say, Patrician, that you thought that it might be that 343 hates ODSTs? Like,
Yes,
they
I've
hate 'em?
I've thought that for a long time. I think that 343 is somewhat envious of the game ODST being more popular than most of theirs.
Well, yeah,
Spartans
we've
are
not
supposed to
seen
be
a
the cool
single.
ones.
Yeah.
We've not seen a single orbital drop shock trooper in both seasons of the show. That we have never seen an ODST, and like I said, the Spartan 3s are basically their worst ODSTs. They don't have any augmentations. They have regular armor that doesn't have shielding because it has to be light enough for them to wear it. And they have less training than an ODST because ODSTs are special forces. The Spartan 3s are like just worse ODSTs.
They just play video
Uh,
games and then get thrown at ships.
Pretty much, yeah. Like it's, which doesn't again, like I know we could talk about it like, and we talked about it ages in the last when we did season 1, but like there's so many easy ideas for a show of just you could have a show that's just about a squad of orbital drop shock troopers, and then like Master Chief occasionally comes in and out of their story, or it could be that ODSTs are like a POV character. You have like a POV ODST character in a squad as like a subplot. And it's just like, yeah, that's some variety. It'll be fun. Nobody will be unhappy. Everybody will be happy who's watching the show to see ODSTs. But they just like forego all of these opportunities that are just basically really easy to get
I
points
think they're
for.
out of touch. They overestimate how much players like Spartans and underestimate how much players like ODSTs because I
think
feel like
so.
Spartans are too complicated a concept for people to mentally
too
insert
common
into.
now, oddly
Whereas
enough.
ODSTs are like, yeah, if I was in this setting, I could be an ODST. You
Well,
can't
yeah, it's like,
necessarily be a Spartan.
Yeah,
well,
those are
you think about ODST and the banter between the squad. It's like, yeah, it's a group of friends, you know, in the
Yeah.
middle of a war, like working together against all odds.
Yeah, there's this camaraderie that comes with, you know, the Marines and the ODSTs, and it doesn't exist in this show. It's just not present at all. It is this weird reliance on no. Spartans are the cool ones, guys. See, we made even more of them. Look, there's even more.
Someone in chat mentioned the ODST trailer that they did, the live action one. We don't even need to begin to talk about how Remember Reach or the We Are ODST like trailers that are a minute long are more impactful and riveting and interesting than 17 episodes of television. All right, we don't need to delve into that. Okay, it's very self-evident, but also kind of fascinating in that.
Oh yeah, the Believe stuff from Halo 3. There
Your
was a lot
commercials
of
are better than a
Halo's made a
television
lot
show.
of really good commercials and ads and promotional material.
It's just your commercials are better than the television show. They have better stories, like down to the fact that the ODST captain would bring a flag with him, an ODST flag, and stuff it under his armor because that was the best way that he could, you know, honor the dead while in the middle of a war zone. It's like that's like more subtle and more interesting character writing than basically anything we've seen in these 2 seasons.
There'd be there's a whole series of commercials for Halo 3 that was set up to be years and years after they'd be talking to like middle and old aged men, and it was set up to be that they were Marines fighting in the events of what would be Halo 3, and these like interviews, and they would be talking about like the Master Chief, not explicitly, but you know they were talking about Master Chief, and that would just be the commercial. It was just like interviewing an old Marine. You know, tell us about what happened, and that would be the commercial for the events of what Halo 3 would be. And it was just good. It was subtle. It was, you know, it was just good. And this is just very insistent that no, this Halo story is the good one. Spartans are very cool. Master John Halo, man, he is amazing.
It's the obsession with turning them into superheroes and also creating their own cringe. Because does anybody like the Spartan 4s? Is anybody a fan of them and like Spartan Ops and their personalities?
I've seen people say they like them, but I generally don't believe them. One of the most cathartic moments of Halo Infinite is when you find dead Spartan 4s or like they kill them off screen.
It's a grimly dark sort of thing. I'm like, oh yeah, put a smile on my face.
Well, the Spartan 4s were just tacitly a mistake. That was like one of the first mistakes 343 made with the setting, was they wanted a new wave of Spartans.
You know, I will say as well, something that I think is a big mistake that I almost feel like is kind of glossed over. Do you remember in the Spartan Ops cutscene how like there's a Covenant Corvette carrier like that's fighting in space, and then Infinity comes out of slip space and just flies through it and blows it up? I feel like that's like really indicative of like a big problem that started to happen. It's like that's kind of crap though, isn't it? That the way that it started was that the Covenant were so oppressive as an enemy force that they were very, very scary and difficult to beat, to like, well, 4 years later, the humanity's built a ship so big that it can just plow through a Covenant carrier like it's nothing. And that just kind of ruined the stakes a bit. Like for
Yeah,
as cool
which
as
meant that they had to implement new, like, extremely esoteric threats like the Didact in order to try to keep the same, like,
Oh my,
threat
what was the
level.
name? The Warden Eternal in Halo 5?
Yeah.
God. Oh yeah, I want to fight him 7 times. That's real fun. Dude, Halo 5 existed. One of the TLJs before TLJ chat. Alright? Like it
It's the
was.
one I haven't played.
Actually,
didn't
I
like
never
4,
finished
so
it because it was so
I
boring.
yeah.
It's funny
I
you
don't
never
like
finished it.
the
It's like 4 hours
Prometheans
long.
as an enemy.
No, the
I never played
Prometheans are
5, yeah.
awful.
Never played it. It's the
Well,
one I
yeah, the
haven't played.
Prometheans were a bad idea. The fact that, like, we don't need to be, look, alright? We don't need to be.
I mean, honestly, the whole thing of it is there didn't need to be a new Halo trilogy, just like there really didn't need to be a Halo TV show. It's something that
Just
people
like there didn't need to
wanted.
be a Star Wars new sequel trilogy. Just
Yeah.
like there didn't need to be Terminator Dark Fate. Just like there didn't need to be Star Trek Discovery. Or just like there didn't need to be.
These
Like, all
stories were
manner of different
concluded,
things.
and in the process of unconcluding a story, you're just gonna fuck things up.
Oh
It
yeah,
it is.
definitely.
We know now it is rare that you have success, because I would actually stand by saying that, you know, Alien doesn't need a sequel, but then they made Aliens and it was like, oh, cool.
Damn, that's arguably better. It depends on who you ask. Like shit.
Yeah, and but so that we
Terminator,
have,
you know?
yeah, Terminator is another actually really solid example. There's a lot of Terminator fans who would say Terminator 1 is one and done. It's golden. You don't need to touch anything else. But it's like, yeah, but I like Terminator 2. Oh, okay.
I mean, if we're gonna use the Star Wars example, you know.
One could argue Star Wars could have worked with
could
one
argue.
movie, yeah. Predator, even though I dislike a lot of the Predator sequels, like, but at the same time, you know, I have a fondness for Predator 2 to some extent. It's just interesting to think, because that's just all a different era. All those examples are so far gone, so far away. I suppose what's funny is we were talking about the nature of like the faithfulness, because Arcane is like very famously just you would never know what you're in for by being like, I'll play the game version of Arcane. Like that's not even really lol at all. Then you have something like
But
The Last of Us TV show that's like it stays on the rails but goes off every once in a while. And it's like parallel rails, because Joel isn't quite Joel, Ellie isn't quite Ellie, but that like it's close enough, and there's a lot of big payoffs that they just take one for one and adapted pretty like close. We've got all these examples of like different levels of faithfulness and different executions and different expectations. But Halo is, funnily enough, one that I think is just such a startlingly fucking abysmal attempt in almost every way you could imagine.
We've talked about it before, and I'd want to reiterate it because it feels like there are some very distinct eras of video game adaptations. The one that we were in for, I guess, like 20 or so years was they were very embarrassed to even be like video game adaptations. They didn't recognize how much people value video games. They didn't recognize how popular they were. And so you saw a lot of adaptations that were in name only, but were so different that they could often be like completely unrecognizable. Unrecognizable to the point that they barely even had any of the iconography or the music or anything. And like what we've seen, especially over the last few years, and it feels like Sonic the Hedgehog kind of marks the beginning of this era, funnily enough, that you begin with that film being very obviously of the old era of they didn't even think it would be worthwhile to make Sonic look like Sonic. And then they realize, oh, that's a bad idea. It's a good idea to make him look like Sonic. And then you see that transition. Now, obviously, it means that film still kind of is in both worlds. I feel like the new Mortal Kombat was kind of in a similar place as well, of sort of being in both worlds of like, well, the characters kind of look like the characters, but there are still changes. Like the fact that you have that insert character because they felt that they couldn't have it be like Johnny Cage or anything. But now we're firmly in the era of, at the very least, they're going to look like the thing that you recognize. They're probably going to sound like the thing that you recognize, and fingers crossed, you're actually going to start to capture the spirit of the games because they're no longer embarrassed about doing video game adaptations. Not only are they not embarrassed, they finally realize there is so much money to be made in doing it, and you lose nothing by trying to, at the very least, get the surface level things right. And so then you can see it reflected in. I've only seen the first episode of Fallout, didn't really like it, but like it certainly looks like Fallout in a lot of ways. Obviously, like the Mario movie, definitely trying to capture the art style. Like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 felt like it was moving more in that direction.
On the note of Mortal Kombat specifically, right? Like capturing the spirit, I would argue, is the number one thing that all fans actually want. It's just that I think it's, and this is reasonable, we'd all slightly disagree on what capturing the spirit of a particular IP even is. The nature with Mortal Kombat, like having that main character was just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is Mortal Kombat. If anything, we would have been happy if Kano were the main character instead of that guy.
Exactly.
Even though it doesn't make sense from like a fan's point of view. But the fact that we've got Carl Urban, Johnny Cage is going to be in the next one, it's like, oh god, that could work so well. It could also fail, but that could work so well.
Exactly. And it's like they're starting to realize that. And then you see a whole bunch of permutations of what it means to be faithful. Because even though we're saying like Arcane, if you looked at League of Legends, it'd be like, wow, okay, that seems different. But it's like, yeah, but they got the characters, they've got things that they carried over, like references and nods and pulling from the world building, and clearly coming from a place of respect. And what you see with Halo very much feels like the end of the last era, slightly bleeding into the new one.
Yeah, like they haven't got the message yet.
Pretty much, like you've got the suits of armor, you've got like assault rifles and battle rifles, and you've got grunts and elites and stuff like that. You've barely gotten the surface level thing in certain scenes to make it look like Halo, but you don't give a fuck. You don't respect it. You don't value it at all. It's a vehicle for you to tell your own story because you're embarrassed that it's a video game.
Yeah, it's the caring without caring, in that there are some people, you could tell some people care, but they seem to be in the minority. I think probably the great microcosm of all of this is that the show knows that we should have battle rifles. We need to have battle rifles that look like battle rifles with the scopes and the carry handle sort of design they have going. They know to have the battle rifles, to have them prominently. They're automatic rifles in the show, though. They're not 3-round burst. So it's one of those, like, you knew to do everything except, like, the most iconic thing about them, or you just passed it off to the person. Like, all the prop guys really gave a shit, but then when they passed it off to the director and the VFX people and everything, it didn't get translated into it being a burst fire weapon.
I gotta say, if you watch the behind the scenes stuff talking about making the show, it's a little grim because the prop guys and like there are a lot of people on the crew who put there was a clip where a guy was talking about he put more thought into explaining why Soren's son Kessler's like Master Chief helmet, the way that he created it, than was put into the writing of the show. He's like, yeah, so this is based on a pilot's helmet in the show. And they're orange, so we needed to have like an orange hue coming through, even though it was painted green. It's like, dude, like, look at all this effort that you're putting into like creating all of these props and making all of the guns and stuff that look great. And it's like,
who let this man on set?
Get him out of here.
How did you get in here?
It's like there's a lot of work that clearly goes into it. But like if the script failed you, that's it. Like that's it. You can appreciate all of the work that goes into the props and the sets and the effort, even though a lot of the visual effects are really wonky, that obviously a lot of time got put into it, but it's like, yeah, your core is soulless.
There is and a really good, if we had this level of writing, stories, and characters, but it was in a show that had a lot, that was just dripping with good references from the games. We had a lot of variety in terms of the way that the aliens looked, the weapons that they used. We had accurate sound effects to the games. If it was like dressed to the nines in all of that stuff, and then on top of that, just the fight scenes were well choreographed and shot really well and shot interesting, and the first person view on the helmet was really well done, it would buy so much goodwill to the show, even if the show was written as shittily as it is. But they couldn't even get the, like the aesthetic and the flavor stuff. Almost like they just refused to do it, is what it is. It's a refusal to do it because they could have just done it. All the games are right there. It's all for the taking. You have the rights to it. You just chose not to use it. It was a choice.
Like a clear example of refusing to even use it. The soundtrack. I can't believe that
that's bizarre.
The music in this show is what it is. I can't believe that.
forgettable. I couldn't tell you.
Oh yeah, there was music.
I can barely remember the title theme, and I heard it too many
No,
times.
it's crazy to me that you have, I gush over it all the time. I'm gonna do it again. I love the soundtracks that Marty O'Donnell composed for Halo. They're awesome. They're like some of my favorite tracks in general, not just for video games, but in general. I love it. I love the tone that's conveyed. I love the disparate nature of the music, yet how it somehow manages to have a level of consistency and a unified vision. I love the chill tracks. I love the epic tracks, the ambient tracks. I love the motifs that get carried throughout the games. Halo 3 being like sort of a best of compilation of all of the songs. The fact that ODST manages to create a very distinctive feel for itself with all of its jazz, saxophone, like lots of emphasis on piano. Halo Reach creating its own identity for itself, its own kind of like iconic choir and monks, even though it's a different thing, and it's awesome. And it's like you could have just taken the tracks and just plopped them in, the timeline, like while they were editing it together, and it would have been fine. But it's almost like there was this refusal to not even, like, it has to be the most generic sci-fi TV show music imaginable. There's not a single memorable track across all 2 seasons.
Yeah, there literally isn't. I can't remember any
of the Halo of like whenever they occasionally feel like using a Halo song, which is fucking rare that they even like use a Halo song. I think there may be 4 or 5 instances of them actually using like Halo music, and it's always a terrible mix.
Yeah.
There's very little resemblance to the game scores, that's for sure, and that includes season 1. And the music for season 1 was done by Sean Callery, who is famous for his
24.
work scoring 24. And I'm a huge fan of his work. I thought he did an excellent job with 24, but I have to admit that his style doesn't really fit Halo, and there's certainly no kind of memorable melodies that were built by Sean Callery or this new crew that's working on season 2. Like the Bear McCreary did the theme, and then he had his production team do the sort of generic score episode to episode.
And
none of it resembles the games.
You see it in the EFAP TV when it eventually comes out. When we were watching, like episode 1 has it has like. So what you'll notice is season 1 and 2 actually have a different intro music. The intro music in season 1 is basically unrecognizable as being inspired by Halo, aside from essentially like the most basic, like a couple of pieces of melody.
And then
you got to remember, they don't even have the proper like monks. They don't have the same choir. It's like that Halo 4 choir, where it's like it's just a totally different sound.
It's different,
with its own little theme where they're like, bwah, 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 bwah. That's like their theme for the show, and it sucks. Or rather, it doesn't suck. It's just lame. That would be the better way to put it. Season 2, they actually like do the Halo 2 rendition of the Halo theme, where they've got like the higher vocals coming in midway. But the problem is that because it's rushed and condensed, it doesn't sound as good. You've condensed something that lasts maybe like 40 seconds into 15, 20 seconds, and it messes with the composition. And then it just goes back into being more generic, like Halo music, or like a generic rendition of the Halo music. It bugs me so much because Halo's got so many cool tracks, and it's like it's easy.
Cool
It's so easy, like, and it would be so epic, like if you used any of that. Could you? And I just don't see how you would earn. Maybe it would piss people off, but if you just use the epilogue music from Halo Reach, like after Vanek got killed, that people would probably like that a lot. They'd probably be like, "That's a cool callback. It's a great song," and it's just like that's easy. You could just plop it in there, and people would like it.
Well, and you'd think they'd have a custom track for the final fight with Chief and Arbiter.
You think that they would, yeah.
And you'd think it would play into the scene huge before the fight starts. Like the music would be booming just before we get into it.
I mean, I can imagine just using like Unyielding from Halo 2, like just use that as like the fight music. People would probably think that was cool as shit. But instead they decided not to do that. It's just like I just don't get it. It's easy. It's easy, and it requires like less work. In fact, I don't get it. It's whereas I definitely got the impression in season 1. I will say I feel like in season 2 I even got less of an impression of the music. Oddly enough, season 1 had like some very Mass Effect, kind of like knockoff Mass Effect sounding music. I noticed that a little bit more in season 2 as well. Kind of like more synthy. like more of like the kind of synth that you would hear in like Uncharted Worlds,
Right.
but not as good because
It's like
Uncharted
the
Worlds is like a
whoa,
masterpiece.
it's interesting that you bring up that song specifically because I think I mentioned it to you and you called it before I even was able to say the name
Yeah.
specifically. But we were playing Helldivers 2, and the mission select music on Helldivers 2. I was like, Fringy, what music does this remind you of? And you're like, oh yeah, Uncharted Worlds. Is like,
Worlds.
yeah, this is clear. I think that this was like inspired by it in a way that's distinctly different, but still kind of harkens back to it.
That's
And so
fun.
that's sort of
Yeah.
like the inverse of taking something and using it as inspiration. Whereas there is, well, let's put it this way: Rings of Power soundtrack is more like memorable than
It
this,
is more memorable than this.
and Rings of
because
Power is barely memorable.
I
As
remember
of
a couple of tracks from Rings of Power. A couple.
as a fun fact, there's a song in ODST's soundtrack that isn't in the album version that also sounds like Uncharted Worlds.
Hmm,
You hear
just
it in
thinking about-
Firefight.
I would, if I heard
Okay.
it, I would know what you mean. If I heard it, if you know what it is, put a link in here because I bet if I heard it, I would know what you mean.
I don't know if it's on YouTube, but I'll try to find it.
Okay, I gotcha.
It's there's so many good tracks and it's not a matter of but they wouldn't fit. It's like, dude, it's like they cover basically anything that you could want. There's
Well-
like Covered in Dance, that's like a funky track.
well,
That's
Fringy,
like that kind of thing. Yeah.
what you said there
Here
by
we go.
saying the Halo music wouldn't fit our Halo show. Already, you're like, well, wait, what? Isn't that
Yeah.
already like? Isn't that the big yellow, potentially red flag that goes
Yellow
up? And it's like,
flag.
like what do you mean the incredible, memorable, arguably best soundtrack of a video game series ever in history so far? It's not fitting the the show adaptation of it. How could that be?
That's an interesting thing to think about. For as much as it would be easy to incorporate a lot of the music in there, the reality is that it wouldn't be achieving the purpose of what that music did and what music is supposed to achieve, which is it accentuates the moment as it is and makes that moment memorable and to a place where the music can be intertwined with that memory rather than you hear it and you think of the thing that you like. Oh yeah, that reminds me of that moment in Halo that I really liked. Like if it was like This Is the Hour, for instance, and they played it here, I just immediately be thinking about the actual scene in like Halo 3 where all of the ships are flying in like to the excavation site on Earth, like the portal to the Ark. I'd be thinking of that. Or if they had Wake Me When You Need Me, whatever the context would be for that, I'd just be thinking about the ending of Halo 3. Or like if I was thinking about damn it, I can't believe that it's escaping me right now. Oh, Under Cover of Night. Like it's I'd just be thinking of the level. It's just like, yep, that's unfortunate. But
Isn't that what you want though in an adaptation?
I guess what I'm getting at is that in a good adaptation, you would be able to be happy that it exists as a great track that reminds you of the thing that you love, but also that it could be now attached to a new memory rather than you see it and then you're like, oh shit, that just makes me think of this other thing that I like. But at the same time, I don't see that you lose anything by just having these tracks in the show wherever they can fit.
I would mention Eric Nyland's Halo novels. Having played the games are similar to the visual storytelling that he does in his writing. And so having played the games, you get kind of a reference to know what he's talking about, and then you can kind of build on that in your understanding of it. And I think that's an example of an adaptation where referencing the thing that it's adapting builds positive associations and has it.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I think so.
absolutely. By playing the
Totally
games
agree
and
with
then
that.
reading the books it was like, yes, this is the kind of book that it's a book series that we reference a decent amount, not just for, good books to read that are science fiction, but like video game themed kind of actiony books. They're just
It's
really
good
cool.
young adult military science fiction. It's not something that I think really stands up to like, oh yeah, I'm in my 30s and I'm going to read this, but I do think that like if you want to get young people into it and they were into Halo, then those would be good books to get them into.
Yeah, I think if you're a legit fan of Halo, the books the books are a good, they do them justice in a way. They offer a different but very clearly Halo experience. Obviously in a
And
different
the
medium.
games don't rely on the books, and the books really don't rely on the games either.
That's true. You could read
They
the books
work
on
together,
their
but they
own.
are
Yeah.
standalone,
Which
strong.
is different to what happened under 343, where like reading the books became essential, required homework. to understand. Like if you jumped into Halo 5 without reading like Halo Escalation or any of these books, it's like, yeah, good luck. Like
That's weird
seriously,
too,
like,
because the first 5 Halos, they did not have complicated stories. They were
no, they're
not
very
like you don't
straightforward.
have to bring up the corkboard with the lines and the yarn and the thing. It's just no, it's just they're
Well,
well executed, fairly simple ideas that are they're just done well.
I think the strength of the games was it's you think of it like an iceberg, right? On its face, it presents a really entertaining, straightforward, fun story, but that there's a lot that you can extract from just the world building, the environment design, the music, a desire to look into things further, terminals and things like that. That there was just like it was clear that there was a lot under the surface that was supporting this, and you could kind of go in whatever direction you wanted in terms of how much that meant to you or how much that mattered. And that's like a good way to make something that's really accessible but also has like a lot to delve into for people who are really interested, rather than being in a place where you have to be immersed in it so much to the detriment or the exclusion of other stories, other media.
It's the gameplay of Halo is more than just. It's one of the reasons why it lingers so much in people's consciousness. Is that like there's been plenty of really fun shooters over the years. There are very very many fun shooters, but it's the shooting element that helps to it's got the characters, them being distinct. It's got the world and the designs of everything. It all goes together, and there's other elements that aren't necessarily the gameplay. Those are the reasons why we're talking about it, 20 years after the fact.
Well, that's a sad fate for Halo, is that it seems to just be fading away, slowly stripped away of everything. Very Star Wars-ish.
I think it's just a victim of the streaming gold rush, where every media company was trying to set up a streaming service and get as many IPs as they could on their exclusive service, and so they just
we get?
rubber stamped a Halo show, and then this is the output product. I don't think Paramount particularly cared very much about the quality of what they were making or what they were having made.
It's interesting that you say that, because this show went through development hell. It was announced in 2013 by Steven Spielberg at the Xbox One reveal.
Is this
show got
tied to
announced.
this project?
Yes, Steven Spielberg is executive
Amblin
producer on the
Entertainment
show.
Production.
Yeah, that's right. Steven
Oh,
Spielberg
Jesus.
is attached to the show in some capacity. So it actually took them and it was meant to be on Showtime before it ended up shifting to Paramount Plus. I think that was COVID.
I thought the Steven Spielberg thing had just like died in production hell, and this
Nope,
was something
that's
different.
This is it. This is the product of that.
How do you work on something like this for a decade and come out with this?
I will say I kind of find it funny that the kind of like the end point of the destruct, even though it's like you said, it's kind of fading away, but what feels like kind of a culmination of the destruction of Halo began at the event that destroyed Xbox's like reputation in a way that they still haven't recovered from.
I feel this
feels like there's something poetic there.
It's applicable. It's not just awful entries that destroy everything. It's also mediocre shit that some people think is fine or good enough. Like any franchise that used to be on top. I was talking about this with Alien, Predator, Terminator, Jurassic Park. All of these franchises that we're starting to enter an era, it seems, with Romulus, Frozen Empire, even fucking whatever happens with Jurassic as an IP next, and probably with the next Terminator, where they'll do the safest thing possible, kind of okay-ish, but kind of badly, and that's its fate. It's going to become a consumable, like, vending machine franchise that every once in a while you just pop it out and go, yeah, and then it's like, crazy how long this is, like Simpsons. It's just like around. Yeah. It's like, you understand what this used to be at one point? Does anyone? We're the old people in the fucking rocking chairs. Like, back in my day, it was actually good. And it's like, it is good.
Well,
it's like, no, it used to be fucking great.
An old man is talking. That's you.
It's,
I know that reference.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like,
meanwhile, we live in the universe where we had the turnip tree with the turnip juice for our lemonade.
It's an alternative thing to the like TLJs. That's a different sector. It's like these other things where you're just like, oh, I guess that came out, and now it's had this effect on. Because like Infinite wasn't like the TLJ of Halo or anything, was it? It just sort of disappeared.
Well, as much as I say that Halo 5 is the TLJ of Halo, it's like, well, on a campaign front, sure, but like, multiplayer was fun, and it's kind of the interesting thing with like Halo is it's almost like it takes a few months for it to sort of settle into the conclusions about it, And every time it's not been like a complete, absolute, like 100% through and through disaster. It's always just been, there's been a lot that's like to be said that's wrong with it. And it's almost like because it takes so long to catch up, it's like 343 can never learn the right lesson just in time. Halo 4, they got a lot of smoke blown up their ass by the gaming press for Halo 4, despite the fact that multiplayer died very quickly.
MCC was pretty
was
miserable.
MCC, obviously, massive disaster. That was just a clear failure. But even then, it's like a failure tinged with, yeah, but these are games that you like. Halo 5, it had, like, its campaign sucked. Multiplayer was really fun, but it was a very different kind of experience than what most people would have wanted from Halo. And obviously, Infinite's problems are pretty well known. Like that's
yeah,
a game
mostly. Yeah, it was like mostly solid base gameplay, but everything surrounding it was bad. So, and then it did not arrive complete. You gotta stop fucking doing that. You can't do that anymore. It's just if you. Hopefully, lesson were learned. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, now it leaves Halo like. With this show, it's like there is a level to which the destruction is complete, but at the same time, the series is gonna continue. As for whether this show continues, is a question mark for sure.
I hope not. I hope it just ends and dies here. I hope that they. I mean, ideally, what they do is another game comes out. They actually like release it as a finished fucking product. They don't have $20 white armor skins and bullshit like that. Hopefully it'll be like the Helldivers teaches everyone a lesson.
Lords too.
Well, it's funny you brought that up because I was going to bring up Helldivers. The Halo fans were very much trying to make Helldivers kind of about them, and that was kind of just like the final blow for me, where it's like, I don't think I could ever call myself a Halo fan again. Like, yeah, I think it's Helldivers time now. Like Halo died.
Halo needs to have it needs to have a hurrah, or it will be done. Halo, there is still clearly interest in Halo.
I don't think there's a team that can bring it back, though. Is the problem?
That's the thing. Like, what do you do? Who do you give it to?
I honestly don't even know if there's actually that much interest in it, in bringing it back.
I think that Microsoft is very attached to Halo. They've said frequently that they essentially believe that Halo is like really important in terms of maintaining Xbox, but maybe that's the delusion. Maybe Xbox needs to get to a place where they can refresh and have new things that people get excited about, rather than clinging to the idea that like Halo, Forza, and Gears is where they're gonna find salvation. They
tried to buy Starfield as their new like flagship IP that was going to carry them, and that fell through too. It's almost like there's a recurring party in the story of Microsoft game studio projects that is causing these issues.
Well, I guess now they're probably looking to like Call of Duty is going to be really useful for them. But you know, who fucking knows what Halo is going to look like?
Yeah, there's also a concern of where you go narratively from here in the games, because I mean, we did like the one Halo ring, and then there was an array of Halo rings, and it's like, what now? Because it felt like with Halo 4, it was like running dry on ideas.
Probably just more Reach style narratives covering various battles throughout the war.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, we got this. Was there anything else anybody wanted to say about the show?
I feel like the show missed the point that Master Chief was separate from humanity, but still inexorably linked to humanity through this armor, because it used to be that the armor had to be put on by other people. The Spartans couldn't put on their own armor. And I think removing that element just kind of further increases the divide between John Halo and regular humans.
Which is weird when they think that the show is meant to be about exploring his humanity, yet they've made it so that he's actually pretty cosmically divorced from humanity. Pretty retarded.
Yeah, he's insane.
He literally if he just steals his armor and keeps it on, he would be unkillable. So I don't see why he ever takes it off.
We were talking about thematic earlier, about like the identity of a soldier. And I think there's one of the issues with the show is the writers and the producers are sort of conflating these two ideas of dichotomy, where you have like because there is the duality of a soldier's mind. And like all the best war movies explore that. It's like Full Metal Jacket. You have the guy with the helmet, the peace symbol on one side, Born to Kill written on the other. I think the Halo writers are confusing that dichotomy with the idea of John as a person and Chief as a separate person. But there's no duality there. They are one and the same.
Yeah.
And they're mixing those two up, I think. And so that's why they think that you can't explore Chief's humanity without taking the helmet off. But the games were already doing that. They were exploring that character's humanity while keeping the helmet on.
Well, I'll leave it to you guys to wrap that up. I've got a call. I need to head on out. So we're sort of reaching the terminus of this discussion. But for me, I hated the show. I hope there's not a season 3. I don't think this show will have any lasting impact other than being just another on the big pile of bad examples of what not to do. I don't think it will garner any passionate fan base. It will just disappear into the mist of history, and people will occasionally go, "Oh yeah, that's right. There were those seasons of that terrible TV show, huh? Yeah." And that'll be its
Yeah.
legacy.
That's about it.
Yep.
All right, I gotta head out. Thanks everyone for showing up and talking about Halo Season 2. Fringy was sort of the tip of the spear in this discussion. Poor lad had to watch a lot of Halo show content for this, so I'm glad we were able to give it the best, most thorough discussion probably on the internet. So
Fingers
there you
crossed.
go. There we go.
Fair enough.
All right. I will catch
All right.
y'all later. I will see you. Toodaloo.
Well, yeah, see you,
Later,
Reds.
man.
Bye-bye.
Later.
I still want to, yeah, like if anybody still had anything that was sort of on their mind about the show, if they wanted to chat about it, more than happy to do that.
It's bad.
No, that thing about confusing dichotomies was my thing, and I think
Yeah,
that
I-
was
the
one of
armor was my
one of the
thing.
core problems with the show.
I agree. It's I think what I've noticed about the attitude that both the writers of this show and 343 seem to have is that like Halo as presented in the Bungie games, they don't believe like the conflict there is interesting enough to carry the series. Like it's not interesting enough to be absorbed in this world with the UNSC and the Covenant and the Flood and the Forerunners in the backdrop. The Human Covenant War or the reveal of the Flood and having to deal with that, and then learning about the Monitors or like Gravemind or anything like that. Then having Master Chief be the vehicle for the player and potentially in an adaptation or further games, the viewer to like participate and interact with this world, that's not enough to carry it. That you need to create like the well, he's got the inner turmoil that he's grappling with of is he even a human and what does it mean to be a soldier, and questioning orders and questioning authority and stuff like that, that they feel like they have to do it because they don't think that Master Chief is interesting enough on his own, or that they don't believe that you can have a static character be the lead of a story, or that you can't focus in on the external conflict as like driving potentially other characters to be more dynamic, characters like the Arbiter or something, that you had to create the inner conflict and turmoil in John Halo, otherwise it wouldn't be worthwhile. I definitely get
Right.
that sense. And it's I think it's misguided. I think it's the same kind of misguided that makes people not realize that you can have static characters who are still very compelling and interesting. In response to that desire, they created somebody who is so unpredictable, so unhinged, so like unsure of himself that he's pretty incomprehensible, which is worse than creating somebody like Master Chief, who I used to think was impossible to misunderstand, but apparently that has happened with some people, that they actually think he is a robot and not that he has a personality or that he cares about people. So
Right.
Are you guys terribly familiar with what's been going on with Star Trek in the modern day?
not hugely.
I've
no.
got like a tangential set of knowledge thanks to a real BBC, but no. But yes, no, yes, and no.
Is that
So-
like Picard and Discovery? Are those
Yes.
the two active ones? Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
There was a plot line back in the day in Deep Space Nine about an organization called Section 31. It was a sort of black ops organization that kind of went against the morals of the Federation, but made sense that would exist. They were extremely clandestine in their operations and trying to further the interest of humanity, even though humanity was supposed to be above having that kind of intelligence service. And it feels it's only like 3 or 4 episodes. It's mostly just a side plot for Dr. Bashir to kind of explore some of his character, and it feels like the writers of the new stuff, when they were watching the old stuff, really latched onto that idea and wanted to like make their entire show about this Section 31 premise. And it feels like the same thing with the Halo show. It feels like they went through the Halo media and found this thing that they wanted to hone in on. And this dumb, edgy topic of like they're child soldiers, and what do they feel about that? Instead of focusing on what is actually the core theme of what they're adapting. In Star Trek's case, it's about humanity overcoming petty differences between people and kind of working together for a better future. In Halo's case, it's about a guy in green armor that goes around shooting aliens. I mean, Halo's about more than that, but that's kind
Yeah.
of my point, is that it seems to be a recurring problem on Paramount that they take away the wrong message from what they're adapting and end up making something darker and edgier for no reason.
I wonder if I'd say that that's like a Paramount problem, or if that's just like a problem that's been pretty persistent in a lot of these like kind of adaptations lately, of just like kind of misunderstanding what it is that people like. But then it doesn't help when like John Halo doing the thing where the elite charges at him and then he ducks and shoots him with a shotgun, that like that made people happy. Doesn't help in terms of
Yeah.
conveying like what people actually, or maybe it doesn't help in terms of it sends mixed messages compared to what I like about Halo, which isn't just John, like Master Chief, being not afraid of anything and being super cool. Like that's one thing, but there's like a lot of things I really like about it that are not captured in this show at all, beyond like everything that we really talked about. I really hate what they've done to like the Forerunners as an element. I kind of like adore the idea of the Forerunners as an element in Halo, like that you can go to this place that's like this natural, like natural beauty meets like far-flung science fiction futuristic tech that hides like a deep curse and like a hidden secret and a dark backstory. Like that's super cool. There's a lot of mystery and awe. Like an image that stands out to me is it's when Guilty Spark takes Master Chief back to the control room and he's walking towards a control panel with like a big sweeping shot of the interior. It's like, dude, this is awesome. And like I feel like I get none of this in this show, of just like being struck by the pure awe and majesty of like this universe and the Forerunners.
It's like the camera zoomed in 2 times and you really want
Yeah.
them to just zoom it the fuck out so you can see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
And but
Um,
that even like somehow transcends into the writing, where you just wish that they would stop and zoom out so you could see the bigger picture.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, you can. I think I definitely come away with the perspective that John Halo is astoundingly selfish, and I think one of the big reasons why is just there is too little attention in his dialogue and his conversations with people, and really a lot of people's conversations with everybody, about the Human Covenant War. It's just that we'll often like episode 5. Which is right after he wakes up after the fall of Reach. He has a conversation with Halsey about what she did to him before he's like, wait, what happened to Reach? And it's like, dude, that doesn't, like, you can protest, like, we gotta go back and help. It's like, yeah, but that feels hollow when you just spent the last, like, 5 minutes and the first 5 minutes of you being awake talking about yourself. But you know why that happened. It's like you said, they've zoomed in too much. They're, like, so zoomed in on this handful of characters that the broader conflict is lost to the background. It's like a blur that occasionally comes into focus when they zoom out just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's me satisfied.
Yep.
This show
Yeah,
is pretty
you are.
bad.
Pretty
You have any
bad.
final thoughts there, are on the show?
It was a waste of time.
Yes, it
A
was.
waste of
I hate.
it's a waste of the people who's made it time. It was a waste of our time. It's a waste of your time for watching this. It's
Yes.
just
It is. It is grim. I hate it.
The introduction of the flood was the only mildly interesting thing for me in this season, and I actually would prefer if they just postponed it to season 3 and have the flood be revealed within Halo somewhere.
and
Mhm.
like 'cause
Yeah.
that just feels like more
It's a total
thematically
waste.
appropriate as a Pandora's box story. Now it just feels like there's nothing special in the belly of Halo that it's like, why are we even? I don't even care about exploring Halo. It's like we already know the flood's out there. It's wreaking havoc on Onyx or whatever. Like, why are we even doing the Halo thing anymore? You know, like, just
Well, you
seems
have to
stupid
find
to me.
out in
What a
season
great
3,
quote.
in
Why
which
are
who
we even
knows
doing the
about.
Halo thing anymore?
Pretty
So
much.
who's betting that season 3 will be a thing, and who's betting it won't?
I am leaning toward the fact that we haven't heard anything yet. After at this point, I think 3 weeks since it ended, makes me wonder.
I'll throw out a yes, but reduced budget. Like, final chance.
My answer
Mhm.
would actually be, I think that the most likely thing is season 3, but it's the end. You got to wrap it up. This is it. We'll let you finish it, but that we're done.
Yeah.
I'm going with absolutely.
That there will absolutely be a third season.
Yeah, I mean they get the views from these things. Brand name on a streaming service. That's the
True.
trick.
Our only
True.
salvation is
Agree.
if Paramount Plus just dies.
Maybe one can hope.
Our only hope is
seems-
Hollywood just stops.
It seems 50-50 to me. Either they just decide to cut it off, or it's like, okay, one more, wrap it up. Hopefully we can
Yes.
cash in on the fact that everybody knows this is the last season, so they're gonna tune in to find out what
You're gonna
happens.
have all
yeah.
your
I would
favorite stuff
say-
in it.
It is not unlikely. It is not unlikely that season 2 will be the end. That they'll cancel it. I would say it's not what I would lean towards being the most likely, but it's certainly not so unlikely that it's like a small percentage chance. I think the fact
Mhm.
that it hasn't been renewed instantly should say something.
Imagine they announced
Right.
Keith David will be joining the voice cast for the season.
Uh,
And we're like, oh no,
that
no,
feels
no,
like
no,
that's
no,
when
no,
they
no,
get
no.
particularly desperate. Yeah. I just don't want to. I don't want to see Noble Team. I don't want to see Real Arbiter. I don't want to see Johnson. I want them to be safe and cozy, tucked away in their beds at night, having a nice
Drinking
little sleep.
cocoa.
Yeah, exactly. Just
I
having,
don't know.
having a grand time.
I
Arbiter's
don't
sitting
know.
in his bed
Marshmallows.
reading a riveting novel with his little lamp on as he's sitting in his bed, like, I love this book.
With his slippers on.
I
Yeah.
find
Yeah,
it hard
exactly.
to care. It doesn't ruin the original thing for me if they bastardize it in the show, because so I kind of want them to do like a just meme compilation. How much more shit can we reference? How many more
Yeah.
references can we cram into season 3 before we get canceled? I
Get
think
really
that would be fun.
abstract. All crazy shit happening.
Yeah, just like really deep lore cuts.
Yeah, I want it to end, personally. I don't want it anymore. I can't take it. Hurts my soul, wounds me to my core. But
I imagine
yeah.
the end of season 3 would be basically the end of the first game where Halo blows up and Chief
No.
says, "We're just getting started." Cut to
Going by the
black.
pace,
Okay.
going by the pacing of this show, it would probably end in like the middle of Halo 3 or something.
It might actually end with them
Oh,
having
yeah,
gone
maybe.
to the arc. They might only spend like 2 episodes on Halo before they're already back to Earth and then going to the arc.
Well, I was
They
thinking about
raid-
mentioning that earlier. Like, they don't have anything to do at Halo, so they might as well just go straight to the invasion of Earth.
Mm,
Right.
yeah, like I
Yeah.
seriously, it's weird that they simultaneously take a long time to get to Halo, yet at the same time, you think about the fact that they did Fall of Reach, The Flood, and the Spartan 3s all in one season, along with their own Expanse subplots. Like, that's a tremendous amount to jam in to 8 episodes of television.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could see that happening. I was about to say, but we don't have to think about that anymore. But that's not true. I still got to think about it. I'm still working on good old EFAP.
Yeah, do you know how soon we can see some of those episodes?
Well, I think Muse. It was fairly soon, right? It was
The release of the episodes. We got
yeah.
Three Musketeers will be Wednesday. Then we'll have a week off on Wednesdays, and then it'll start up to be pretty consistent, only to be interrupted by another war movie arc, which will be the following month. Because how many
you're
episodes
gonna
again?
be eating
8?
good. 8 episodes. Yes.
8
So,
EFAP
one-
TV episodes not every Wednesday. They'll be out every Wednesday.
Yeah, but it will be consistent, which is good.
Enjoy our suffering in real time. Highly edited. Fun on the bun.
Yep, jam packed with references. It's yeah, lots of fun. Not for us, but fun for you.
Yeah. Well,
but yeah, that about does it for Halo Season 2. I hate it.
Yeah,
I
if
think we've
that-
covered all the main stuff.
wraps it up. We
Yeah, it
don't
was lame.
recommend it. I just want to make that clear, just in case anyone was wondering
don't watch
from all
it.
that
It's-
coverage.
It's not fun. It's not funny bad.
It's not fun.
No.
No, it's not
No,
fun.
it's really boring. It's
Also, someone
crushingly
asked, why
boring.
didn't you do an episode by episode breakdown? It's like, 'cause that would have been fucking painful.
Yeah.
Going through the amount of wasted time in this, the amount of just nothing happening. I think it better suits for a bouncy conversation, this sort of thing. It's not like a Marvel movie where you get reliable cringe every 5 seconds. It's just not like it's not a Madam Web. What a shame. In any case, before we end up going, Patrician TV, where can people find you and what are you up to?
They can find me on YouTube, and I'm up to the same thing I was up to last time, which is working on this WoW video.
Sweet. So you're gonna be shitting all over WoW, huh?
Not really, because I'm talking about the vanilla era, so
Hmm.
it's a bit more of a positive video from me. Although I do make fun of the 20 years of bad decisions that we're coming up on here this year.
Oh, it's still around, right? It's still hobbling along.
Mhm.
Good old WoW. Do you talk at all about? I remember seeing it on Twitter. Asmongold had a recommendation of how to save WoW. Do you see what he said?
I don't really talk about retail, so I don't really have a thing about that. I was gonna look into some Asmongold stuff, but more so to do with the classic era than with
That's fair, yeah.
retail. I doubt he came up with it. It's probably somebody else's idea that he's kind of just riffing on and working out of.
Alrighty then. John CJG, what are you up to?
John Graham on YouTube. I'm working on a new Machinima series. That's I'm gonna get the first episode of that out pretty soon. So that's what I'm working on now.
Excited.
Sounds
Thank you.
awesome. New as in brand new, fresh, new everything.
Well, it's a reboot of a show, Hard Justice, that I did back in the mid 2000s. That
Is that the
wasn't
one
really
where
a
the
fan
guy
of,
was?
but I like. Sorry,
Is it
go
the
ahead.
one where the guy was in his apartment thinking about killing himself?
No, that was a different one. That one's super cringe.
That's one life remaining.
But
Yeah. Hard Justice is good memes. It's
but
funny.
Hard Justice, I always liked the premise and characters, and I thought, you know what, I can do that better. And now I'm just basically doing it again, but better this time. Trying to. We'll see.
Alrighty. ER, what thing are you hating right now, other than the American Society of Magical Negroes?
I'm still angry at Netflix's Avatar.
Oh yeah.
Or
Are you doing like a big thing for that?
a way too big thing of it.
Mm.
I probably need to trim down quite a bit if I ever want to actually get it out. But
Well,
yeah, that's
As long as you get it out before season 2 arrives, and then season 3 arrives. 'Cause,
And what are they doing? A movie?
A movie,
An
yeah.
animated movie.
they're doing a movie as well. They're doing a sequel series. at
Atlafan's
Korra.
eating good. Lots of posts recently about how good Korra is. I've been seeing.
Yeah, you gotta cover the Fortnite stuff too.
Oh yeah, I'll be playing. I'll actually be playing that eventually sometime. Oh
ER playing Fortnite. The sacrifices you make for your audience.
yes, I know. Truly, I'm a martyr.
Well, very exciting then. Good stuff. Links to everyone's channels in the description. Myself and Fringy just getting everything ready for you guys. More stuff coming on the old Moolah channel, including but not limited to, of course, our trek through Halo. You're gonna get all of that very soon. War Movie R continues. Next week will be Rebel Moon 2.
Oh,
Legendary film.
oh.
Everything that's posted about it is cringe. Rebel Moon is a film that's reliable for entertainment, I would say. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of looking forward to whatever he's gonna do, because it's gonna be so stupid. Like, this is the one where everything happens, guys. We did all the character stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to think about, isn't it?
The Scar Giver, is that the second one?
Yeah, the
Yep,
Scar
great
Giver. This one's got
I know
loads
nothing
of
about Rebel Moon.
lightsabers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear that it's like funny bad.
Well, I'm a little bit
I might
upset that you
actually
said
check it out.
okay. It's like, dude, lightsabers. Come on.
We need some more funny bad stuff these days. It's all just boring
Yeah.
bad.
I
Dude,
said
Justice
on
League make me cry laughing. So if this does the same thing, I'm on board.
Also, that's interesting because Army of the Dead made me want to die. Like that one was too much. But yeah, there's it can happen. It can happen.
It's funny. Rebel Moon has an element of funny in that it like what it is, and also the meta's making it really funny that this is the one that's kind of changed the perception. Like of like, you know what? Maybe Zack Snyder he ain't that great of a filmmaker at all.
I feel like you nailed it whenever fucking 10 million times we've talked about this, but like there's no DC to hide behind this time. There's no DC skirt that he can hide under. It's been too long. He has to actually stand on his own. Army of the Dead slipped by. He was super fucking lucky that if that released today, could you imagine? My God, he'd be slaughtered.
God.
But luckily enough, Snyder Cut was a big event, and it was an umbrella away from all of the noise. And I'd love to know the actual engagement on Army of the Dead. Have they not like squirreled away that as an IP at this point? Like nobody gives a shit.
Which is funny when they wanted it to be a franchise, but that's not happening.
But if Rebel Moon 2 is as bad or worse than Rebel Moon 1, his reputation's going to actually be dirt. Like, he's going to destroy himself as an artist.
And there will be no amount of the director's cut will save me, kind of. That's not even...
Yeah, oh god. The Snyder Cut for Rebel Moon 1 and 2. Put together, how long is that? Like 6, 7, 8 hours or some shit?
Oh, God, it's going to be long, yeah.
I'm curious, Smaller, what do you think saved Army of the Dead when it came out? Like, why would it be a disaster now?
Same time.
Too close in proximity to Snyder Cut to the point where people weren't really... They didn't care to pay attention to how bad it was. It's sort of like...
I see all the Snyder Cut hype, right? Yeah.
A lot of people at the time who had seen it, who weren't people like us who like just really thought he was not very good, were like, yeah, I didn't really like it. Ugh, it was there. But anyway, you know, Snyder Cut, that's a really interesting sort of cultural event. Meanwhile, now, all the Snyder Cut's over. Like, there's still people who are saying like, oh, Netflix, give him the money and he can continue the Snyderverse, which is so funny to me that would even be a thing. He's recent.
Yeah, no thanks. Just license out a competitive to a competitive IP for their DC like universe. It's insane.
He's recently said he'd be happy to do it animated. Isn't it funny how that works? It's like, okay, fine, not live action, but animate. No one cares about animation. Let me do that.
Yeah.
So sad. But anyway, I'll be interested to see what's going to happen with that. We are expected to have Random Film Talk and Little Platoon with us to discuss it because they're both well versed in Snyder's isms. And yeah, after that, I'm not even sure. A whole week, I can't be expected to plan further than just a couple of days. So hopefully, you guys will be excited for that. We will obviously get to all of the kind messages and donations on the catch-up portion of this stuff. We sort of split them up now. And of course, Rags had to pop out. But it was a wonderful, how long is this? 6-hour stream. Not quite as long as the one we did with Patrician before on Never Knows Best. That was a classic. Especially the ending. But that'll be it for us for now, unless there's anything anyone here wants to say.
No, I'm good.
Well, Rags didn't get to share his final opinion, so I'll speak for him. He loved the Halo TV show.
He did.
No,
couldn't get enough of it.
Praising
it here, there, and everywhere.
And I won't stand for it.
I think he did enjoy it. You know, he was like, this is better than like Lord of the Rings sort of thing. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. Well, all right then. Goodbye, everyone. Have yourselves a wonderful day, afternoon, night. Did that and the other. Toodles.
See you later,
Thanks, guys.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye, 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 bye.